See if this fixes it. Wait, yes, it's working. There we go. I think. Yes, okay. What am I spectating? I'm spectating a crypto drone? What's up, Water? How's it going? I just got back.
Over there. 빨리 가자. Enemy over there. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, boom, you're dead.
User set and capacitors charged.
Pick me, I'm so bored. I'm the jump master. It's my show now.
Yeah, I'm doing really good. Not bad at all. Yes, Plum. So for me, actually, which is pretty interesting, my PC crashed. There's no storm or anything. I just I got back from getting the eggs from the farm, and I don't know. I tabbed back in the or tabbed out of my game, and it just crashed my computer. I was like, okay. What's up, Brady? How's it going? Bro, how did that hit 120? That is gross. Dude, the freaking Mastiff is so broken it doesn't even make sense. Close range at no regs. As I literally no regged somebody, by the way. Close range at no regs. Like mid range, it just hits freaking 60, bro. That doesn't even make sense. Look, I no-regged again! No freaking way, there's more people behind me. That's crazy. Can I help you? You're going through depression? You got rejected 2 times in a day? I mean, I'm not a therapist, but like, how are you getting rejected twice in a day? You shouldn't be putting yourself into that scenario. You know what I mean? Why are you like, who cares if people reject you, right? That doesn't even matter. Like, think about why are you seeking 2 different people that rejected you in a day? You see what I'm saying? Like, like, even if they didn't reject you, like, why are you even looking for somebody else? You know what I mean? What's the point? Think about that and tell me, you know, when you can answer that, let me know. And then I might be able to help some more, but you gotta figure out why you're even doing that.
The world's most powerful honey. This superfood honey by Beekeepers Naturals is not just any random honey. It's a medicinal grade honey containing
There's no such thing as a superfood other than beef. Turn that program off. You can't live off of honey, so it's not a superfood. I'm literally trolling these kids. Like, what am I listening to, bro? Turn that crap off, you freaking Zoom! I can't hear a darn thing in the game!
Is my mic flipping out?
Something's going on, I don't know what I'm hearing. It's going crazy.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend. Your story is over.
The first one rejected you a long time ago, and then the second one was into you, but then rejected you, and then the second one told me that she's into you, but then... Yeah, that's just, like...
I'm sorry.
But there isn't such thing as a superfood other than beef. That was a scam. The fraudsters on the television.
Yes.
Okay, well, the thing is, Brady, is you need to be content with yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need other people. Like, a person is an addition to your life, and the entire purpose of even, like, being with somebody is to have a child. Like, in nature, that is the only point. So, like, if you're not doing that, then why are you even looking for somebody? You know what I mean? If you think about it like that, that can, you know, maybe make it easier. But, like, you know what I mean?
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Like, nature's intent is, you know, like, I don't know exactly how to explain that, but it's like, you gotta be worrying about yourself, bro, and making sure you're good before you do anything else. And if you're even getting upset at the fact that somebody rejected you, you gotta work on that. Because it's like, who cares what other people say? It doesn't matter if you like somebody or... Like, if they are turning you down anyways, then who cares? You know what I mean? What's up, Fabi? No, that's not what I'm saying, Brady. That's my exact point, though. You're underage. Why are you looking for a partner? The point of a partner is to have a child. Not to just be like, oh, guys, I have a girlfriend. I'm cool. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you're probably getting pressured by friends or like society into thinking that you need to have a girlfriend or something, right? Also, I have maxed the battle pass all the way, by the way. Here's the skin. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, exactly though, Brady. Like, you don't need that, bro. You know what you should be doing? Finding out what you want to do in life. You know what I mean? Like, and like finding out what you actually want to do, not what other people want you to do. You know what I'm saying? And just have friends, you know? Not trying to be rude, but why do you have that guy who takes jokes super realistically? What do you mean by realistically, though? Like, are you saying taking a joke serious? You're such a troll, Brady. That's funny. What's up, Ralph? English or Spanish? Have you considered smearing poo on your eyeballs? But yeah, here's the new Battle Pass skin if nobody's seen it yet. I just unlocked it. I don't know, Ralph. That sounds like you're projecting, bro. I think you just moved to type that message, didn't you? Because right after you press the enter button, you moved. So technically, I think you moved first. What's up, Damien? How's it going? I'm confused by your question, Brady. It depends on how old you are. Rampart? I don't think I have played Rampart yet this season, actually. Rampart's good, though, for sure. Does anybody want the new P20 skin? I just got it. Sheloff drop. Oh, yeah, I've been shot by it. Nah, I know about it. The first time I ran in, because I didn't even read the patch, like I read the patch notes, right? But I like didn't really see that, right? So like the first time I ran into a freaking Rampart, he just shot down the wall like a minute into the game. I was like, what? And then I was like, you know, I checked the patch notes again. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that you can just freaking have Sheila within like what? I think it's like 30 seconds to a minute. That's insane. Vantage ult? Yeah, it's pretty busted. I mean, Brady, I don't know. I'm not an expert in law, but I would assume probably. I don't know. You'd have to look that up for wherever you live. Like, the laws ain't the same even one state from another. You know what I mean? But, like, yeah, I don't know. You gotta find that one out yourself, bro. I am not a law person. Dude, there's so many people right there. How are they not dead?
I always thought you were a few cold and short of a slap.
You're such a troll.
Take it from a medic. You wanna use it. Don't worry, I've got a squad mate's banner.
Do I like P20s or Mozams? I like both of them. Mozams are definitely more broken. I'm just using the P20s right now because I just unlocked the Battle Pass skin for them.
Backpack here. Level 1. Flatline here.
Yeah, I take that. Only 45 seconds.
Don't worry about it.
Shield battery here. Laser sight. Shield battery.
What is that team up there doing?
Level 2.
Surprised they're not pushing the res. I'm gonna go loot my box again.
Floor battery.
This is perfect. Thank you.
Alright, Brady, we gotta chill, bro.
We have to drop. Signaling my drone back.
Yeah.
What's up, Italy? Money is not happiness? I agree 100%.
Bot's calling to us.
Money is a temporary, like, obviously you need it, but it's just like a temporary thing. That, like, a temporary sense of security, a temporary sense of happiness, a temporary sense of all that stuff, yeah. Dude, these kids are just running, bro.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. Charging on my shields.
Center yourself and attack here. My ultimate is ready.
Yeah, look at the skin, it's pretty sick. You're pretty happy in a Corvette? Yeah, temporarily, until you get bored of your Corvette, right? Because eventually you're gonna be like, okay, this thing's boring. It's just a Corvette. People love to show off? Yeah, 100%.
I need restoration. Healing.
Apples to oranges? Everyone has opinions? I mean, let's see how you feel about that Corvette in a few years. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I think it's cool you have one. I think Corvettes are cool, but it's not a source of actual legitimate happiness because it's a material item that has no actual value. Does that make sense? The only reason people want a Corvette is because they're told it's expensive, right? Or they're told it's nice, or they like the look of it, you know? Which is all material aspects. Also, thank you, Italy. I appreciate it. Sounds like I've never hit the trap pedal. Brap pedal? I used to have a Hyundai Coupe. I can't even remember what it's called. I used to also have dirt bikes, a wide range of dirt bikes. I had, like, you know, I had trail bikes at one point. I had race bikes. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, it can be fun to drive, but I don't even really care. You know what I mean? I'd rather, like, I don't know. It didn't really it gave me temporary happiness, but once I put the bike up, I was pretty happy. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, though. It's temporary. It's not true happiness if it's temporary. You know what I mean?
We are all outside the ring. We'll be safer inside.
The enemy's all in close nearby. The enemy has arrived.
Ballistic? Yeah, I can play Ballistic next. But you see what I mean? They're like, yes, it might be like a cool experience to have, you know, driving a Corvette or driving, you know, a dirt bike or like whatever. Like, yeah, it's cool to do it. Like, it's a fun experience. But once you put the bike up, is that bike doing anything for you? No. You know what I mean? Once you put the bike up, are you still, you know, are you still that happy, or are you just getting the temporary pleasure from having a material item that provides something for you, and then once you don't have anything, you know, then what? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Free Fire? No, I've never played that. I've heard of it, though. I pretty much only play Apex. You know, I like Minecraft. I like some other games. But mainly I play Apex because that's what the majority of people that watch me watches Apex, basically. Bro, where am I going? Do you see that? Where is that going, bro? Hello? Dude, that was a no-reg too! Dude, has anyone played this game today? Is it like hard no-regging, or is that just me? Because it might be like my internet or something, but like my Mastiff, bro, is like not even hitting. And my P20s aren't really hitting either.
My shields need a bit more power.
Yeah, that makes sense, Plum, for sure. Roblox, I've played Roblox before. The thing is, right, see, you're saying the things you can do with money. What can you do without money that will give you permanent happiness? You know what I mean? You gotta form that within your own mind. You can't allow other things, like, think about it, right? Let's say, oh, if I go buy a piece of candy, right, because I have money, and it makes me happy, right? Like, it's hard to explain, but it's not like actual real happiness. It's temporary satisfaction. There's no like actual like real satisfaction that lasts from money. Even if you could have money your entire life, you know what I mean? And it's just like, it's a trap. It's gonna make you think you're happy, but that's the whole point of money, to make it like, the thing about money is it's like a slavery system. But nobody, like, many people don't see that, you know? Because they're too blinded by the effects of money. Does that make sense? If money didn't exist, and everyone had everything that they need, like actual needs, a lot of the world's problems would be gone. Because it's... all money is something that somebody made once they basically took control of all of the resources on the entire planet. And then we're told, oh, you know, go get a job and go do this. Go, you know, go study in college for this reason and this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's forced upon you from essentially birth in one way or another. So it's like most people basically get like addicted to money. They will do things that they normally would not do for money. That's very common nowadays. People will do basically anything for a piece of paper that means nothing. Because once you do something for money that you don't want to do... So, okay, how many of you here would not normally... what's an example? I'm trying to think of one.
Fall down. Back
How many of you would not go punch a random person for $1 million? Think about that. Would you go punch a random person in the face for $1 million or even $10 million?
There's a respawn beacon on its way.
Charging on my shields.
I need restoration. Healing.
Dude, I don't know where my hip fire is going there. No, dude, if I had hammer points. You'd punch the man? Okay, so... Or kid? Okay, so that tells me that you would basically give up every single last moral you have for a piece of money that has no value because you've been tricked. So, further, right? To further that, once so you wouldn't normally just go up and punch a random person, right, in the face. You would not do that. But you'll do it for money. That means you're selling your soul for money. You're giving away every last, you know, like you're going against yourself for something that doesn't matter. Because what happens, let's say the economy crashes after you do that, and then it's only worth $2,000, for example. It goes from $1 million to $100 grand. Then what? And even if it didn't, you're still going against yourself and your own morals for money. So that just tells me, again, that, you know. What's up, Malik? How's it going? We can have food with money. It's cool, but your life is better. It's cool, but money is not happiness. Your life... Okay, what if it killed the person? You're being real? I mean, I'm glad you answered it honestly. I would not punch the person. I wouldn't punch it. I would never punch or harm another human for any amount of anything. Never. Not once. Because that person's well-being is more important than me having $10 million. So you would cause somebody pain and suffering for a piece of paper that you're told has a value. You see how that's not good?
I'm the job master.
You should never, ever do something that you don't want to do for money. Because you're literally just giving away every single part of you. I know, right, Astral? I'm so surprised. I think it's probably because there's a lot of younger people in here. And when I was younger, I used to think money meant a lot. But it doesn't. It doesn't mean a thing. And you know what will keep you away from making money? Thinking that it means everything. When you give money that much power in your life, you're not going to make any. It's going to be way harder. My username on Roblox? I have no clue.
Sorry, mate, but you did.
I haven't been on Roblox in probably like a year or something, so I have no clue. People in nature, that's a good pick. Yeah, I mean, I kind of made it really hard to pick in between those things on purpose. Here, let's check the let's check the poll. Also, we're only one sub away from 1,800 subs, by the way. Pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, 65% is money. 6% is material items like cars, clothes, jewelry, etc. Connecting with nature is 9% and helping others is 23%. It looks like somebody also voted as well for helping others too. That's good. Again, and I don't blame anybody for, you know, picking money. That's very normal in modern day. And it has been for a long time because the people who enslaved this entire planet formulated money as a tool of manipulation. So you're just being everyone gets manipulated by money. Society made us money so they can make us slaves. We work for them and they give us paper which they could print infinity amount. Yeah, so why would you punch someone in the face for $10 million then and potentially kill them? You see, you know that, bro. You know what I'm saying? You did? Nice. So, if I were to pick, I would pick, yeah, helping others and connecting with nature. Yep, exactly, Astral. And that's a part of the tactic. Inflation? People want to sit here and talk about inflation, right? You know what causes inflation? Humans. That's what causes inflation, bro. Is literal humans. You know what also is funny about money, right? Is so we were talking about how, oh, they just print infinite money. Yeah, they print infinite money, but you know what else they do? They enter ones and zeros on a computer and make more money digitally. And the people who, you know, do that, do you think they are not, like, giving themselves money? You know what I mean? Like, of course they're gonna do that. It's called resource and population control. There's enough resources on this planet for every human to have everything they could ever imagine. But it's all under the hands of the same people, which we don't even know the names of. People say it's, you know, this family there and this family, whatever. We don't know the names of those people. We don't. Yeah, there's people who, you know, are under their control, too, that are also very high up in the financial system, but the most powerful people, nobody even knows the name of. Not a single person. Other than the other most powerful people. So think about that, you know? That's why, you know, you have, like, newer generations, like, you know, doing all this stuff for money that people would have never really done before. And it's because the more people who are born into the age, like, into the system, the longer time goes on, the more people realize it's bullcrap, but the more people will, like, fall for its trap, basically. You know what I mean? Yeah, humans have made every single thing on this planet, and the majority of the things that humans have made, like, money does not occur in nature. Resources do. How's the R9 on the ground? This is because, I'm playing quads. What the heck? That was so random. But you know what I mean? Like, regardless of what you believe in too, so I typically don't use that word often, like the word God, because some people don't believe in that. and that's okay, you know what I mean? But like, the thing is, I try to use like nature because that's the closest like expression of whatever created everything, whatever you want to call it, you know, whatever decided, you know, to make all this basically. But humans have put their hands on every last thing on this planet and completely twisted it from right away. Like, I don't, so I believe that there is a whatchamacallit? What do you call it? I believe that there's a creator of some sort. I don't think that that creator would want to enforce any form. It's really interesting, right? Because religion, right? Religion in general, you know, mainstream religion kind of goes against nature as well. You know, there's some concepts of nature, like for example, you know, don't harm anybody else at all unless, you know, like you do not kill someone unless like you're in danger or someone is in danger. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So that is like that is like a natural instinct. You know what I mean? Like to defend the people who you care about. You know, for example, the Bible says to eat beef and fruit. Those are like the two, basically the only natural occurring foods that we even have. Nowadays, you have vegetables, you have processed food, you have all this stuff, which is, again, completely against God or nature, whatever you want to call it. But then when you go to a church, you know what they give you? Processed food. They give you a Gatorade. It's like they have, like, everybody has lost touch with, like, nature, and that's why people are so divided, and, like, you know, it's crazy. The Quran lets you eat animals? Yeah. I mean, that's good. That's another, again, see, that's the thing, is like every religion has like a truth in it. Does that make sense? But in my opinion, every single religion has been taken over by people who want to control humans and take them further away from, you know, nature or God or the whatever you believe in, anything. You could, you know what I mean? Like, whatever you believe in, apply it to that. You know what I mean? Like, for example, it's very common for people to insult people that are, like, pagans, right? And I didn't actually know what pagan meant, but it basically just means that you worship nature. But, you know, some of the religions kind of, like, demonize pagans, and it's, like, really messed up because this is just human, like, tribalism, everyone pointing fingers and, like, you know, blaming each other instead of coming together and just integrating with nature, and then everyone lives in peace. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of hard to explain, but like basically there's an exoteric and an esoteric version of every single religion, right? So that means there's a version that you read literally. So let's say you sit down, you read any religious text literally, right? Which means you take it at face value. Or you can, holy crap, that's a lot of people. Or you can read it exoterically, or a bit of both with discernment. You know what I mean? But the thing is like, we live in a dualistic world. So, regardless of what you believe, evil and good come from the same source. But a lot of evil, unnecessary evil, comes from humans. And also, the other thing is like, that makes me happy, Plum. I'm glad. I'm really glad I made you think about that. But like, think about this too, right? So like, every single religion seems very different, right? But if you, so that's looking at it exoterically. But if you look at esoteric interpretations of religion, they're all the exact same. Every single one of them are literally the exact same. And what it teaches you, right? Every single one, even the Bible, the Quran, all of these different things, right? Buddha, the Bhagavad Gita, all of them teach you that you're supposed to look within inside of yourself because God is in you, or the Creator is in you, whatever you want to call it, you know, the Great Spirit, like you know, the Native Americans called it, to look at within yourself and find it inside of you, not anywhere else. You don't find it in a church. You don't find it in a book. You don't find it on an ancient tablet. You don't find, well, you, like, you know, that can guide you to that. But at the end of the day, it's within you. That's your instinct. The instinct that you hear in your head when you're like, oh, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. And then you choose to do it anyways. You see what I'm saying? What's up, Sidus? Yeah, but I always talk about stuff like this because I like to make people think, you know what I mean? Because think about it, right? Like, a lot of the religions have some, like, pretty terrible stories. And I'll pick one that people don't really think about that much, right? The story of Set and Horus in the Egyptian mythology, right? So when you read it literally, it says that this guy cut up his brother and spread him out all over Egypt, right? And then, whatchamacallit, put him back together. And, you know, they basically fought over Egypt, right? But if you look at that symbolically or esoterically, so basically Set is the left side of your brain, the evil side, the side that's trying to convince you to do something against your better judgment. And then the right side, which is Horus, is the, you know, the good side. And guess who wins eventually in that story? Horus does. And if you look at the depiction of Horus and Set, Horus and the center human, whoever that is, I don't know who that is supposed to be, but they're both looking at Set. So that means that they have asserted their, like, dominance over the evil side of their primal mind. You see what I'm saying? And that's just one example. But if you look at that everywhere, for example, somebody brought Adam and Eve up, right? So my understanding of Adam and Eve, and also the esoteric, like the esoteric version of like Adam and Eve, is that humans were enslaved by other humans that were claiming, you know, to have the knowledge of God and all these things, right? And telling them not to do things. And then they ate a fruit, right? Which was the one rule, apparently. So the thing is like, think about that in a different perspective, right? It's like, well, first of all, the tree of life and the knowledge of good and evil was depicted as a mushroom, right? And so basically, the esoteric meaning of that story is there were people that were enslaved by other humans, and they took psychedelics, and then their mind was awoken by you know, noticing like God actually communicated with them, or nature or instinct, whatever you want to call it, communicated with them, and basically made them realize that they were being enslaved by people who were claiming to have, you know, claiming to have the word of God, and you know, this is what God said. Think about it. God's gonna tell you, or the creator or instinct, nature is gonna tell you yourself what is right. You don't even listen to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't even listen to me. I'll give like pointers for like research, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta look within yourself and listen to your inner instinct and your better judgment, instead of listening to other humans claiming, oh, this is that and this is that, and then then that same, you know, group, and this happens in like a lot of different religions, you know, they go and kill the other people who don't agree with them, and it's like, bro, that's like completely way out there, bro. Like, you know what I mean? That's way out there. It's like the farthest thing away from what it's claiming to be. And again, this is going for everything, basically. Like, it can be interpreted to cause violence, and you can make it any way that you want it to be, for the sake of whatever you're trying to do, if you look at it literally. But if you look at it esoterically, there's only one meaning in every single one, you know what I mean? It's very concealed and hard to see, but it's there. No, that's another team. But yeah, like, basically at the end of the day, regardless of whatever people believe, like, you know, people should just accept the fact that other people have different beliefs, essentially. What's up, A Dizzle? What is esoteric? So it's ESOTERIC, and that basically means like inward, or an inner meaning, or hidden knowledge, or something that is not outer. Does that make sense? Dude, these kids like aren't even peeking. But they try to fearmonger people into believing whatever ideology that, you know, benefits them the most. And then they say, you know, oh, this is, you know, this is whatever it is. And it plays on your instinct of wanting to have that knowledge of something bigger. Holy crap, that's a lot of people, bro.
We should grab that respawn battery. Getting health back.
The German painter? Who is that again? In your beliefs, there's only one God, and your God sent a prophet for every time people corrupted the message sent by God from his prophets. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That did happen. Like, people corrupted the crap out of that stuff, bro. And it's like not... It's like a disservice to, like, you know, the people who were there spreading that message. And, like... So now I don't necessarily know if there's like one God or one... I know that everything emits from a singular point, but I don't know if, you know, I would consider that exactly. But that's okay, because like everyone can have different beliefs about it, you know? Everyone experiences that in a different way. But like the problem is when people are like, this is the only way and you have to listen. And if you don't, then we're gonna kill you, basically. You know what I mean? That's really bad. Because that is nothing, like, whatever created all of us does not want to harm us. You know what I mean?
I've chosen an upgrade, and it's chosen me.
99% of the problems in the world come from going against nature. You know what I mean? Most religions, if not all of them, originate from either worshiping the sun, worshiping nature, which is, you know, all of it, worshiping the moon or the stars. And the human brain is the reason why all of those things have been perverted
I'm skipping. Why is this triangle shit?
and turned into a like very hateful things, basically. And that goes for, like, you know, it can apply to any of them, you know?
If I may be honest, I find death fascinating.
This is gonna be a good fight.
But the devil, right? People talk about the devil. The devil is sitting behind a chair, figuring out,
Totally, dude.
as a human sitting behind a chair. And he's figuring out right now. Actually, well, he is in control of a bunch of companies that are, like, at this very moment are trying to figure out every single way that they can market you every single item in every single way based off of every single attribute that you have in your personality.
I feel most alive when rapidly approaching my death.
It's a human. There are humans on this planet that cause evil. And the more that we point to something outside of us as humans for the cause of our issues, the longer that those issues last. You know what I mean?
Nigga, there's a lot of
What's up, Crunker? Forcing is bad? Uh-huh, I agree. What's up, Dr. Proctor? You sound like your name is Leonard. Like Leonardo da Vinci? I'll take it.
First fatality. Let them in. Reloading.
But the best thing about all this is no matter what religion you believe in, or what, just even if you have separate beliefs, because you can have beliefs that are not rooted in religion. Like, you can have your own thoughts, you know what I mean? And it's like, no matter what you believe in, if everybody were to, like, go back to nature's intent and, you know, act out of nature, the planet would be a much better place. Like, the world would be such a better place, bro, if people would just slow it down, realize what is against nature and what isn't. People think that humanity is just this flawed, unfixable parasite on the earth. We're not. That's what they make you believe. So it's just like, you're hopeless, you know? You just give up. You're just like, well, I guess I'm just I guess I'm just a sinner, or I guess I'm just you know, whatever, like, any of these people call it. Like, nobody, look at a baby, right? Think about this. Okay, think about if there's a baby freshly born. Would you ever look at that baby and say you're evil? And that, you know, you deserve eternal punishment? No. Nobody's looking at babies like that. Are you kidding me? Like, that would be the saddest thing ever. And now think about that. So, now go look at somebody who is older, that was once a baby, that had a terrible life, that was beat by their parents, was, you know, like basically dealt the worst possible things and they turn into a criminal, right? Do you have that same sympathy for that person? I do. I still don't believe that they're broken. Yeah, they might have committed horrible things, but that doesn't, like, that's because of external sources programming them to be a way, which that's what the modern, like, system does. It programs people to be horrible people. It's not them choosing it. Nobody chooses. I'm gonna be evil. You know? I appreciate it, Plum. But yeah, if I can make you... Wait, what happened to my whole team? What the heck? My whole team was dead. That was crazy. But you know what I mean? And it's like, again, I don't judge anybody for any belief or what they do in their life, etc. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me. I just wish that everyone would be, like, kinder to each other and more accepting of other, you know, thoughts and ideas and, like, all of that type of stuff. But yeah, and then, you know, people like to say, you know, again, like, humanity is this flawed, horrible thing. But then when you have somebody close to you or anybody in the world passes away, no one's going to the freaking funeral and talking about how they were a parasite on the earth. Nobody does that. You know what I mean? It's because that horrible experience gives you a sense of humanity, right? And you, like, forgive that person. You don't sit there and just be like, oh, this person was such a terrible person. Like, nobody does that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Craft a bat. That's funny. Oh, wait, I forgot ballistic. I'll pick ballistic after this if I remember. But you know what I mean? Like, the torture that religions talk about, the eternal torture, is if you don't wake up to humanity and like, have that, like, empathy and compassion for even the worst people, and yourself, by the way, and, like, everybody, every living human on the planet itself, nature, like, you don't get eternally punished. It's just your life is a living nightmare. So it feels like eternal punishment, right? But if you don't do that and you do the opposite, then it freaking, like, life is amazing. You know what I mean? And you don't have to have anything. You don't have to have money. You don't have to have cars. You don't have to have anything. You know what I mean? What's my opinion on school? I dropped out of school. I don't want, like, I don't necessarily regret that I did because it led me to, like, a certain, you know, the life I have today, which I really like. And it, like, taught me a lot of things, but a lot of school is kind of just training your mind to not be creative. So, like, if anyone is in school right now, just do what you can to be creative. Don't let other people, you know, determine if you're gonna do something. For example, if you want to be a streamer, you know what people told me when I was a kid? I like telling this story. I actually haven't told this on stream yet. But when I was a kid, right, we had, you guys remember when in school when they ask you what you want to be when you grow up, right? You know what I said? I want to be a YouTuber. You know what my teacher said? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. YouTubers don't make anything. You're better off being a garbage man. And it's like, what the heck even is that? Who tells that to a kid, bro? You know what I'm saying? That's messed up. That tells me that person was so stuck in their own crap that they couldn't even, like, imagine the possibilities of what a human can do. Now look at YouTube, bro. Freaking the top, probably 3,000 YouTubers probably make more than that entire school does. You know what I'm saying? Like, It's crazy. But people will try to like crush your creativity and crush the things that you want to actually do. Not the things you think you want to do, but the things that you actually want to do, right? Because they try to shut that down and then tell you, oh, you can go be you can be a cop, you can be a firefighter, you can be a scientist, a chemist, and all this stuff. But they don't tell you you can be yourself at all. And what like you actually want to pursue in your life, you should do yourself. And like, yeah, it's just crazy. A teacher told me that when I was like 12 years old. They said, you're not going to be that. That's impossible. You can't do it. Those people aren't like, that's a joke, is what they said to me. Like a teacher told me that. And you know what teacher told me that? A tech class teacher told me that being a YouTuber is a joke. Or a content creator is a joke. Isn't that crazy, bro? And then they insulted garbage men as if their job isn't valid. Garbage men make good money, and it's really hard work, actually. But I like, in my head, I was listening to this freaking buck-toothed idiot in my tech class teaching me. Because their mind has been so conditioned to shut out everything other than what they're told by authority. You know what authority is? Other humans that don't freaking want you to do anything that you actually want to do. They want to make you a mindless zombie. So think about it, Like, if there's something that you want to do, pursue it. Don't sit there and let these people tell you what to do. Because they don't know anything. They do not know a thing. Listen to the inner guidance, your instinct, your actual instinct, not your conditioned archetype of an instinct in your head that's fighting against your actual instinct. Because literally anybody in here can do anything that you try to do, that you want to do. It doesn't matter if it takes 20 years. It doesn't matter if it takes a month. You can do it. The person who came up with the Dyson sweeper, right? That person designed over 5,000 failed prototypes for that Dyson sweeper. 5,000 failures in a row. Not a single one of them. Until he finally made the final one that everyone knows what a Dyson sweeper is. Everyone knows what a Dyson fan is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it took that person 5,000 failures. Failures are not bad. Failures are trying to teach you how to refine something until it's ready. Just think about it. What if, let's say that he did get it right on his first time and then he sells the product and everybody hates it because he wasn't able to innovate off of his previous ideas. You know what I mean? Yep, he did not have a vision. You can't blame your parents, though. They want us to do what they know work. Yeah, I'm not saying blame your parents. My parents kind of told me, that this wasn't really a realistic idea. But that's not their fault. That's the thing. You can't blame anybody ever, even the people who have created this system and put us in it. You know what I mean? You can't blame those people. I forgive the people who have done that. But also, like, does that mean I'm gonna listen to them? No. This is my own life. I control what I'm doing. And I'm going to seek what I think is the best for me. Not what other people think are the best for me. You see what I'm saying, though? Doesn't matter who tells you what, bro. Nobody knows nothing because they're not you and they don't see your creative vision for what you have. Some people do. Some people do see it and they will believe in you. You know what I mean? But a lot of the times, like, people don't want to, you know, accept that. Like, a lot of the older generations would be like, oh, you know, these people don't have any work ethic and all this stuff. And it's like, bro, the people who drilled that into your head were happy that you decided to comply with what they were teaching you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's good to have work ethic, but if you don't want to do anything, that is not your fault. The reason why you don't want to do anything is because the modern day system of, you know, media and school and like all these things drain all of your creative energy, so you can't even freaking utilize it to do anything. You know what I mean?
New kill leader. Absolutely disgusting effort. Well done.
Like, you guys have probably heard of, like, creative blocks, right? Like, dude, the entire purpose of humans is to create things. We can literally create another human. That's, like, a very obvious sign that that is what we should be doing on this planet. What the heck is that?
That foe has fallen.
Like, the purpose of us all is to just create, not destroy. We don't need to destroy any more stuff at all. We just need to make things. In whatever way that you want to do that. Let's say you like woodworking. You know, that's an amazing thing. That's like, that is such an underrated thing. Is being able to, like, build a desk or build something out of materials. Like, most kids can't do that type of stuff nowadays, and it's because they're not taught how to do that, and it's very sad. I think everybody, at least anyone that is, you know, masculine, should be learning skills like that on how to create things out of raw materials. That's the whole freaking purpose of us in nature. Basically. You know what I mean? And like, when you take that away, it like messes up our brains, bro. It makes us lazy. Like, men are not supposed to be lazy. We are supposed to be full of energy, ready to go at all times. And like, people can say that that's, you know, gender roles or whatever, but so be it. That's what freaking, it works. You know what I mean? I don't know about you, but if you, okay, let's say, you know, imagine you have a wife. You want your wife out there woodworking, you know, cutting up her fingers and bleeding. No, you don't want that. You should go do that. Rather, you know what I'm saying, though? Like,
I've selected an upgrade.
there's a lot of things that stuff that you like. Gaming, YouTube, and sports. So you don't know what to pick. So I have pretty hot takes on sports. A lot of them can cause brain damage. So I used to play sports, actually. But thankfully I quit. But again, not everybody needs to follow that. You know, if somebody actually likes sports and you want to do sports, do it. You know what I mean? But like, in my experience, like from learning about like the histories of where these things come from, I don't agree with it anymore. Again, but don't listen to me. You gotta listen to your instinct. What is your instinct telling you to do? Sometimes it can be overwhelming because, you know, there are a lot of options, right? But, you know, what is your instinct telling you to do? How do I have 110 ammo? It's 120 in each. And that's because I'm on ballistic. He has the passive. Like, I used to think I wanted to be a game dev. No, I don't want to do that. You know what I actually want to do? Well, first of all, being a streamer, right? But it wasn't working out that well for a very long time, but I figured out why. The reason why is because I wasn't even, like, doing something that actually had meaning. I was kind of just, like, sitting here playing games, and, you know, that's fine and all. That's great. But it's like, how am I gonna make people's life better? And that's why I'm sitting here talking to you like this. I feel like that's my, like, that's the point for me. That might be different for other people. People might be able to, I think you should find something where you can help other people and that makes you legitimately happy. And yeah, you know, something like that. Again, you gotta listen to your own instinct and stuff, but...
You had to light me bloody fuse, didn't you?
What's up, Zay? How's it going? And now that I'm, like, talking more about all of these subjects and stuff like food, the food system and how messed up it is. We give, you know, sugar to little kids and they get addicted to it and it changes their brain. You know, and then every single birthday, it's, oh, time to eat a cake. Oh, it's Thanksgiving, time to eat a bunch of stuff with sugar in it. Oh, it's Christmas, time to eat cookies. Santa wants cookies. That's what he wants, doesn't he? Santa wants freaking cookies. Who would have guessed? Yes, I have 3 heirlooms. I have, Porvin, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hello, Nicholas. And I'm not sure what that says, Zay. I can't speak Russian. I can say Privyet. That's it, though. Hello. I'm glad it's going good. I have Wraith's Heirloom, Horizons, and Watsons, and they were all free to play. Over 15,000 hours of gameplay. But, I get what you're saying, though. It can be overwhelming on picking stuff, but somehow make your own way. Like, let's say you do YouTube, right? Let's say there's something that you can do on YouTube that will, you know, enrich other people's lives, too. Like, whatever you do, just try to help other people. That's, like, the best thing you can do. Give other people, like, value. Think about ways, how can I give other people value that they will, like, appreciate, you know? And even if they don't appreciate it, you know? That doesn't really matter either, honestly. As long as you're just trying to help, etc.
It's all you, team.
Well, the thing is Zay, is nature created you the way that you are. And everybody's different, and that's the coolest thing about it.
Unless anyone has thoughts on our first play. Never mind.
I used to think that way too. I don't anymore. I could care freaking less what I look like. I don't... Okay. So, since we're talking about like a bunch of random topics, for example, I used to think that not smelling good was gross, right? So now, I don't mind if I smell like nothing, right? I used to put on cologne even though I smelled fine. I used to use soap even though you don't need soap. You just need to use water. Like, that water cleans. I don't know if people like have realized that or not, because we've been so conditioned to use soap. So all the people who sell soap, which is just a bunch of carcinogens in a bottle, you know, we've been convinced we need all these things. Like soap, technically, you know, because we were speaking of things about God earlier, right? Soap is against God, as crazy as that sounds. There's natural occurring soaps, like soap berries. If you guys know what that is, you can get these little berries, basically. I think they're called soap berries. and they basically excrete soap naturally. There's a few other like berries and stuff that you can use as soaps, but you never hear about that stuff because they've all been basically taken away from us, and then we're just given plastic. Because a lot of the thing is a lot of plastic. I mean, a lot of not only is it in plastic, but a lot of soap is just liquid plastic and fossil fuel derived chemicals that cause a wide range of things like autism. The list goes on. Hormone disruptors.
Reloading. Well, well, well. I've a new
You know, there's a lot of things. Yeah, that makes sense, Plum. See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. What should I say? So, like, when you do your gaming, right? Even if, you know, not that many people are there, you know, whatever it is, like, if anyone shows up, like, try to, you know, ask them some interesting questions, you know? Whatever you want to do, like, to help people, like, implement that into your content somehow, you know? Because, like, again, I talk about so many different topics. Like, I basically talk about everything. And I used to not really do that much. And I didn't think people would like it, right?
Some extra supplies here. Excellent.
And I was wrong. I just finally was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna, you know, start talking about this stuff and see what happens. And it's working better for me than anything ever has. Obviously, the gameplay helps, you know what I mean? But, like, if I was just every other Apex streamer, which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. If people just want to get on and, you know, stream, like, who cares? You know what I mean? That's fine. But, like, that wasn't working for me, you know what I mean? So I'm not going to keep doing it, you know? When I know it doesn't work for me.
Gotta hop up here.
Arthur is crazy. It is. Everyone calls you, Well, Zay, I know how that feels. When I was younger, I used to be called all these different names too, right? But something I realized is the only reason people say stuff like that is because... So here's a few things, right? I don't know if you are actually overweight, right? But if you are, it's not your fault at all. Actually, like, the people who are overweight and, you know, have, like, disease or, you know, mental problems or diabetes or just, like, all those different things, right? It's never your fault, right?
Replenishing my shields.
It's not your fault. The reason why, I can tell you right now, something that will help you, like, if you want to lose weight, I have, like, I know, like, how you could do that. And the thing is like, we're told to eat the wrong food. We're literally told to eat food that makes us sick. So before you go, Zay, you should make sure to cut out sugar in processed foods. Reduce the amount of carbs that you're consuming. You can still eat carbs, you know, like vegetables and all that stuff, but increase your intake of beef and meat and animal products.
Suffered a surge of outrageous fortune. Smart bullets hunting foe. Smart bullets struck true. Recharging my shields.
Those people got pooped on right there, bro. I just flat out 1v4'd those guys. And then I got landed on another team. But Ballistic's kind of busted, bro, because I made 2 of them unable to shoot at me as I poo on the 2 other people. That's so funny. What's up, Italy? What's up, Frenzy? Have a good one, Zay. I hope what I said helps you in some way. What's up, our cat's better? R3 is crazy, I agree. Some get fat at a young age, and like the skinny guy eats more than the fat guy. Well, see, that's the thing, is like, it's because we're eating the wrong foods. Sometimes it's metabolism. Well, the thing about metabolic problems is they come from eating the wrong food. If your metabolism is bad, it's because you're eating the wrong food. You're eating too much of the wrong food and not enough animal products. Like, literally, like, humans eat too many carbs. If you eat only beef, you cannot overeat, bro. Your body will not let you. You know, or just animal products or an animal-based diet. You can still have carbs on the side, you know what I mean? But like, if you're eating, you know, 80% processed food or 80% carbs, or just too many carbs, your body, like, your body's gonna change, and your bile in your stomach is going to change too. You've never seen a fat farmer? You want to know why? Because they eat majority animal products. And even the ones that are like bigger, because they're still eating too many carbs, they got muscle, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're strong, bro. And like, and that's the thing, you know what I mean? Farmers work all of the time? Yeah, but that's the thing is, think about this. People don't have the motivation to work out. Do you know what that means? Do you think they're lazy? They're not. It's because they're malnourished. They don't have enough nutrients to give their body enough motivation and energy to freaking get up and do something. I was the same way, bro. I used to have no motivation to move. I didn't even want to get up out of my chair to go get a glass of freaking water, bro. That's crazy. For an apex predator, like literally like on top of the food chain, that's where humans are. And I'm too lazy to get out of a chair to go get a glass of water that I need to survive. That's crazy. It's because I was eating the wrong food, not enough animal products. You don't have to go carnivore. You don't have to go ketovore. You don't have to do any of that. Just eat more animal products that are actually high quality nutrition. Because unfortunately, we can't just eat vegetables. People who are on like carb-only diets, they have to supplement. Because there's stuff that you cannot get in animals. But that supplement is also fake. It's not even real nutrients. That's why most people swap back to eating more meat. Because like, bro, like, it's just like, they trick us into eating the lowest quality food for the majority of our diet. And then we wonder why everyone has like disease and like all that stuff. It can be genetic. I mean, yeah, but who says that you can't fix it? You know what I had that was genetic? Arthritis. I literally had arthritis in my freaking knees.
Oh my lord.
Like, from my parents. You know what I mean? And guess what? I don't have that anymore because I eat more animal products. You know what I ate as a kid? Garbage. You know what I was fed as a baby? Garbage. How do we even know if something's genetic? If all we eat, since you know what's in baby formula? Stuff that causes diabetes. You know what's in baby formula? Stuff that causes autism. Inflammation. You know what I mean, bro? Like, so how do we tell if it's genetic? You can't. I don't believe when people say, like, yeah, maybe there's some things that are genetically passed down, but guess what? There is a cure to most things, and it's eating the right food. If you put the wrong gas in a car, what happens to that car? It literally dies. If you feed a lion carbs, you know what happens? It gets diabetes. You feed animals things that they're not supposed to eat. That's why they tell you don't feed your dogs, you know, grains. That's why they tell you to not, well, they don't really tell you that, but you shouldn't feed your dog or cat like these processed things because like they're carnivores. And when you feed them those things, they get sick. That's how they have such short lives, because we domesticated them and we keep feeding them. Like, unfortunately, kibble is terrible for dogs and cats. I used to feed my cat that stuff, and I was just like, okay. I used to feed my dog that stuff, and I was like, okay, it's just kibble. That's dog food. I used to always look at it and be like, you know, that's not really dog food. Like, what the heck is a dog supposed to eat? You know what I mean? Bro's still on the vegan argument. I don't know how you're taking that as a vegan argument. I don't argue against vegans. That's completely not what I'm talking about at all. You like money and connection with nature, but do you value money more than... So let me ask you something, Simon. So I asked someone this earlier. I asked them, would you go punch somebody in the head, right, in the face, potentially kill them for $10 million? That's all you had to do. Someone was going to give you 10 million, 20 million, 30 billion. It doesn't matter. Would you go punch a random person for that amount of money? Oh, yeah, I knew it was you. I just wasn't saying the name. You know what I mean? Who would do that? A lot of people would. A lot of people would do that. You just bought your dog some... Wait, what did you buy your dog? Dog food? I didn't add the killing part. I did after. Because I said, like, what if you kill that person by punching them? Even if you don't kill them, you're still making another, like, you're making a human suffer.
I already have it. 2 rainbows and a bead.
One time, you want to hear a story, right? When I was a kid, somebody randomly jumped off of their bike and kicked me in the back of the head as hard as they could. When I was a little kid, someone did that to me. That's a nasty person. I'm not upset at them. I forgive them for what they did, but you know what they have to live with for the rest of their life? That they randomly kicked a kid in the back of the head.
Well,
you hope karma or someone got him? I don't. I don't at all. I hope nobody kicks him in the back of the head, because I don't want other humans to suffer. Why would I wish pain on somebody else just because they gave me pain? I don't. Because that's not good. I don't. Why would I, regardless of what somebody did, I'm too nice? I disagree. I'm not nice. That's not the word. I understand what it's like to have, what do you call it? Like, I understand that life is extremely complex, and that person, for example, like, their dad probably their dad probably beat them. You don't just go do that. Somebody did that to them. Somebody hurt them. You see what I'm saying? That's why they did it. Nobody just does that. You learn that somewhere. People aren't racist, right? You're not racist out of the womb. You learn it from people around you. I didn't even tell my parents. Where'd beating come from? What if you didn't do that and your family probably would say you did what, 100 million, you didn't take it? Who cares what your family says? Alright, I'm just gonna ban this kid because he's a troll. But that's the thing. Like, the reason why people do those terrible things, right, is because it happened to them. They are taught that. Also, what's up, Madeira? No, not Plum. I already banned him. He was just trolling. Person that's been in here saying some bullcrap, basically. So the thing is like, oh wait, what did you buy your dog, Brittany, by the way? Like dog food? You will not be charged with murder. It's sinful to kill somebody. Yeah, you should never harm or hurt another human unless you're protecting yourself or someone around you. You're protecting somebody. Weird convo. Well, we always have a bunch of different convos. I don't know how it's weird. It's not really weird at all. But the thing is, right? So somebody said, okay, so, oh wait, you said you would do it only because you need the money and you would split it with the person. Okay, what if that person doesn't value money? What if that person doesn't want the money? What if you gave them brain damage? What if, there's a million things that could happen. But you said that you would, go harm another human for a piece of paper, And would you do that without money? Probably not. Right? So that means you're selling yourself out for paper. Yeah, a lot of baby formula contains terrible ingredients, you know what I mean? Do you choose the person? Well, it doesn't matter. You don't hurt other people for money, bro. That's evil. And that's how you know that you're enslaved to a financial system, is if you would go hurt somebody for money. Bro, someone could sit $50 billion right in front of my face and said, oh, if I punch Madeira, I'll get $50 million. I'm not gonna punch you, bro. I would never do that. It doesn't matter what somebody offers me. I'm not gonna hurt somebody else that's a living being for something that doesn't matter. Your dog's picky about what she eats. Have you tried doing the like freeze-dried like chicken stuff? Like you can get like freeze-dried chicken and then you like break it up basically and then you add water and it turns into like a wet food. My dog used to not eat her kibble unless I would put gravy on it. Which I wish I didn't do because the gravy had terrible ingredients and then also the kibble was like, it wasn't really too healthy either. Because like, unfortunately, here's a trigger warning, by the way. Trigger warning here. Would I stop streaming for $1 billion? No.
Mozambique here. Sniper ammo here.
So
Already in the next ring.
yeah, here's the trigger warning. Okay, so pet food, right? This is really bad. So they basically, when they make kibble, right? And like other pet foods, all those like mainstream brands that you see at the store, those have people's dead euthanized pets in them. Because they use it as a filler. It's so messed up, bro. Because they don't care what they feed animals. They don't even care what they feed us. You think they're gonna feed something like something good that can't talk? No, they're gonna put anything that they can in there as a filler. And that's what they do. There's even red 40 in, you know, a lot of animal foods. It's crazy. Yeah, they put euthanized animals. That's where they go.
Not safe, they're close.
It's so messed up. And, like, it sucks because some people can only afford dry food. I used to only be able to afford dry food. That's all I could do. Because my dog would eat, like, so much of it, I thought I was like, oh, I just gotta keep feeding him. It's like, no, the reason why my dog wants all this dry food is because he's freaking starving. Because he doesn't even have his actual normal food. So he's sitting there, like, you know, craving to go kill a rabbit and eat it or something. You know what I mean? It's crazy, bro, what they do. Our food has red 40? Yeah, it does. And it causes behavioral issues. It causes anger. It causes mental instability. And that's just one ingredient. You know how many ingredients are in our food system? Like 100,000 different ingredients. Some of them aren't even digestible. Yep, cancer. All disease is caused by, most of it is caused in the gut. Did you guys know that cancer cannot use fat even close to, like not even relatively close to as efficient as it can use sugar? I think it's sugar can use, I'm sorry, cancer can use sugar as a source of fuel to thrive like 36,000% more efficiently than using fat. And they tell us not to eat fat, but then they shove sugar in our face everywhere we look. I don't know if there's a cure for cancer, but I can tell you that if there's a cure for any of these diseases, it's not some medicine you're gonna go get from the freaking doctor, bro. It's fixing what you're eating. You know what I mean? Like, again, I used to have arthritis. And, like, my joints feel nice. I never thought I would be able to do that. And it's because of changing my diet. They feed chickens. The chickens that die in the pen, they grind them up and feed it back to them. Yep, 100%. You always thought cancer just happened? Well, it doesn't. Cancer does not exist in nature. These diseases do not exist in other life forms. The only way it does is if a human introduces something to that life form that gives it a, like what do you call it? I can't think of the name, but like a disease, basically. Like it makes your body malfunction because it's not natural. So like all these cleaning chemicals and scents, colognes, Febreze, dishwashers, plastic, all of that stuff causes problems. All of it. It doesn't matter if the plastic says BPA, don't put your food on it. Because they're lying to you. Yeah, it doesn't have BPA, but it has freaking 800 other new toxic chemicals that they can just produce at their will. What's up, Knife? You just got here. What's the conversation? Oh, so we're just talking about, like, food and, like, how it affects us and, like, the things that are in our environment that cause disease and stuff. Yep, exactly, Simon. And you know what else they were majorly eating? Meat. They were eating animals. They weren't eating vegetables. Vegetables did not exist until agriculture. Because people wanted to feed their slaves the easiest food possible. Because it's way easier to, you know, make a bunch of vegetables and stuff like that and make them farm it than it is to raise a bunch of cattle. They would still raise the cattle. Again, if we look at ancient civilizations, do you guys know what the churches would eat and what the peasants would eat? The peasants would be forced to eat what was known as goat food, or animal feed, or gruel, or vegetables, or grains, right? You know what all the kings and all of the, you know, heads of the church and the priests and everything were saying? God wants a sacrifice, you know. Come on. Give it up. Give up your sacrifice for God. We need your best cattle. We need your best lamb. We need your best food. We need your untouched fruit. Unblemished food. And then you know what they did? They ate it. That was, that, like, bro. You see what I'm saying? Complete and total manipulation of just everybody. I used to be like I still am to some degree. But like I used to be so manipulated by these like things. You know, people telling me not to eat beef and animal products because it was gonna give me cancer. There's freaking 250 carcinogens in broccoli. But like vegetables aren't even that big of an issue if they're cleanly sourced or grown by yourself and with no pesticides, no GMO. But it's like, you know, we have these people in power that just tell us to eat trash, and the history repeats itself, literally. Like, all of the slaves back in the day would eat the same thing that they tell us to eat the majority of. And again, I don't think carbs are necessarily bad. But it's like, we can't have a carb-based diet as humans. It doesn't work.
He's about to drop.
Do we know? I don't use soap at all, bro. I won't touch soap. I don't use it ever. I just use water. Terminator, I disagree entirely, but that's okay.
You're gonna have to pick me up again.
Oh, that other kid's dead now. That's okay, though. But yeah, I don't agree with that. Our entire environment has been filled with so many toxins that it's impossible to say that.
Oh, fucking hell.
For a very long time. If you want to kill bees, all you have to do is use dish soap and water. Exactly. Literally. That's all you have to do to kill a freaking bee. Bees are pretty strong, you know what I mean? It's not like they're just these little weak things. Life is not weak, no matter if it's an ant. Ants are so strong, it's incredible. Yeah, 100%, Plum. They're definitely gonna taste different, because, like...
I have a respawn beacon if you want to grab that.
But, like, the thing is they only tell us these things, so you have to freaking Go take all of their medicine that makes freaking 500 more problems every time you take a pill. It's crazy. It's all band-aids. And if everyone's eating the right diet, if everyone's eating the right diet, then, you know, not that many people are going to be sick. Of course, people are still going to be sick from environmental, you know, factors, putting our food in plastic, putting our, just exposure to plastic in general, exposure to all the chemicals that are in, you know, basically every single medication, every single supplement, every single shampoo bottle, soap bottle. If you want soap, so there's a common thing in India that they use. It's called a soap berry, I'm pretty sure. And you can just get those, but I don't even use those. And I don't smell either. That's the thing. I just don't use anything other than water, and I smell fine. Never had a problem with it. Some tribe is perfectly on an island, perfectly healthy, eating bugs and fish. Exactly. But yeah, I used to think that cancer just happened too until I did like so much research on all of these things and really looked at what is in my environment and what is it made out of and what does it do and what chemicals do they come in contact with. You know what I mean? Even your keyboard comes in contact with so many chemicals to make it. It's crazy.
Hit the ground and pick up a weapon.
Your mouse. So your mouse has PDFE on the bottom, which contains PFAs, and when you rub it on your mouse pad, it deteriorates over time and goes into the freaking air in your house. You know what I mean? Take on Advil or pain medication? Okay, so let me tell, do you want me to break down the ingredients? By the way, if anyone has any product in their house that they're eating and you want me to like give my take on the ingredients and tell you what's in it, let me know, because I love doing that stuff. I'll sit here and do it all day. So if you got anything, let me know. And I can like maybe give you an alternative as well. So Advil, right? You know how they get that? Advil is based off of DMSO, which is extracted from pine needles, right? But that's illegal for pharmaceutical use in America. So they synthesize it, which they did that on purpose, by the way. It's not like they were just, they lobbied to have that banned.
Attention. Reloading. Took out a lot this time. Down an enemy. That was the last one. Nice work.
Sorry, that took a second. But so Advil, right? To get acetaminophen, which is the active ingredient, which is other ingredients that also cause cancer, like titanium dioxide and all these other things that just don't belong in our body like that. So basically they heat up, they take coal tar from fossil fuels and they heat it up to an extreme temperature until it like separates the acetaminophen, whatever freaking molecule that is, that's in coal tar. Coal tar. That does not belong in our body. That is not normal. That was a close one. And basically, Oh, wait, I'm getting a call. Give me 1 second. But yeah, it's derived from fossil fuels. Acetaminophen is. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's up, Gustavo? Okay, so you said that your chemistry. Okay, this is a Razer Viper V3 Hyperspeed, and it has the battery, but I'm using rechargeable batteries. I don't use the other, like, the disposable ones. Yes, I do know that you can die from taking too many aspirin, Advil, all of that stuff. If you have a headache, right? If you're getting migraines often, I used to have migraines every single day of my life for years, almost. It was crazy. You know what it was? I was eating sugar, processed foods, and not enough animal foods, not enough red meat. I just did not have enough in my diet because I was told it caused cancer. And lo and behold, I start eating a bunch of beef, and I haven't had a headache or a migraine in months. Like, bro, I literally hated my life because of my head just pounding and pounding every single day. My eyes hurt so bad I couldn't even keep them open sometimes. If you guys got headaches, eat some more beef. Incorporate some more red meat into your diet consistently. You don't got to go crazy with it. Just have a little bit of beef, have a little bit of red meat every day or two, I think that would help a lot because I would remember we would go to the store and get beef and we would eat it and be like, wow, we feel so much better. But the internet tells us it's going to raise our cholesterol and cause all these issues. And it's like, well, if I don't eat it, then I'm having even more issues. So, Oh, really? My girlfriend is basically carnivore too. We both are like animal-based diet. And guess what she says? It helped with everything. Every single thing. Migraines, cramps, everything. And you know what they tell you to not eat when you're a woman and you're on your period? You know what they say to stay away from? Red meat. You got it right there. They tell you to avoid it. She eats it, she feels amazing. And it makes you think, you know what I mean? It's like, what the heck? Like, that's crazy. And yeah, maybe women don't need to eat as much steak as men. I could see that being a thing for sure, you know what I mean? But because it adds more blood. I mean, basically, it helps you because obviously women have the blood loss, right? And then the steak has so much nutrients in it that it doesn't really impact you that much because you're not going to get heme iron anywhere else other than the freaking red meat or, there's a little bit in, the other meats, but red meat has the most. And that also can cause, like being anemic. I used to be anemic. If I stood up too fast, I would get dizzy and fall on the floor. One time I woke up, stood up, and passed back out on the ground and woke up and I could not feel my body. I couldn't even move for like a minute. And that was because I wasn't eating beef, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, like any, Advil pain medication, you take too much of that. First of all, it kills your empathy because it doesn't it in your brain, it messes with your brain and how it like connects to empathy. So like if you're eating, Advil every single day, your empathy is going to lower a lot. You have that? Yeah, eat some more beef, bro. Like at least like one meal a day. Me personally, I only eat like one meal a day basically, and it's like a pound or like sometimes it'll be a little less than a pound or maybe more than a pound. It really just depends. I just listen to my body because like my body knows, do I need to eat all of this? Because the thing about beef is that you can't overeat it. Your body will not let you. And you also cannot eat too much fat because your body just won't digest it. You'll just poo it out. You will poo out the fat. It will go straight through you. What happens with sugar? You can eat too much sugar. Your body starts getting freaking all these problems. So it's interesting, right? So you said that the medical store in your town, it has a snake logo inside. He said, do you know why? We didn't. He said, because medicine is like poison if you keep taking it. So that is a good point. So I think what he's referring to is Hermes Trismegistus rod. Which is called the Candicus. So it's a staff carried by Hermes in Greek mythology. That logo, you know, with the snakes twirling around the pole. It's carried by Hermes in Greek mythology. The staff was borne by other heralds like Iris, the messenger of Hera. The short staff is entwined by two serpents, sometimes surmounted by wings. In Roman iconography, it was depicted being carried in the left hand of Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Some accounts assert that the oldest imagery is in Sumerian gods. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, they get influenced. So at one point, religion and science used to be together, but now they're separate. Toxins existed before the creation of our planet? Yeah, 100% they did. But the thing is 99% of the disease that we see nowadays is not natural. That's not a normal thing. Cancer was a very rare thing. Even as early as like 100 years ago. 99% of the people who are getting these diseases are because of medications, food, cleaning products, clothes that have a bunch of toxins, you know, that they use to make them, and just like other chemical, you know, agriculture, chemical agriculture, GMOing, feeding animals the incorrect food, because if you feed something and then it's sick, there's just so many varieties. Like I don't know. I don't know if I can say that, like, yes, there's toxins that exist in nature, but what if our body can't deal with them? Like, what if our body had a set amount of toxins that it can deal with safely, right? But it can't do that since it's overridden by 100,000 other chemicals that are in our environment that are created by humans. You cooked some steaks a few days ago and it was so good you had to have a second one. Yeah, dude, everyone, like, I would say, you know, most people like steak, and it's the healthiest food you can possibly eat, especially if it's raised right and fed grass and not grain, and not put into a feedlot and abused for profit. It's crazy. The thing is, like, you were always shocked, they allow people over 18 to buy cigarettes, but not drugs. They are both dangerous. Well, so now in some states it's 21, but you can buy, the thing is, right? So that's funny you bring that up, because the cigarette industry, like big tobacco, merged with big food, and they helped each other. make food addictive. So cigarettes, right? So we think tobacco is bad because of the but we can't actually tell, right? Because tobacco used to be known as a medicine, but nowadays people put synthetic fertilizers that contain radioactive isotopes that cause cancer all over the body, and they put that in food synthetic fertilizer, and they put it in tobacco's synthetic fertilizer. It's waste. And they put that in the soil. So then when you harvest the tobacco plant, that is most likely inside of the plant itself. It's crazy. So I'm not saying tobacco is good. I quit tobacco like 2 years ago, thankfully. But like, how do we know? We don't. Because let me tell you something else. They put additives in tobacco products that preserve them, that add flavor, sugar. They put high fructose corn syrup in cigarettes, so when you smoke it, you're even more addicted. I remember when I was so addicted to cigarettes, guess what? I got a actual natural cigarette that was just tobacco, and I smoked it, and I'm like, somebody give me a real cigarette. This thing sucks, because I was addicted to the high fructose corn syrup that was in the other cigarettes. It's crazy, bro. And most people don't know that's even in there. Most smokers don't know that the reason why smoking causes diabetes is because they're smoking high fructose corn syrup, the most likely substance to give you diabetes. It's crazy. So, like, I'm not advocating for the use of tobacco by any means, but it's like, how do we even know? We don't. We're just taught things. We're taught things and we trust them because people that are in authority tell us that's the way it is. Also, the votes, so money is actually starting to go down and helping others is actually getting higher. Because money was almost up to 70%. But helping others is getting a lot higher. And I would say that most people that are saying that they want to help others probably want to connect with nature more too, because helping others is connecting with nature. When you help another human, that is nature. When you harm another human, that is not. I should make a legend tier list video because I play all of them. Yeah, I'll do that at some point for sure. That would be fun. After you play Apex, so what do you eat, Plum? What do you normally eat? You can't take back your vote? That's okay. But hey, you know what's important? That your mind was changed about that. That's all that matters. The poll doesn't matter. It's just there to get people to talk about it so I can ask questions and see, you know, if I can give a different perspective to where someone might reconsider their answer. You know? But it's like, it's really fun to talk about these things. And again, I'm glad that you answered honestly so we could have that conversation. And now, if someone offers you $10 million to go punch somebody, you're probably not going to do it. Or even if somebody offers you money and you don't want to do something, but you think you want to do it just for the sake of the money. Now you won't, you know, now you'll rethink and be like, do I actually want to do this thing that somebody's telling me to do? You know? But yeah, I'll make a legend tier list eventually and a weapon tier list. I think it would be really fun to do like a full breakdown on my decisions and why. But yeah, if you like have any video ideas, or if you guys want to see any specific types of like content, let me know, because I'm down to do whatever. Like I have a lot of ideas already too, so you eat some meat mostly for lunch, breakfast, eggs, or salami, toast, and dinner as leftovers. Okay, so what kind of meat do you eat for lunch? Is it lunch meat? I used to eat a lot of lunch meat when I was a kid, but you don't want to eat that, bro. It's bad. Unfortunately, there's people that tell us don't eat meat, and then they have the same brands that carry a bunch of preserved meat in plastic, and it has a bunch of additives in it and flavorings and stuff and sugar. Chicken mostly, or some sort of beef. Yeah, maybe try eating beef a little more often if you can. Like, I would say that everybody probably needs some beef every single day. And maybe that will help with that. Again, I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a nutritionist or anything. I'm just speaking from my experience because I've had these same issues, you know? And I don't want other people to have to, you know, try and go take all these medications and all these supplements and all these things because they don't work. They're temporary band-aids. Also bread itself could be making you tired as well, because bread converts. So when you eat bread in your body, it converts to, like, one slice of bread I think is about 4 tablespoons of sugar. Which is insane. I used to like bread, but I can't eat it anymore. But yeah, it's just things to consider, you know? Maybe if you're drinking soda or fruit juice or anything like that, just drink water instead. You eat a lot of bread? Yeah. So what's funny is, right, you'll actually be less hungry if you cut out the bread. If you want carbs, just have some like non-sweet fruits, like squash or something like that. Like a spaghetti squash or an avocado, or, you know, something like that, along with your beef. Plantains, those are another good one. Cucumber. If you like potatoes, sweet potatoes are better than normal potatoes. The normal potatoes contain more toxins. I wouldn't eat beans. Beans contain tons of lectins. What else? I'm trying to think. You only drink water? That's good. The food you eat mostly requires bread. Nothing requires bread. Nothing. You can just eat beef by itself. When I eat ground beef, I put salt on it, and it's just beef and salt. That's all I eat. I'll put an egg on top of it. Eat that. But yeah, there's like no food ever requires bread at all. You're just taught that it requires bread because it's gonna keep you unhealthy, basically. Howdy, Poo Chunk. What's up, Italy? You need bread? No, you don't. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't eat bread. I can't eat bread. If I eat bread, I get my arthritis back. If I eat bread, I get even more hungry. If I eat bread, my stomach is destroyed because it's not human food. Bread is not a human food. It's grains, which are seeds. grains are actually seeds. Yeah, see? Exactly. So she said, I thought I needed rice because I'm Asian. I used to make those same excuses. I'm like, oh, my culture, I'm Italian, I gotta have these. No, I freaking don't. I don't need these things that they've convinced, are quote unquote culture foods. Like, yeah, the art of it is cool. The fact that people can like make all these different things out of food is cool. But it's like there is like a very short list of things that are actually human food because you aren't supposed to be able to get sick from eating food. Nothing else in nature does that. There's not a single animal that, well, so there's one, which is the koala. But I don't know what happened there, honestly. Like, that has to have been, like, caused by humans somehow. Like, there's no way that that's normal. But, yeah, you don't need bread. Bread converts to about I think it's 4 teaspoons. It's either 4 teaspoons or tablespoons of sugar in your blood. When you eat 1 slice of bread, it's like you're eating 4 teaspoons of sugar. Because it converts in your body into sugar. But yeah, I used to think I needed to eat spaghetti because I'm Italian. I used to think, oh, I better eat, potato and leek soup because I'm Irish. As amazing as that tastes. Like my favorite soup ever. I choose not to eat it because it makes me sick. Oh, I know it is. That's literally my favorite soup ever. My favorite soup ever is potato and leek soup. But I think, selective breeding has probably ruined potatoes. I don't think they were like how they were back in the day at all. Way to pick your specialty. Well, yeah, I was using it as an example because that is one of my favorite foods, and like Irish would eat the potato and leek soup. I wonder if what's an alternative to potatoes that we could make a soup out of that's a fruit? Do you think plantain and leek soup? Because I'm not like opposed to leeks or some onions, but some onions give me migraines. The guy that says you learn 1,000 things every day, you've learned 1,000,000, that's hilarious. I'm glad. But make sure to do your own research too, though, as well. Leeks take a while to prep too? Yeah. Uh-huh, sand and dirt in there. Leeks are also, like, less strong than, like, onions. Like, they have, like, a different, like, flavor. So I wonder if they would, like, give me headaches or not. You know what we can have, though, Pooh? Is butternut squash soup. Beetroot? Let me see what beetroot is. I actually don't know what that is. But yeah, you really don't need bread. Bread was a starvation food. Vegetables, too, were typically starvation foods. Fruit and meat were like the prized possessions. Literally. Like so many like civilizations would like all of the slaves would eat bread. The peasants, peasant bread. Literally, there is a bread called peasant bread. I used to love it. All the slaves would eat, bread and grains and vegetables, and they would call it, they would like make fun of the people and call them goats and like all these other like animals, and like, you know, do all these things. And then those same people, the kings sitting in their giant castle, guess what they would have? A giant feast of freaking literally basically dairy, meat, and fruit. I'm sure they had a bunch of other things in there too, but it was probably like only the highest quality stuff. And then, uh, you know, obviously back then stuff wasn't like just filled with chemicals. Let's see. Beetroot soup. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's a Polish dish. I'm actually Polish as well. So there are beets in the wild, but the cultivated beets, I don't think I want to eat those. Yeah, I don't know. It says eating a high intake of beetroot. Um, a high intake of beetroot can lead to low blood pressure and digestive problems for anyone with a sensitivity to the nutrients. What does that even mean? Sensitivity to the nutrients? That's weird. Squash soup is really good. So beetroot is a vegetable though. I can't really do vegetables though. I can eat non-sweet fruits like squash. You know, squash is a fruit. Well, the thing is yeah, I mean I get what you're saying, but it's just like, you know, we're told a lot of things are healthy, you know. Mhm. I need to go get water really quick. Actually, I have to go feed Beanie too. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Beanie did all the tricks, and then once I set down the food, he didn't even look at it. He was just still staring at me because he realized I didn't put nutritional yeast on it. And then as soon as I went to turned around to like open the cabinet and get the nutritional yeast, he did his little his meow purr yell thingy. He is so stinky. I know, it's insane. He unplugged my monitor yesterday twice. Someone's crunching on something. What are we crunching on? Huh?
Oh my god, no shots, the same guy I just played with?
What? I haven't played a game in like 30 minutes. I've been sitting here doing nothing. Like what? I was not. This guy is trolling. How was I on his team? I wasn't even in here.
I'm the jump master. There's a path.
I said, what are we crunching on?
Of cat and mouse. You're the mouse.
Bro, why are you like 80?
Can you answer my question first?
Dropping in.
You're in view of the enemy.
You sound funny as hell.
There's nothing.
He's eating the stinky food. That's why he's not answering. He sees the beef clan tag. I'm just kidding. Need the crunch on beef bones? I know. I wonder what he's eating. Again, I don't judge anybody for eating whatever they want. I don't blame anybody. How did I click that?
First blood.
We're already in the next ring. I need a hop up. Boost the loader.
I found an extended energy magazine. Level 2.
I could use that.
Oh, thank you, Plum. I just saw that.
Sentinel here.
Yeah, we hit 1,800 subs. That's pretty crazy. I think this is the most subs I've ever gotten in a month, too.
Mozambique here.
What the heck? I did not mean to do that.
My ultimate's charged. Go. Let's go here.
Tower for us.
Wait, I thought there was a jump pad on this side. I was gonna hit the jump pad and then go back up there.
Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
Let's go over there.
With me tonight.
Alright, I need to get out of silver. Let's go get some KP. Hey, I'm 80 years old, but I made it over that wall and you didn't. You gotta eat more beef.
That might be true, that might be true.
We're scattered. Come on. I don't bite.
He's gonna
Do more
consider it
push-ups, I
now.
guess.
Yep, and eat some beef and eggs. Don't eat that rabbit food. See, that guy eats rabbit food. That's why he lost. To an 80-year-old schizophrenic old man.
Enemy taken
I meant to say, I didn't mean to say schizophrenic. I meant to say, what is the other word? I can't remember.
No shot, bro.
Damn it, I'm in trouble.
Conduit's a bullet.
What the heck? I guess our lifeline's not rezzing our Loba. Dag Nabbit's a whole nother team. Losers, losers.
Broken. Enemy down. Need to recharge my shields. An enemy shield. Upgrades waiting for me.
What a rat, loser.
Nice try, Pops.
He said, nice try, Pops. That's so funny. I gotta clip that. Dementia? No, that wasn't it either. I can't remember the word for it. It's like... Let me look it up. Oh yeah, geriatric. That's the word. Geriatric.
All that matters, being the last one alive.
It just means old person, basically.
Resourceful, relentless. All these things and more.
It's 4:30 a.m.? That's crazy. Pick an old legend. I feel like Fuse or... Fuse is such an... Like, I have seen, like, older... Like, the majority of the older people I see that play this game play Fuse or Ballistic. Alright, where are we dropping to? Poo Chunk, I got into a game and someone was doing an old man voice before I started doing it. And then I was just doing it. I was like, there's no way someone's doing that. And, like, freaking... It was really funny. He ended up leaving the game randomly, but, like, yeah, he was doing an old man voice. And he was like, telling me to get off the game, but I don't wanna. Like, that's literally what he was doing when I loaded into the game. And then it was so funny. He was like pretending to talk to somebody in the background, but he like it actually sounded like an old man. So like, honestly, it could have actually been a real one. I don't know. I don't know if I actually sound like an old man in game or not. But some people get like, some people think that I am actually that old. Like that last guy, I think he actually kind of thought that I was that old. At least for a portion of time. Oh yeah, yesterday, Pooh, there was this guy that was like yelling at me to stop running around in the water. And I was like, but I'm playing in the water. And I was like running around and like splashing in the water, like basically telling all the teams where I was. It was so funny. In ranked as well. But we still went positive, so. Ballistic. What's up, Lincoln? How are you doing? Yeah, people do act like they're main characters. It's pretty funny because people are more likely to pick a character that like that they can relate to in a way, basically. In general, though, because some people pick characters, you know, if they're good. You know what I mean? But what's up, Cooper? Thank you. I appreciate it. How's it going, Lincoln?
Extended heavy magazine here. Level 2.
Package over there.
Oh yeah, here's the new skin, by the way. It's I don't have obviously any kills, so it just looks default, but hey, slow it down, man. Wait on the team. We're not with you. Not everybody's as quick as you, Revenant. Oh, there's a TTV on my team. I wonder if they're streaming and they're probably like, what the heck? Mirage mains or Mirage IRL? They really are. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. It kind of makes you think, why is that though? What is causing that? Has marketing got so good that they can force people to kind of fall within like a certain category, basically? You see what I'm saying? Like programming, basically. What the heck? They're on me. I need help. They're all weak. Every last one of them. You've been here for 5 hours? Really? That's crazy. I didn't even realize I've been streaming that long, actually. What? You wanna run away now after you bring all the teams over here? Let's take them out. What did that guy say? I didn't hear him. What did he say? Oh, he's over here. I knocked like 20 people. I need help. I need help, Captain. You gotta get over here, man. Come on. Let's get him. He's weak. Swap, kill that guy. Stinky caustic fart. Be careful, there's caustic farts over here. It's one shot. Yep, that was him right there.
Focus. Do not let them best you again.
I appreciate it, Lincoln. Yeah, I try to stream every day. Sometimes it's at different times, but I just try to be on whenever I can be.
Patching myself up.
But maybe you could turn notifications on. Maybe that would help. I don't really know, actually. But yeah, I've been on all of these past days, actually. I'm gonna use my portal.
Pushing a tunnel.
Oh, they're on the zip line. See those kids that are rats that sit at the top of them.
Portal placed. Enemy shield broken. Enemy down. Reloading.
I need help! I need help! They're gonna rest! They're in the bathroom! They're in the bathroom! I know it! I saw them! I saw them! Get him, Revenant! Hey, where's our other teammate at, man? Come on! We go, teach him a lesson.
Boss may be watching. Can't let him down.
Ah, man, good try. That is so stinky. You have to finish a 300-page book in 2 days? Nah, you got that for sure. If you can play games for 8 hours, you can read a book for 8 hours, you know? You can do it. I would just start on it as soon as you can, and yeah.
Either you're with me or you're against me, or you're with me and against me, because, I'll be honest, that happens sometimes.
Prepared and ready.
Be good sports and don't die too quick, eh? Access denied.
I went back and looked at that guy's stream, and it literally sounds like an angry dog is screaming in the mic, but like you can hardly hear me. It's so funny though.
Say the same. Here we go. You're in view of the enemy.
Well, I said that I used to play PUBG. I don't play PUBG anymore. My favorite game besides Apex is Fallout New Vegas.
Wrong choice.
Fallout New Vegas or Skyrim. Those are really good games.
Firing.
Ah, man.
Party inside.
He's free. Galore.
Patching myself up. Patching myself up. I leveled up.
I call you a heck. But hecks are useful.
E2020 here.
Okay, I need to bind. I need to bind a key to a different bind to where I can press it on my mouse. So I think I'll do the middle mouse or something. Really? I feel like the sooner you get sleep, the better though, you know? I mean, it's up to you, of course, but... Hey, helping others is going up more. That's awesome. That's so cool to see. 49% for money now. It's still going down.
I'm the jump master.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'm only do. You, poor little plonker. Never had a chance.
I'm tired of hearing that.
You, poor little plonker. Never had a chance.
What's going on
Except
over
for that one
here?
time, so you screwed that up.
Just what the world needs.
Here we go. Ready up.
Money can't buy happiness? You can't believe money is so high? Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, like, that's just the way that the world makes people think, though. Like, it's not anybody's fault, you know? It's just, like, people... Like, the system of money makes people think that way. Ah, dang it, I don't have a gun! I got a gun now! I'm gonna get him!
Enemy down.
Engineer, where you are! Engineer, where you are! Get off of the zip line! Dang it!
IMC military training in my blood, and that's what you show up with?
If you think about it, money can buy happiness. I mean, yeah, but it's just like, you know, what's up, Eightster? How it's going? Or how are you going? I can't even talk. Holy crap. How are you doing? You can buy things that make you happy? Not really, though. Because once you buy something that makes you happy, so let's say you buy a... You buy a mouse that makes you happy, right? But once you get used to the mouse, you're not even gonna, like, it's just whatever. You know, it's like when you buy your phone, you know? For the first few weeks, you, like, baby it. And then the next thing you know, you're just throwing it on your bed because you're just like, okay, I have a phone. A year goes by, oh, I need a new phone. You know what I mean? Or I want a new phone.
What up?
Let's land here. Okay. Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
Money can buy you temporary happiness. That's it.
I just, it's not a big thing.
Don't mock me.
They ulted soon? He's coming, he's coming.
15, 30. Oh, these niggas are 15.
He's one shot. He's one shot. I see him.
You're
He's
lying,
one
bro.
shot. He's one shot. I saw him. He's running away. It's a fusee. It's a fusee. I saw him.
Rainbow harvesters are now available.
Found some extra supplies here. Time to stock up.
Another level, another upgrade. Got my upgrade. Let's see where it takes me. Champion eliminated.
That champion didn't really intimidate me.
There's a team on me. Somebody help.
Coming.
Hey, I need help. He's weak. He's weak. I hit him 63 right in his buck tooth. That guy's almost cracked too. Maggie, Mad Maggie.
Who's behind you, bro?
Two of them are low.
Oh my god, I got
Oh,
both of them,
two
bro.
of them. What's up, Sinatra? GG's. Wait, were you on my team at one point? Yeah, that'll teach him never to push again and to sit in the corner with his controller from now on. Last match? That's hilarious. Yeah, I just try to troll as many as people as possible. I used to do this stuff when I was like really little, and I like kind of forgot about it because it's like really troll, you know. And some people, like when I first I would like randomly try to do it a few times, and then people would just like insult me basically, and then I'm just like, well, like I don't really care, you know what I mean? But I decided to just keep doing it, and yeah, it turns out a lot of people think it's funny, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Yo, Tipper, someone's gonna knock you over if you're knocking over something as good as a candle, you piece of junk. Teach him not to do that again. That guy's name was Cow Tipper. Don't tip a cow. Sounds like someone that smokes 5 packs a day. I know, right? I appreciate it, Sinatra. GG's as well. Money can make you happy in life. You can't buy cars. I don't care about cars. What's a car gonna do for me? All a car does is, it's basically a subscription service for repairs and gas and, you know, all those things when you really think about it, right? So the reason why cars are glorified is because they make a lot of money, right? And the way that the roads are designed in America are purposefully terrible, so you have to use cars 99% of the time to get anywhere, or it's extremely dangerous. Technically, we shouldn't need vehicles at all. We should have good public transportation, and then we don't need them. You know what I mean? You know how many cars I see? Dude, everybody has a car. Everybody has a car, and that does not make them happy. You know what I mean? That's not gonna, it's not gonna, you know, doesn't do much.
I should have just part was
Yeah, walkable cities would be amazing.
killed them, bro.
Also, wait, were you saying money eightsters, as in that's what you picked? So you picked money over helping others? So you would rather take money than help somebody. Why is that? Think about that. Who taught you that that is the way to go?
I wasn't born to be subtle. We will defeat all of our enemies.
Dang it, somebody took fuse.
Somebody's always taking my main character fuse. What a shame.
Literally, this hair, this face. I mean, come on.
How are you doing, Sal, by the way? Sounds good, Pooh.
I'm the jump master. This time. Let's land here.
Yep.
Can't I?
Move there, team.
Here we go. Ready up.
See, I forgot where we were going. That's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Where are the people? I don't see a single whippersnapper around here. Oh, I hear him now.
Lucky us, we are already inside the ring.
Let's go teach him a lesson or two.
First blood. Game bloody on.
Imagine doing this in Pred lobbies? That would be funny. I should have done it, honestly, when I was in Pred. I was too busy sweating, though.
I need help. Somebody help me. There's too many of them in here.
Imagine a grandpa playing Apex. I know, right? You don't even have to imagine. I am right now.
Enemy here. Frag out. Giving my
Throwing off stuff.
Come on, let's go teach him a lesson in here. One's knocked. He's knocked. New team, I'm a swap, hurry, hurry,
yes, we're within a kill here.
over here.
I'm repairing myself. Healing up. You'll be right. Incoming care package.
Got a load of weenies, let's go around.
I'll walk it off.
Let's explore this way.
Looks like they're scared of you, Fusey. You hit him with too many knuckle clusters.
Hostile spotted.
I know, right? That would be so funny.
Then we gotta get them quick while they have a disadvantage. catalyst is almost cracked.
Dragon, thank you for banning the bot.
It's a TTV, somebody teabag him. Hurry. Fuse, you better start teabagging that guy right now. Right now.
Recharging shields.
This upgrade should help. Energy ammo here.
Recharge. I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on. Recharge.
What's up, Doge? They've been pretty good, not bad at all. I dropped the 6K today earlier. Now I'm just doing an old man voice to troll people. What's my favorite gun? Honestly, I like all the guns in the game other than like LMGs, except for like sometimes I'll use the L-Star. But yeah, I guess I kind of like everything. I guess like the flatline. Probably the flatline, wingman, PK. I can't really make a decision in between a lot of those anyways.
Alright, let's sneak up on him. Wait, slow down, Fusey. We gotta sneak up on. Oh, he sees me, he sees me. Get wrapped. Some Fusey, he's right on you, he's right on you. You got it right there, right? He's right there. He's in the box.
Enemy down.
He's running. We gotta chase him over here.
Deploying a respawn beacon. Recharging shield.
He's hiding. It's a mirage. They always hide in corners. Mirages are such rat players. They keep hiding. Oh, we have a mirage. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Replicator coming down.
Rampart? Yep, it was a rampart. I mean, not mirage. Not one of those players.
Really, Doge? Nice, you got this. Keep grinding. Sounds good. Lincoln, have a good one. So I don't go to the gym, but I do push-ups and, like, calisthenic workouts. I would recommend doing those over, basically. Because, like, weights, like, the strain that it puts on your body is really weird, and, like, our bodies aren't used to that. Like, when you hold a weight, it's, like, very unnatural, and you, like, grasp it very hard. As opposed to, like, if you're just doing something with your body instead, like, it's much better for your body overall. But honestly, like, going to the gym is probably better than not doing anything at all, but that's just my opinion, though. Like, that's the way that I see it. I know that everybody doesn't see it that way, but I feel like you'll be a lot stronger, though, if you do calisthenics instead. Because, like, you work out everything instead of just focusing on one spot and, like, wearing it out, if that makes sense. And also, like, I feel like it's hard to consistently go to the gym. Like, it shouldn't be hard to consistently get exercise, because that's, like, all humans should, like, kind of be doing. You know, like, obviously, like, humans would have downtime in, like, a natural environment, but a lot of the times they'd be, you know, picking up wood and rocks and, you know, all this stuff. But that the way you hold like the way you hold a log or like a rock is like way different than how you would hold a weight, even if it's the same weight. You know what I mean? It puts like a weird kind of strain on your body.
Ah, dang it, he's a rat. I've been in a corner.
Yeah, go to get some sleep, Plum, for sure. Really, Doge? That's good. Nice.
There was only one path to avoid this.
Well done, Nabbit.
Stay home.
Good game, everybody.
I have reached the maximum level. Acceptable. Mobile respawn beacon here. Shield battery here.
Shield that extended heavy mag. Helmet over here.
Is it Vanessa Potato? Is that how you say your name? I'm super bad at pronouncing stuff. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Been putting the bomb in bombastic since 20 got ignited.
Wow, few stream sniped me and then took my character again.
We're a team.
So I'm not a grandpa? No. That's so funny. I'm basically just trolling for YouTube videos. But it is my voice, though. I'm not using like a voice changer or anything.
Checkmate. If you need my strength, stand into the fray, y'all. Let's start our win here.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
Why am I lagging?
Rampage here.
Attention. First blood.
Here to save the day with extra supplies. Looks like someone was faster to fight and snagged first blood. Havoc here.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Nemesis here.
We're already in the ring. Mira, someone's out there. They're far.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Reloading. Reloading. Throw an arc star. Reloading. The champion just
so laggy. What's up, Dragon? You saw how laggy this is, bro? Also, look, I got the skins. However, I inspect. Oh yeah, I forgot I put my push to talk on there. The thing by the zip line? Wait, what thing? The freaking Mirage cleanse? Is that what you mean? Or I was like getting stuck? I did clip it though, so we can go back and look at it.
Got a helmet here, amigos. Level 3.
Just got this area.
Wait, what?
Hands off, that's a frizzy for Fusey.
Throwing
Maybe, I'm not sure. We'll see. How are you doing, Muffin, by the way? I can't remember if I asked or not. What's up, Glitzy?
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Survey beacon over there.
Dude, it's so lag. Playing some quads? Nice. That's what I'm doing too, actually.
Let's go teach them a lesson. It's too laggy. It looks like Photoshop or whatever, PowerPoint.
Always said finish what you started. I'm sorry you didn't, but I did.
Dude, it's so laggy. Look at that.
Ego beacon. GG's.
Bro, why was that lobby was so laggy, it didn't even make sense. I'm gonna restart my game just in case, because that was bad. Octane gameplay? Yes. I can't remember if I was playing Octane much yesterday either. I think I was playing mainly Horizon yesterday, actually. Horizon and Wraith. Yep. Okay, that's what I was thinking, that it was the Mirage cleanse when they were on the zip, like when I looked down and shot my shotgun. But it's actually so funny because That was like the laggiest zip line I've ever seen in my life, bro. Do we waste my Apex coins or save them for the next battle pass? Because, like, I don't know if they're gonna... I feel like they're probably not gonna do another free battle pass next season if I had to guess. They'll probably do something else for free, though. I'd imagine. Waste them? Yeah, I just... See, the thing is I don't spend money in this game anymore. So, like, everything I get, I craft. So, like, let's say if I get this and they don't have, the free battle pass next season, then, you know. Or, I mean, like, okay, so the thing is like, if I buy this, then I don't get the next battle pass, this next split, unless it's free, or, unless it's free, excuse me. Or I'm able to spend my coins on it, like, from this battle pass, because, like, yeah, I'm not spending money on this game anymore, bro. Not after what they did to Apex Mobile. That was actually when I stopped even considering spending money on this game. Was after Apex Mobile, they shut it down right after people just, like, spent a bunch of money, basically, on it. So, like, it would not surprise me if EA did the same thing for this game, because they legally can do that. Because it's in their terms of service that they can shut down the game whenever they want, basically, so... It's pretty deceptive and cringe, but... Hello, Basto. How about you eat poo, bro? Yeah, that makes sense, Glitzy, for sure. Uh-huh. Like, I think battle passes are good, especially because, you know, it allows people to get a wide variety of items for, you know, about the same cheaper than one skin in this game. That's the whole appeal. Yeah.
Right, I need a lot of kills this game, so let's get it together. That's my shotgun.
I cannot slide.
It wasn't a shotgun, dang it.
Bro, I can't slide. Oh, yeah. Valorant's skin prices are crazy, bro. But think about it, right? Just because something is overpriced doesn't mean other things also still aren't overpriced, you know? But yeah, Valorant, like, bro. It's crazy how expensive that stuff gets. Especially compared to something like a Battle Pass. That game has Battle Passes too. But the skin quality is way worse than the Battle Passes. Does it make my throat hurt? Sometimes. Oops. Hello? Yeah, so like sometimes it does hurt if I like it hurts if I do it for too long. I don't know why I medkitted there as an octane. I'm not really paying attention, honestly. That's funny. Oh my, what is that? No. That's funny. Wait, so what is that poo exactly? Uh-huh, exactly, Glitzy. That's crazy how it's still like that. Do I have an account in Apex Mobile? Not anymore, because they shut it down. But I did. I didn't, like, have any skins or anything. I think I got, like, free skins on there somehow, but... yeah, they shut that game down. Right after launching an Octane Heirloom, they shut the game down after people bought their skin. Isn't that crazy? It was like one last ditch effort to like scam everybody. I don't know why I keep getting kicked out. Wait, so what was the issue, Dragon? I do want to hear. They're mysteries based on the Bible, glorious, luminous, joyful, and sorrowful. Oh, I see. I don't know how I feel about that, though. But I don't, like, I think if, like, I don't think people should, like, purposefully stay in poverty if you don't have to, because the thing is like money doesn't exist in nature anyways, though. Yeah, that's not what it means, but it can lead people to think, like, you know, I don't know.
Bro, how many of you were looking at her ass just then when she was grabbing that shit? Oh, I'm looking.
Sounds like you need to eat more beef and stop eating processed junk because it melts your brain cells off.
Sounds like you're on some of this milk. Fuck.
What did you say?
I don't live in America, so I'm actually pretty good.
It doesn't matter where you live, idiot.
I live in New Zealand. We have the best beef in the world.
Well, you do got good beef there, that's true.
We got great beef.
Grass-fed and finished. Give me some of that beef.
My cat eats a veal every morning.
That's awesome.
Little baby cows. Chews on little baby cows' flesh every morning.
That's good for it.
How's the ping? Ping's fine. Ping's over 230 ping.
Enemy landed near me.
Ain't that much, that's only half of my age.
Fluctuates.
I need help, there's too many people.
Bro, why is that not hitting?
It sounds like it hurt.
You said what hurts?
Well, you see, Bastel, because if I tell somebody to eat beef and they say that they do, I still win. Because I told him to eat beef and then he said he eats beef. So technically, I still win.
I'll lose bad. Good. One more.
guy's using that hat they're using. I knew it. He's cheating. He's cheating. I knew it. I knew it. Keep hobble crawling away. I'm 74 years old, doofus.
Alright, tell me about
I'm healthy.
The
The war of where?
Gallipoli.
You said where?
Gallipoli.
Gallipoli's nuts.
Shit.
Gallipoli. The war of Gallipoli.
Couldn't hear shit over
Gallipoli's
that geezer talking.
Hey.
He tried to get me with one of those stupid whatever jokes, but I got him first. Oh, I see, Pooh. Okay. Well, I'm not really doing that. I was like, I just won't give my opinion on it, but that's okay. But like, I don't know. If like, usually anything that gets like brought up in my chat, I want to like voice my opinion about because it's like not worth holding my opinion back. If that makes sense. But but I agreed that it goes well with the poll, though. It's just hard for me to remember that the way that you interpret these things are not the way that I see that other people interpret them. Does that make sense?
What? That felt so personal. Are we friends now?
But I agree that those are the joyful fruits are good.
Let's land there. Unless anyone has thoughts on our first play. Jumping! Remember to keep your mouth closed for bugs.
Two other squads dropping with us.
True, Glitzy. I'm just messing with people anyways, though. Being a troll. No, you actually didn't get me, Bastel.
Chase him, get him, Bangalore. Behind you. Behind you, Bangalore. Turn around, Bangalore. He's behind you. It's another squad. Help. 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 We gotta push him. He trapped him in here. I'm too old to win stuff like this. You guys abandoned me. I'm coming, just give me one moment. Rage quitter, what a loser. Ah, dad, nah, but I was too worried about my teammate leaving.
So you got an so you have an HP printer that you bought years ago, so HP only sells inflated full spectrum cartridges for your printer. And you can't get cheap black ink cartridges. And their only other option is a subscription, so you pay $3 a month and they provide with the cartridge. Sounds like a good deal. You didn't pay the subscription 1 month and they shut your printer down. You couldn't even use it until you paid the subscription. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life, bro. That is actually just full on stupid. Why is that even allowed? The Logitech sub mice? Oh yeah, they're gonna do it. People are gonna stop buying it, you know what I mean? What's up, Apex man? Oh, I'm doing it on purpose. It does make it easy, I agree. Yeah, I guess the interpretation doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't see those type of things the same way, but that's okay. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm confused, I guess. I don't know. It's just like I can't voice my opinion on that because I don't want you to get upset at me. But also, like, since it's being brought up, I also want to talk about it, but I can't. Does that make sense? I'm not... Wait. I mean, yeah, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I do to a degree, but, like, I don't know. That gives me a bad feeling. Like, I didn't know that was a thing, but, like, when poverty is mentioned in that, like, context there, that just gives me a bad feeling. And I don't know. Like, I feel like... I'm not even gonna say it, honestly. It doesn't even matter, to be honest. I think I'm like plat 3s, eh? I'm glad you find it funny, Apex, man. The software companies, yep, Adobe and all them started this, and then Tesla followed, and then the other car companies, and now the parking lot companies, and now they want to make mice that require a subscription. Like, bro. They're gonna normalize it until people are just, you know, okay, sounds good. Can you explain more, Pooh? Because I don't know. I don't understand. And I want to understand, though, from, like, that perspective. Even, no, I don't know.
I'm the jump master. Vámonos. Yeah.
It shows that money is not the source of happiness. Okay, so can I tell you what I thought when that was brought up from my, like, instinct and intuition? Because I agree 100% with that. And I agree that it goes well with the concept I'm talking about. It's not clear to me because I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, if it was clear to me, I would understand. But like, it's not your fault that I'm not understanding it. It's my fault. Does that make sense? Like, it's not your fault, and it's not because of, like, short messages or anything like that. It's just, I don't understand. Until you explain that. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna, like, give my opinion on it. Because I know you're not gonna agree with it anyways, or, like, what my instinct tells me about that. Like, I'm not gonna mention. But
and it should not take that long at all to get in that.
It's just like I can't really have conversations about any of that without my instinct telling me that there's stuff wrong and then me speaking about it. I can't help it. But I agree that that does go well with the poll, and I kind of get what you were saying though. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just really hard for me to have conversations about like religious topics and then like not offend anybody. You know what I mean? And like, or like speak on like my opinions of these like certain things. But again, I agree with what you said though. Really, bro? Like, well, the source of that information is from a religious context. You know what I mean? Like, it would be the same if I was like, you know, like I brought up something that I found was like, I don't know, just a random example, like from any other thing. Like if I were to bring that up, like it would still be in a religious context because that's the, like, it's like the source material of it. You know what I mean?
Becomes relative.
But again, I agree with like what you're saying though, now that I like get it more. I don't know, so like just the way that I like I don't know, the way that I look at that when that's mentioned is like, you know, these people are saying, oh, you know, like it's joyful to be impoverished when those are the people who want you to be impoverished. So, like, I don't know. Those are the people who, like, made financial systems. So it's like... But I don't need to know the context, though. That's the thing. Like, because... To me, like, it doesn't matter what is written anywhere. Like, it's not gonna change anything. Because, like, the way that I view that is if something... I can't word it in a way that's just, like, not offensive. Like, I wish I could, but I can't. I don't know how. What's up, Anti? How are you doing? It's intellectually dismissive? It's not, though, because I don't believe, and I know that certain things should not be taken literally. And then also, like, these other, like, I don't know. It's just, like, I don't subscribe to, I don't know. This is why I hate talking about religion. Like, you know, like, it still gets brought up in chat, but, like, if it's somebody where, like, it's not that I don't care if I hurt other people's feelings, but I especially don't want to hurt yours. You know what I mean? So, like, it's impossible to talk about it. There's nothing I can contribute to the conversation because all of my views are the exact opposite. Basically. And it's not even that they're opposite. It's just, like... My views dismiss all religious texts for their literal meanings. Does that make sense? So, like, I can't, like... I don't know, I just, like, can't look at it. I can't hear about it without talking about what my instinct says about those things. But that doesn't mean that they're, like, you know, bad or not helpful for people. But, like, for me, it's just, and I don't know, my purpose is not for that.
Care package coming in.
Care package over there. Care package over there. Not safe, they're close.
So it makes it, like, really, really hard to talk about. Like, yesterday, for example, I was, like, talking about how we need to, like, go back to nature and stuff. And, like, someone came in here and told me that I will bow on my knee to Jesus and how I need to repent. Like, but yet they were the one who brought up the topic. You see what I mean? So, like, it's impossible for me to talk about these things. I can't do it if... Does that make sense? Well, it's because I'm not explaining to you what my instinct tells me about that because I don't want to start an argument. You see what I mean? But simultaneously, I can't, like, I can't not comment on it to a degree if it's a topic being brought up that I feel strongly about. Does that make sense? Yeah, I agree, Avisu. But, like... I don't know. Like, this is why I just prefer to just to keep it out, unless it's, like, a random person that comes in here and is, like, talking about it. Because then I can speak my opinion without worrying about offending anybody. Because I don't care if I offend random people. Because I can't help that I do that. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's beliefs offend another person's beliefs. Everybody's. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's like, I don't know. It's just like something I can't relate to at all, either. But, like, it sucks because I love talking to you about literally everything. But it's just this one topic that it never works out when we talk about it. And it's not your fault and it's not my fault. It's the nature of how different all of these belief systems are. And, like, my beliefs are, like, not even, like, a belief system, really. And I know you seem, like, very untrusting of people, but it's like, I don't know, once you see enough of what these people have done, like, I'm not even referring to that, just, like, people that are in power. It's like, how can we even trust a word that they tell us, you know? But I know that you weren't, like, making it a religious topic, basically, but it was like... Okay, so let me kind of, like, put you in my position, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, like... I don't know, I can't even think of something, but... If I were to bring something, like, let's say what you said was in, like, a different religious text or something that, like, is complete opposite of yours that you don't agree with. And then I bring it up, then, like, you know, like, it's gonna make you not, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not that I don't want to talk to you about it, it's just, I don't know. You learned it from Google? You're so funny. Well, then I would still give you the same, like, I would still have the same instinctual response, you know what I mean? Well, that's the thing, because, like, and people have been doing this to me recently. I'm not saying that you're doing this on purpose or anything, like, that's not what I'm saying. But, like, people... like, come in here and, like, kind of, like, bring up topics, and then when I voice my opinion about it, they, like, kind of, like, I'm not saying you're getting mad at me or anything, because I know that you're not, but, like, they'll get mad at me, and then, you know, tell me I'm wrong, or, like, you know, all these different things, and then, or just, like, be surprised when I give my opinion on it, even though that it's, like, it's not like it's out of context. It's still in context, but it's like, I don't know. Well, that's fine. We can just leave it at that then. But, like, again, I agree that the similarity in between the two is, like, it's a parallel. Yeah, I probably did. I missed the point of a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Every time I'm ever in a conversation and someone's like, oh, how did we get to this subject? It's because of me. Literally every single time almost. Because I don't know. I do like to yap, but it's like, that's the way... like, my brain works, and I, like, I can't help that. I can't help my instinctual response to these things that make me want to yap about it. Does that make sense? You're gonna keep it real? You don't believe in Darwin's theories? If you think you're an ape, that's on you. Didn't he have more theories than just us coming from apes, though? I don't think we came from apes. Maybe there was other, like, hominid species that eventually evolutioned into a human, but, like, a modern-day human, but they were still humans. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a possibility, but I don't think we came from a literal ape. No way. I don't know if, like, his theory... Does his theory actually say that, like, we came from monkeys? Like, apes? Or was it, like... hominid species that existed before the modern human. I don't know anything about Darwin's theory. Hello, Crunker. Yap, pneumatic, stinky. But yeah, Pooh, it's just like really hard because... Yeah. I don't even know what that is, Glitzy. That's funny, though.
Don't worry about ring fry. We're in the next ring.
Reached a new level. I've got an upgrade waiting.
But yeah, I go on for years about stuff. Like, my like, thought processes are, like, very sporadic, because I try to, like, put everything, like, tie everything together somehow. Or, like, you know, see how it ties together, so then it makes my, like, thought processes to other people seem, like, very sporadic and, like, all over the place, basically, you know what I mean? No, dang it. Okay, I just wanted to try to explain it, in a way. But the thing is, though, Avisu, is I talk about these things on my stream all the time. So, like, it's not like I'm trying to change the opinions of others or anything like that. Like, I think it's cool that everyone has, like, different views on stuff and everything, but it's just, typically when I bring up my views, I offend 99% of people. So it's like, it's like, imagine there's like two sides to a coin, right? With like people's opinions. I offend both of them. Does that make sense? Bye, Pooh. I love you. Thank you for trying to explain to make me understand it better, though. Well, I disagree, though, Avisu, because why is it such a topic that we shouldn't talk about? Like, the thing is like, I'll use the person yesterday as an example. They came in, asked me a question, and then got offended when I gave them an answer. Like, I can't help that I offend other people from my views on stuff. And once you allow other people to control what you talk about, that's not good at all. Like, that's really bad. Because that person was, like, basically trying to, like, make me feel bad for, you know, voicing what I was saying. And it's like, you can't just be silent forever, regardless of what you believe in, you know what I mean? But, like, for example, like, people who believe in anything, right? Like, go talk about it, you know what I mean? And if it offends people, that's not on you. That's on them. Getting offended at other people's stuff, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the person who's getting offended. Because that's like not accepting of other people's ideas. Because the whole point, like, okay, that is like, it's very stagnant to not talk about things. You know? Because, like, think about it. If people never brought up religion ever in conversations, that would put people farther away from each other even more than it already does when people do talk about it. It's just like, what the heck? I got stuck or something. But like, it's like, staying silent is never worth it, ever. That's something I've learned with your opinions and your stuff. Like, if it calls to talk about it, you know what I mean? If you have something you feel like you know, want to say something about something, like, even if it's gonna offend somebody, like, the thing is there's always two sides to that, right? If someone's getting offended at what you're saying, like, you would think that the other people would get offended too, but it just, like, it depends, you know? Like, nobody should be getting offended over other people's beliefs. It has nothing to do with them if they don't believe it. You know what I mean? I just got shot through the door. That is so troll. But, like, that's, like, not good when people can't talk about these things, because it's, like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, because, like, if I respect someone else's, but I respect the fact that anybody is, you know, believing whatever, you know what I mean? But it's just like, I want to talk about my stuff too. So, but it offends basically every single one, you know? So it's, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that we've been conditioned to get angry at other people if they don't think the same way as us. But that's not our fault. That's because we've been conditioned to be that way.
This is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me. Here we go. Ready up.
What's up, Gage? What's up, Crunker? Hoop? But yeah, because, like, I don't know. I like to talk about every topic, and I like to voice my opinions on every topic, and, like, you know, and elaborate on why I think the way that I think, etc. No way that kid gets away. See, but the thing is, too, is like when we use these broad terms, right? So, like, I'll use this as an example. Like, you mentioned Christianity. There's so many different versions of Christianity, and there's some people who are Christians that have opposing beliefs to the Bible, too. So, like, there's so many different, like, ideas and stuff that, like, you can't even fully grasp what somebody actually believes until they sit down and, like, talk to you about it. You know what I mean? Flat earthers? That's funny. I mean, see, that's the thing. Like, people do look at flat earthers and be like, oh, these people are stupid because, you know, we have all this data and stuff, but, like, who controls that data anyways? I'm not a flat earther, right? But who even controls the data that gets, you know, that can we sit here and interpret the data ourselves? You know? And if so, like, what if, you know, what if it turned out that the Earth was actually flat and that they were lying? Like, that would be crazy. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't believe the Earth is flat, but if that happened, I'd be like, well, there's just another thing off the bucket list that they keep lying to us about. You know what I mean? Then that person is a hypocrite? Wait, then what person is a hypocrite? Wait, are you saying if somebody doesn't believe in the Bible but considers themselves a Christian, that makes them a hypocrite? I don't think that's true at all.
I think those are two different teams, Flair.
Oh, okay, wait, okay. See, this is the other thing about text. Like, I'm pretty bad at freaking reading text sometimes. Oh, okay. You watch Dragon Ball Z, the Earth is round. Yep. Oh, wait, so... Wait, the same way... Wait. Oh, wait, no, I saw it. Okay, no, that's my fault, because I read bottom to top. Okay, I need to start reading top to bottom. I feel like that would make it a lot easier, too.
Got like two teams up fighting down here. You knocked.
What's up, Zay? I don't eat grilled cheese sandwich. I don't eat that. I'd eat raw cheese. I don't eat bread though.
Back to the lobby.
Patching myself up.
Legendary Sky with my knife.
That guy got smoked.
Dude, the no regs, bro. You saw that? I hope you're able to find someone that plays, eh?
Well, dang nabbit, these stupid whippersnappers knocked that guy's bucktooth out. That Bangalore. That Bangalore. Yeah, that was him. Yep, these servers have been trashed for 2 weeks. No regs left and right.
That's all this game is now. No regs and no audio.
Yep.
That's funny, Avisu. You hate the limit on YouTube comments? I didn't even know there was a limit on them, actually. That's kind of troll. But yeah, okay, now I get what you're saying. See, like, that's the thing with me, is I have to take in a lot of information about something to fully understand it, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people can kind of just, like, understand things in, like, conversations easily. That's, like, something I cannot do. I don't know what it is.
He thought he was gonna wall bounce.
Oh, man.
You guys like eating steak and eggs or what?
Hell yeah, dude.
That's what I'm talking about. High quality animal nutrients. You gotta limit the rabbit food or you'll get diabetes, even from vegetables.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that you're slow, you know what I mean? Like,
You're right.
I used to think that too. Like, I used to think I was slow, but then I realized, like, just because my brain takes some more time to understand abstract, like, concepts, like, language is pretty abstract, I would say. So it's like, you know, it's really hard for me to... I wish I could just operate without speaking for the rest of my life, because it would be a lot easier. Become a monk? That's funny. Hello, Devin. How's it going? The limit? Can I turn off the limit? Or is that, like, on every single, like, YouTube stream ever? But also, I want to say, too, because I was talking about how, like, you know, my views on things offend most people, but they're not conventional views that you see everywhere that are, like, hateful. Does that make sense? Like, because I feel like a lot of views that offend people are hateful, but mine are out of, like, care for others rather than, but that, see, that's the thing. Caring for somebody can be offensive sometimes. And it's like, it's nobody's fault that it's that way except for the people that have caused, like, certain things to happen, you know? But I did want to, you know, say that as well, because I don't want you guys thinking I'm some crazy hateful person, because I'm not, you know what I mean?
teach him a lesson. Yep. Ah, dagnabbit.
So I just do intuitive eating, Glitzy, which is very hard to do. Intuitive eating is basically impossible to do unless you get rid of every single additive ingredient and every single sugar, processed food, added ingredients. That's the only way that you can intuitively eat, basically. I'm not saying, you know, you have to stop eating vegetables or carbs to intuitively eat, but you gotta, like, get all the processed stuff out. Because that stuff overrides your brain and it, like, it controls your cravings. So, like, you can't even make a decision for yourself. You just make a decision out of the craving. But yeah, I basically just do intuitive eating. I eat until I'm full. Well, I don't necessarily eat until I'm full. I eat until my body tells me to stop, which is probably like a pound or less of ground beef in a sitting. With like an egg, basically. An egg or two. And, you know, if I am still hungry after that, then I, you know, eat more beef, basically. My hand is small. I don't know if my hand is small. It goes, so like, this is a Viper V3, but it's like this in my hands. Like, I can put my hand around it. I don't know what size my hand is. I have no clue.
1 minute till ring close.
Oh my god, I suck. Don't even look at that.
Getting shot. Ring is near and close. Recharging my shields. 1 sec.
What's up, J-Lo? I'd rather have tiny hands than tiny other things. I'm just kidding.
30 seconds till ring.
I'm actually referring to my brain. Nice, Avisu. So you don't tap strafe on your, you don't tap strafe on your mouse wheel? You know what's really funny, Glitzy? Okay, so listen, you don't need that protein drink, I'll tell you that, and it probably has bad additives in it. Especially if you're eating grass-fed and finished beef. That's like literally the highest quality food, bro, in the entire world for humans. So yeah, you don't need any of the protein stuff. That actually might be, like, even if you weren't to eat any more extra food than you normally do, if you were to cut that out, it would probably help you a lot. Like, it might even, you know, make you less hungry, because sometimes those protein shakes have some really, like, nasty ingredients in them. I don't know if yours does, you know, I don't know, you know, what it is exactly. But, like, 99% of them do. But, oh, I see, Avisu. That makes sense. I do need a beef emote. And a beef counter, probably. That's funny. But yeah, I used to have a crazy eating disorder, and it's not your fault. It's the fault of the chemicals in the food. Also, I used to eat occasionally home-cooked pizzas too. Obviously, it's still ideal. Like, in my head, it sounds good, but, like, so if I were to make a pizza now, I would get, basically, you can get chicken powder and make a crust out of chicken, and then, you know, obviously, You can use like raw cheese or like whatever kind of cheese with no additives and stuff. And put whatever else on there that you want to kind of make it like more of like a nutrient dense pizza, because like grains don't really have any nutrients, they have anti-nutrients. Really? That's awesome, J-Lo. You gotta keep posting them, bro. Yeah, if you look up how to make a carnivore pizza on YouTube, there's a lot of like crazy recipes actually where you can make like, you can even make bread out of animal products. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And without a single like non-animal product too. That's the best part about it. Obviously, if you put like, you know, tomato sauce or like whatever on there. What's up, Astral? No, you are not banned. How are you doing? Uh-huh. Yeah, it is a Visu. So I haven't tried the Wooding specifically, but this keyboard's basically the same as a Wooding.
We're coming, Blair. We're coming.
Let's rock him in the next.
Yeah, you never know. And like, I'm not saying, you know, go carnivore, but like, you say you eat fruits and stuff, like that's like, I think fruits and non-sweet fruits are the best form of carbs you can possibly eat. I think vegetables, like, it's really hard to, even some of the fruit, it's like, we literally had to like, make those, you know what I mean? Like oranges don't occur in nature, bananas don't occur in nature, so it's like, it's just weird, you know? If you're going for like a diet that is like supposed to be like natural or whatever.
Yeah, that'll teach him not to queue again. GG's, everybody.
But you know what I mean, though? Like, it's really hard to, like, look for the most natural possible human diet, because the more you learn and learn and learn about all these other things, it's like, you know, like, we did all this stuff to get a banana, and then we did all this stuff to get an orange, and it's this, you know, watermelon used to be this big. Literally, watermelon used to be that small. You did carnivore for 2 years. All you changed the past year was add fruit to your diet. For the morning and before lifts. Yeah, that's probably really good. I think fruit is the best possible carb to eat, for sure. Sweet and non-sweet fruit. For me, sometimes the like sugar can be too much in a fruit. And it's really hard to stop eating it sometimes, but for me, like non-sweet fruit works the best, but you know, I'm not opposed to having the fruit sometimes. But I would only be really eating things like either mango, berries. I love watermelon, but it's like, you know, it's just like, what the freaking heck happened, bro? Why couldn't I just been born back when everything was like, I want to be in the wild. I don't want to sit in a square house and like eat things that have been like heavily modified over thousands of years. Blueberries are your crack, you already know. So like when I have a house one day, I want heirloom. So like there's organic heirloom blueberries. And I think there's also heirloom wild blueberries. I would get the heirloom wild blueberries. Well, it would be organic heirloom wild blueberry. But those have less sugar. And if you get heirloom varieties, that means that they haven't been selectively bred in the last 40 years. So that is like, that's going to have a lot more nutrients, and it's also not going to be as sweet probably. But like, I don't care about the taste. I just want the nutrients, you know? Like I'm done eating for taste. I've done that my entire life, and it's done nothing but make me sick, basically. And it's like, I don't know. I just wish I could have what nature intended for us to actually eat. You know what I mean? Like most of the time, and again, like I'm so happy that I can at least, you know, eat grain-fed, uh, grain-fed, cattle, you know? But it's like, dang, like, I really wish I could just get 100% grass-fed at all times, because it makes a ginormous difference too. The fat composure is a lot different, and like a few other things, but yeah, that makes sense for sure. Was that a 3K? That's funny. What's up, Glitch in Fortnite? How's it going? But yeah, that's awesome, JLo. 500 listeners is crazy, because I remember when you sent it to me, I think you're at like 40 or like, right? Or like 17? I mean, no, 70? I can't remember. But that's like 5 times the amount in what, like 2 weeks or something? You got a banana? Nice. Now you're yapping? Good. Share your experience with stuff, you know what I mean? That's like, that's a good thing. Yapping is not a bad thing. If you're yapping, that means you're excited about what you're talking about, usually. Or you have like a, you know, some type of like urge to talk about it. Really? That's good. That's good. I'm glad, you know, the topics we talked about get you talking, because that's good. I'm glad. A lot of people recently have been like telling me, you know, like they're like glad that I'm talking about the things I'm talking about, you know? Really, Astral? So can you give me a rundown of like everything that you would normally eat? Like, do you eat any processed foods or like a lot of carbs? Because carbs are gonna make you more hungry. Like if you eat too many of them. I don't think carbs are bad. Again, like I know I joke around and be like, oh, eat beef, blah, blah, blah. But like, yeah, of course, eat beef. Definitely eat beef. But if you feel like you need more than, you know, just beef, eggs, and dairy and whatever else, like, I prefer raw dairy 100% though. Like, dude, raw dairy is crazy, bro. It's so good. It's like the tastiest possible drink ever. But the other day you went out and had a burger from a fancy restaurant. So unfortunately, I used to go to restaurants too, but usually just because a restaurant is fancy does not mean that their food is properly prepared. Because most places that have like restaurants that say, "Oh, we use butter," right? If you go look at their butter, it's like 2% butter and then like 98% soybean oil, canola oil. It's like a butter mix, and it's literally like the smallest amount of butter. And that's just an example, right? But that could be very inflammatory. And then also, like these, seed oils also will make you more hungry as well, and like if you're eating grains, that'll make you more hungry because they have anti-nutrients. Obviously, it tastes good, especially on a burger. So it's just like, it just sucks, you know what I mean? Oh, really? What did you get, Glitzy? Did you find grass-fed beef there? Oh, that was one of the bad things. I see. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Okay. What's up, Ellipticus? The most important food group in your life is egg rolls? That's funny. You can make carnivore egg rolls actually very easily. You just use like chicken skin. You take the chicken skin, right? You put all the ingredients for the egg roll, wrap it up, and then cook it like an egg roll. Easy clap. Well, ketovore, I guess it would technically be called, but whatever. You had 2 steaks tonight? Nice, that's good. Yep, from the Thomas farm? Dang, bro. So how was it? Have you tried any yet? That's the same beef that I eat when I can. I need a freaking Thomas Farm sponsorship, bro. I'm about to contact them and be like, listen here. Send me some free beef and I'll promote your product. Because that's the thing, right? Sponsors, I love the idea of a sponsor, right? But I don't want to promote like not good products at all. Especially like I've probably turned down like 10 to 15 sponsors in like the last month because they're all products that I don't agree with. And it like, yeah, I know, right? Exactly. But the thing is like, I'm not gonna like gatekeep that information from somebody if it can help them, regardless if I'm sponsored or not, you know? Yeah, for sure, J-Lo. Uh-huh. I actually don't even use butter anymore. I just cook in beef fat, you know? Like, if I cook the beef first, and then there'll be the leftover fat, and then I throw some eggs on there, that's it. Basically. Beef. Your buddy lost a lot of weight on the carnivore diet, but he had the runs for a long time in the start. Yes, so the reason why that happens... So basically, when you eat a carb-based diet as opposed to an animal-based diet, your digestive system and like the way that it like produces like the acid and stuff changes. So then when you start eating beef, your body's like, holy crap, well, what the heck's going on? We got to start ramping up production of like the acid pretty much. I remember when I first started too, because I had like so many like metabolic problems basically. And when I first started, I'm like, oh, I don't know if this diet's for me. Like, I'm pooing like crazy, like, the runs in like my stomach kind of hurt. But I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to keep it going for a little bit longer and see if I feel any better, like maybe my body just needs to adjust. And it did. And now, like, dude, pooing is the easiest thing ever now. Like, and it's not like runny or anything, but it's like when you're hardly eating things that your body can't use for waste, like you don't really poo that much. You know what I mean? Like you could eat a freaking like 3 pounds of ground beef in a day and you're not gonna poo that much. Like then when it's, processed food and you're pooing it out, like you're hardly gonna poo. And at first I thought I was like, oh, does that mean I'm constipated? And I like did some more research on it, and basically we digest like 97% of beef. So like, of course you're not gonna poo out that much. You're utilizing the entire thing for nutrients. Protein? Wait, what do you mean exactly? Oh, wait, it can go the other way. Some people can get constipated. Yeah, yeah. I see, that's the weird thing. I thought that I was constipated because I wasn't pooing that much. I'm like, where is all of my poo? Like, oh no, is it stuck in there? Because they say that meat rots in your gut. But beef actually digests in your small intestine. It doesn't even make it all the way through before it's already digested. So it's like, it's pretty interesting that that's how that works. What, a cow emote? I want a cow emote. I actually need a cow emote. When you're full keto, you only need to poo like once a week? Really? That's funny. Yeah, I mean, like, again, if you're eating things that your body can actually use, then you like, poo is to get rid of waste. It's not to just, you eat stuff and then you just poo all over the place. And it's really funny because I used to wonder, like, oh, what about cavemen? How did they wipe, right? And it's like, they probably didn't really have to wipe because also when you're on keto, your poo is like the perfect like consistency almost to where like you don't even have to wipe like 90% of the time. It's really weird. And you just waste toilet paper and, you know, it's so funny. What is this convo? We're talking about poo. He read some indigenous studies done on cow versus bison meat, and the bison is one of the healthiest proteins to eat, basically, it said. So you went and got some. It tastes like beef. Yeah, it's really good. So I wonder what that study... I think the reason why probably is because bison, I would assume, have not been selectively bred as much. And then also, if I had to guess, most bison are probably always grass-fed and pasture-raised, as opposed to beef can be grain. Like, a lot of beef is grain-fed, a lot of beef is, like, not grass-fed, unfortunately, and that's, like, the only food they should be eating is grass and forage. Like, bro, when I look at the cows in Texas, you know what they're eating? They're literally eating the freaking prickly pears and cactuses, bro. Like, I saw some outside. I'm like, I want to eat that because it's eating fruit and it's eating like this natural forage that just natively grows and they just eat it. And I'm like, that looks amazing. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. We saw a freaking cactus or a cow just take a giant bite out of a cactus like it was nothing. New alert. That's funny. Cow drinking a prickly pear. Prickly pear? That's funny. You call it ghost wipes? That's hilarious. Oh, fun fact, actually, since we haven't brought this up yet, toilet paper actually contains so many toxins, it's insane. Things that can cause colorectal cancer and like all these things, and it just makes you think, like, you know, why is that so popular? Why do Americans find it gross to use bidets instead of, you know, like when there's a freaking like thing happening, like people rush to the store and buy toilet paper, bro. What? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, gotta stock up on this toilet paper. We gotta get the toilet paper. Like, what even is that, bro? You know what I mean? That's crazy. What the heck? Let's see. Thank you so much for the $2 again. I appreciate that for sure. Thank you so much. What's up, Skulls? How's it going? That's so funny. Bidets are like $40 to elevate your life. Exactly. You can pay somebody to install a bidet for the price of a pack of Ford toilet paper. Toilet papers are literally filled, bro, with toxins. It's so disgusting. But people will call you gross, like, ew, you're gonna spray water on your butt? It's like, bro, it's water. Why are we grossed out by water? You might as well just walk into the shower and freaking shower. You know what I mean? It's same thing. It's just you don't use all the water and you don't have to get in the shower. It makes it way easier. Really, Astral? That's crazy, bro. Also, have a good sleep. I'll see you later. Good luck on your doom scrolling. I hope you find some good content that is not poo. You love when your country decides to give you cancer when you buy absolutely anything? Yeah, that's basically it. Axe body spray? Oh no, bro. Don't even get me started on aerosols and stuff like that. And cleaning products and... Bro, it's so gross. You just came from doom scrolling? Well, I'm glad you ended up here. That's good. That's funny. But yeah, like you can literally buy a bidet for, you know, like a couple packs of toilet paper. And if you can't do it yourself, then you can have someone install it for the price of a freaking pack of toilet paper. It's insane. And it's funny because when the news covered, so the news actually covered PFAs and like toxic chemicals in toilet paper. And you know what they said? Oh, you don't need to worry about it. It doesn't really matter because it's not gonna get stuck on your butt, and then it doesn't you know, put the chemicals anywhere until it's in the water and flush down the toilet. I'm like, bro, are you freaking that stupid? Have you never wiped in your life? You know what I'm saying? Really? Well, I like, you know, as much, see, the thing is if you keep reducing your exposure to these chemicals in every way that you can, that's gonna help a lot though. You know what I mean? Like if you just not use toilet paper, use a bidet instead. Don't use Windex, use, you know, like baking soda and alcohol and water and vinegar instead. Like you can literally use that to clean anything. Like vinegar and baking soda is so good for cleaning. Even just baking soda too. Like any combination of those, depending on like what you're using it on. When we will turn in the Lego people, yeah, I mean, like so many people. Remember when everyone thought like you know, all those dry fit and what are they called, microfiber towels were so cool? It's literally polyamide and polyester and you know, all these other plastics, and it's just plastic spun into threads. That's literally all it is. Like, yeah, it's amazing we can do that, but like we don't need that, bro. Dude, cows, animals in general can produce every single fiber that we need ever. We don't need plastic unless, right, it's for like a spacesuit or something where like that kind of stuff is different. But no, the entire world is littered with plastic clothing because we decide to use that instead of natural materials. It's insane. Oatmeal baths? I think people do that. I mean, I don't really see the point. I don't use soap in the shower. I just use water. Yeah, we put plastic in everything because it's basically free for the people that are producing those. Yep, uh-huh. Because plastic is not breathable. They say it's breathable, but it's really not. It's really not at all. It's literally plastic, bro. If plastic was so breathable, they wouldn't use it to freaking seal mason jars. Did you know mason jars, like the reason why they seal so well is because of the plastic on the lid? The BPA and PFAs and everything they put in there. That's the reason why it seals so good. And for like an emergency, I think that's fine. You know what I mean? But like to normalize it and put it on everything everywhere, it's just like, come on, dude. Like Like, we're lucky that plastic can even do the things it does, but now we use it on everything. Really? I mean, if that works for you, Skull, I mean, I would say it's probably better than eating it. I think oats are like kind of neutral, but it is a grain, you know? Yep, mm-hmm. A side effect was all the mosquitoes used to be sweet on you, like creepy guys at the bar. That is hilarious. So you're saying, oh, like the yeah, because there is sugar in all carbs, you know, to a degree. So it's like because, you know, it converts into sugar. So I wonder if they like, you know, they probably still like smell that, so they go like crazy for it somehow. What? That's crazy. I've never heard of that. I do gotta go feed my cat though, so I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in a minute. Alright, I am back. What? That's crazy, Glitzy. What's up, Tanner? What is my badge track? Are you saying, like, here? Well, I guess you can't even see it. Are you saying, like, my trackers on my characters? Yeah, that's crazy. You don't get itchy from mosquito bites. It's, like, super cool. I wish I had that. I'm gonna try using my cotton sleeve again, even though it's, like, not that good. Really? Yeah, that's weird, I wonder. That's interesting. I know, right? Like, so this one is just one off of the internet. It was like $6 or something, but it's usable. But it kind of slides. It's not really a sleeve. It's like a eczema sleeve, basically. So it's not really like a gaming sleeve. So it's not made the same way. Most gaming sleeves are plastic, like 99% of them. But
I cracked that hooligan shield.
I am down. He's one. Kill this motherfucker. Oh.
It's just the two of us now.
What does it look like I'm doing?
I'm not allowed to save.
You said what now?
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
What did he say?
I came back without your help.
Bad guy, outside our orbit.
Oh no. Chua, I've located the enemy's positions. Check your map. Took out an enemy.
Reloading.
Uh-huh, yeah, that's true. Dang, I need to make it like that. Maybe I'll just put a hole in this one and test it out. And like see if that would help at all. I feel like it would. And then also maybe like, yeah, maybe I'll try that actually. There's only one other problem with it seems like fibers that get stuck on the cotton fall off onto the mouse pad. Which that still happens with polyester, but it's like different. Uh-huh, yeah, bro, isn't it crazy? You'd think there would be cotton everything, bro.
Teach him a lesson. He said what?
Giving my shields a recharge.
They can't hear ya.
What's up, Sundas? No, I do not. This is my job. At the moment. Do people get mad at that question? Like, do streamers and stuff get mad at that question?
There's a new kill leader. Yeah, there are no squads near us. Using grapple.
I used to work for an insurance company until it made me lose my sanity, basically. A lot of insurance companies will basically, like, it really taught me that it's a scam. Like, basically, a lot of them, they will send out fake ads to old people and young people, but mainly old people. And like promise them, oh, you know, like if you apply for this, you might be able to get this and that and whatever. And it's not even like, it was basically fraud. Like that's what it felt like. Legally, it was fine, but again, like I don't make a lot of money, if, you know, that's what you're asking. Which is okay, you know. I would have a job right now if it wasn't so hard to find one that was remote. Even ones that aren't remote, it's like really hard where I'm located at. And a lot of companies, what the heck? A lot of companies say that they're hiring, but it's just AI. Like, it's literally just, you're training an AI. It's like, what has, like, that needs to be illegal, bro. Because that's, like, super messed up. I know, right, Jayla? Yeah, that makes sense for sure. I hope it helps you too, Glitzy, for sure. People don't talk about money, but do you make more than in my last job? No, dude. Not even close. I've made more in my entire streaming career than my entire career on... Or my, not really a career, but my whatchamacallit, doing the insurance. But yeah, I have not. I have not. I worked for the insurance company for like a few months. Baby raging on PUBG, true. What's up, Celeste? What rank am I? I am Plat 3, I think. I haven't really played too much, though. A lot of jobs keep up job posts because they get kickbacks and breaks if they're actively recruiting. Yeah, that is bullcrap, dude. So then they just lie about it. And then when you go to apply for them, the bot process that they have you go through is like you're training their AI for them for free. Like, what even is that? You know what I mean? Like, that is so freaking stupid. Like, what a dumb thing. I wish I could be right now, honestly, Sundas. I would still be streaming and stuff too, you know, like in my free time, but... Yeah, hopefully, I mean, my YouTube has been growing, you know, so like hopefully it gets to the point where it's a lot more sustainable. It's, you know, it's not really close to sustainable, but, you know, I think my channel has been getting way more traction than it has in a long time, so like it's closer than not, though. You need a personal assistant? If you're not trolling JLo, I would 100% be a personal assistant. I'm not kidding. Even if it's just like here and there, you know what I mean? I would be down to do whatever that I can do, you know? I was actually scammed by a company that said that they were looking for a personal assistant. They sent me like a $2,000 check to like order all of the stuff that they said that I needed. But it turns out it was like somehow a scam, basically. I don't know like if it was like identity fraud or something, but they were like claiming to be this like cement company, and I guess it was just a scam, basically, even though they like shipped it from that location and everything. But yeah, it was weird. No. You have 0 time to yourself, you kind of want to buy some back? Bro, I don't know what, so what would I be doing? I would 100% be down though, for sure, because like, that would help me a ton. You don't even have to pay me like full, you know what I mean, of those hours. Because I know you probably get like paid very solid, so even if it's, you know, you keep a certain percentage of the amount per hour and then pay me the rest, I would be down for that even. Dude, why am I not sliding? Hello? Little rat, bro. Bro, there's like no ammo. I guess I have to keep the RE right now. What the heck? That was so random. What's up, Movement Demon? I do remember. How's it going? You don't know how it's not illegal? The last company you applied for said you made it through the second stage of interviews and he gave you a trial week worth of work, then told you all the cannabis. Yeah, dude, that is like, bro, that is such a scam, bullcrap, trash. I wish, like, you could sue them into the ground for that. Because that, like, bro, exploiting people who are there to work is crazy, bro. You know what I mean? Sounds good. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. And also, it is... it's like 12:30. What's up, Knife? Really? I appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. For sure. The next fade? That's funny. I think I'm my own person, though. You know? Bro, open the box. Freaking RE45. Of course I get shot in the back by the other kid. I would have beat that kid in that 1v1 too. Yeah, I got PK'd twice in the back actually by the Wraith. It's so random. I don't really watch many people, but I don't think anybody, I don't care if people fall off. I don't like, I don't focus on that, you know what I mean? I think he's still a great content creator. I don't know. I don't look at stuff like that, you know what I mean? Okay, scheduling appointments, finding and ordering stuff. I'm really good at finding stuff and finding stuff that are like, that's like a good deal. But yeah, I would definitely be down to do that. Just let me know. If there's like anything I can do here and there, then yeah, I would definitely be down. Wait, so you said you're not there yet, but getting there? So are you saying, wait, so you're getting to the point of needing a personal assistant soon? Is that what you're saying, basically? Or were you referring to the social media part specifically when you say that? How many hours do I have on Apex? 15,000 something. Across 2 accounts. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, obviously I'm like doing my YouTube thing too, but I do have a decent amount of free time, but usually I'm either streaming, sleeping, or editing. Dude, the hipfire just goes nowhere anymore, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, I would totally be down to do whatever. Because, like, we're moving soon, and that would definitely help with that, that's for sure. Uh-huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that would be good. I am definitely down for that. No, I've never done anything like that, actually. Wait, this isn't the same team. Wait a minute. Okay, so that's funny. Yeah, that's a different team. What the heck? What's up, Max? That is freaking hilarious. How are you doing? My night's going really good. Yeah, I appreciate that. So when you say, like, so you can... Yeah, I've never done any of that remotely, but I do appreciate the offer, though, for sure. If I knew how to do that, and I was confident in knowing that I could do it, then I would definitely be down. I really need to get my coaching site set up so I can start freaking, like, booking people for, or, like, having people book themselves for coaching. That's what I need to do as well. Because then I can make that into content as well. And, like, obviously it would be on stream and everything, so. I would probably start with only... I think I only do VOD reviews for a minute, though. You know, I would be doing the notes and then obviously, like, me talking over... etc. Because, like, it's a lot easier to help people improve at a game if it's direct rather than, like, kind of like, let's say someone comes and asks, hey, how can I improve at Apex? You know what I mean? It's a lot easier if I can see the gameplay, you know, like, obviously. Because then I can, like, see what's going on rather than kind of guess.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm coming, literally.
You need to go eat some beef.
Also, this freaking... This skin is sick. I've never seen this. Have you guys seen this before? I picked this up once, actually, now that I remember. It was a couple days ago. So, I feel like this is, like, the best Mastiff skin, right? It's better than Tombstone, for sure. It takes up less space.
Right there, right there.
What? Hello? Get back here, kid.
Escaping. I'm going on top. My line on top.
Bro, you're not outrunning me, dude. There's literally no way. Look at him, he's 1 HP. Dang it, I wanted to throw that at him. Bro, you can't be serious, dude. I want to punch this guy. No, it's a, oh wait, I thought it said baby gazelle. I was gonna say there's no way. What the freaking heck are you, bro? What the heck? That was so random. That is so funny. Zabad, you have more fun on Aim Labs rather than Apex or Valorant? Well, see, that's the thing. If you want to be good at aiming in aim labs, then do aim labs. But if you want to be good at Apex or Valorant aim, then keep practicing in those games. Like R5, for example. I think you would like R5 a lot, probably. If you've heard of that, R5 Reloaded. It's like basically a 1v1 simulator. There's like a lot of different things that you can do in it, but that's like the main purpose. And there's like a lot of good players that play there too. Hello? Dude, the Mastiff and just no regging up close goes together like freaking poo and pee. Why are you peeking that? Really? Use R5? That's funny. Bro. Pred coaches are on there, have 100+ sales at $30+. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Yeah, so for like VOD reviews, I think I'm gonna charge... I don't know what I want to charge yet. Here, I'll ask you guys. What do you guys think would be fair per hour for a VOD review style where it's not like a direct one-on-one coaching, but it's like I do the VOD review on stream so I can like have it as content too. And then basically... basically, I would, you know, go through everything. I would be writing down notes. Like, you guys don't have to write any of the notes down. I would, like, transcribe what I'm doing, basically, or saying with, you know, points, like, you know, all of the, like, times and stuff for where those notes are for in relation to the video. And then I would send the, you know, I would be sending that all of that together, because some coaches I saw like don't actually like archive the VOD for their like clients basically, which I kind of found weird because it's like if you can't reference back to it and then have the notes with timestamps, then it's like, you know, I feel like that makes it a lot more like difficult for the person that's trying to be coached. There's no way you're alive. What's up, Dark Matter? Thank you, I appreciate it. Really? That's amazing, J-Lo. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that for sure. But yeah, what kind of coaching? I'll have to look at what those, like, preds are coaching for. And also, like, I would definitely be down to coach, like, anybody of, like, any skill level, basically. Because I know some people only do specific skill levels and stuff, too. And I also want to do it like personalized to what the person like actually wants, because like, you know, some people are looking for like, you know, let's say I want to drop my first 4K damage game, right? Like that is like you would be giving a lot different advice as to opposed to someone who's like, oh, I want, you know, I want to hit Pred, or I want to hit Master, I want to hit, you know, the rank above the rank that I'm at now, you know, or just improve in general. So it's like, there's so many different things for Apex that like you can coach on. It's pretty cool to think about though. I definitely need to look for a site. So I like the idea of Fiverr. I also like the idea of, honestly, just being paid through Cash App, though, to be honest. Or like Venmo or something like that, because they take like nothing. They don't take any money away. A lot of places, you know, take a share and stuff, but obviously then that, like, you're using their service, so you get, you know, you know, you get exposure with that on the platform itself. So I don't know. I'll keep thinking about it. Or maybe there's like a coaching website that, I don't know. And you can't charge back? Yeah, so that's the other thing too, because I have been charged back and it's the worst thing ever, bro. Thankfully, it was only for like a couple dollars. Like literally like just a few dollars. I don't even know how they approved that, but I think they like kind of like, I don't know what they're doing, bro, but or like movement coaching, that's another thing too. Movement coaching is kind of hard because it's really hard to diagnose what somebody's doing wrong when it comes to movement. Wait, how are you on me, bro? And that hits one. That's crazy. Have I ever thought about switching the controller? I just actually swapped back to M&K after playing controller for a year. Funny enough. Vids of spectating and critiquing lower ranked play can get a lot of traffic. Yeah, that would, I want to do that too. I feel like that would be good. Dang, Glitzy, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, that makes sense, because I want to start with, like, the VOD reviewing, and I would probably do, like, I don't know, I want to say I would do, like, I don't know, I don't even know, maybe, like, $25 an hour for VOD reviews, because I used to charge $35 for VOD reviews. But I think I want to lower it a bit to make it more accessible. Bro, that kid got freaking toasted, bro.
Hey, they have a new castle, just saying. We have time.
But yeah, I want it to be like accessible and like fair, and like obviously like fair for both parties, you know. How do you get so good at controlling the recoil? I played PUBG. That will definitely teach you how to control the... Like, these guns are like a joke, basically, compared to that game. Wait, is that... Where's the new castle at? Maybe that was on the other team? Yes, it was. Interesting.
GG's, make sure to eat beef and eggs.
You are the Apex champions.
But yeah, PUBG will, like, see, that's the one thing that sometimes I tell people. It's like some games, I can show you what I do in the firing range, though. My favorite gun in Apex? That's a really hard question. I don't know, honestly. I like all of them. But like, so this is the same thing that I do on controller and the same, like, it's the same. Controller and M&K, I do the same exact thing. Like, I just try to go far away, basically. You know, like, I don't know. 100, 200 meters. How far is this? Okay, this is almost 2. Yeah, there we go. Here's 200. But like this practice shooting the gun. See, the thing is like you're gonna be strafing, right? But also, it's like, I'm playing on 0.7 now instead of 0.8, but regardless of your sensitivity, like you're gonna be strafing. So you can practice like shooting the gun without strafing as well, because that will like, that's like the baseline, you know what I mean? It's like just standing still and shooting the gun, pretty much. But obviously like strafing is what you're going to be doing, and also you're not going to like, this is just to like, you know, get the recoil down to a degree, basically. So once you're able to, you know, spray this at whatever range that you want and, like, hit the majority of your shots, like, you can, you know, put a 3x on and, like, shoot stuff up here. Which, obviously, there's, like, the bullet drop as well, but I'd recommend not jitter aiming, though. Like, actually, like, control the recoil. Don't jitter aim. Like, don't do this. Because that's bad for your, really bad on your wrist and really bad for your fingers. See, that's the thing, too, is, like, for example, you could be using your fingers to control the recoil, right? That's the thing about this game, right? You use your fingers. PUBG, bro, you do this. If I was shooting... Okay, here, I'll simulate it for you. This is what PUBG recoil would look like if it was an Apex. Literally, that's what I would be doing. Like, you use way, way more space. That's how R6 is? Really interesting. I didn't play much of R6. That's pretty cool, though. But yeah, so, like, obviously this is, like, simulating it. It's not actually, like, because, you know, the sensitivity is very slow, but... Dude, PUBG's gunplay is so freaking good. I wish they did not poo on that game. Now it feels weird because it feels so fast. But yeah, don't do the jitter aiming. Jitter aiming is when you do this, right? It's just not worth it. It's really bad on your wrist. It strains it very hard. It's only really good if someone's standing still, and even then, like, I feel like you can get more consistent, better sprays off of not jittering and just controlling and, you know, using your strafing to help you with that as well, you know what I mean? Now show CS. Yeah, it's CS. CS, I feel like CS recoil isn't that bad. I feel like the barrel is harder than like any CS gun. But the barrel's not that hard. At least like for me. Yeah, CS is patterned too. So it's like, you know, it's the same exact pattern every time. This game has a variation in pattern. It's very, very similar each time. But it slightly is like the bullets aren't in the exact spot. It has like some bloom to it, basically. Yep, PUBG's just freaking like it's like you gotta that's I think that's the reason why it helps so much with other games, because you really have to like, instead of learning a pattern, you have to learn like something that's random, right? So that means you have to learn the skill of controlling recoil on any gun rather than focusing on the patterns, basically. You know what I mean? It's like dynamically, yeah. And it's like dynamically adjusting to the shots rather than relying on, oh, I'm gonna, you know, do this with my mouse every time, you know? Because that's like CS, but if it's random, then it's like, it's almost more skillful, actually, if it's random. It's like, yeah, it takes skill to recognize a pattern and use it, but once you got it, then that's it, you know? Yeah, sounds good, Dark Matter. Have a good one. I don't play many other games, but when am I gonna play Roller again? I can plug in a controller right now. I can show you the same, like, the same practice I would be doing if I was on controller. Yep, I agree. So, you know, when you're doing like the dynamic, you know, controlling recoil dynamically, like you're actually learning how to control basically any recoil as opposed to just one gun. Here, I'll just use my keyboard cord anyways. But yeah, if I was like controller, which I can play some games on controller, but I would just be doing the same thing like this. Obviously, it's harder to control recoil on controller, but you can still get pretty accurate with it for sure. Especially if like you're actually a controller player and not, you know, randomly swapping back and forth and stuff. Yeah. I think Kovacs and stuff like that is good if you... I think the most beneficial thing about aim labs and Kovacs and stuff is for like people who like are just learning how to like use a mouse, or just like learning how to focus on their aim. Because like for me personally, like Kovacs and stuff is just like overtraining. But that's just for me. Like if you can do that and not get like worn out and stuff, then 100%, you know what I mean, go for it. For me, I get worn out really fast when I'm doing like hard aiming like that. And it like actually makes my aim worse because I'm just like so like burnt out after like even just like a small session of like aim labs or whatever, basically. But something about controller is like, I don't know if, you know, if you guys are on PC and you play controller, It doesn't really apply to console that much because there's not that many third-party controllers anymore that are like actually good. But finding like an actual good controller is like kind of hard. So something about this controller, right? So there's drift, right? But it's like, you see how if I move the stick in a 360 degrees, it's gonna drift in the direction that I'm moving it in. You see? Most controllers do not do that. So there's no dead spot on this joystick at all. It's like it's always going in the proper direction. So that's how like you're able to like do this very accurately on a controller. Normally you can't do that because even like, then this is no dead zone, right? But like controllers have a hardware dead zone sometimes, even if it's just the smallest one possible. This one has like absolute 0. It's actually negative. It's -1. Oh yeah, that makes sense for sure. Like for me though, I get worn out like within minutes though, but that's because like, again, I used to have arthritis, so like I haven't aim trained since I've like reduced my arthritis significantly, so maybe it wouldn't be, you know, as bad. But that's the only reason. Like again, if your arm and like your wrist can handle it, definitely do it. Used to play on the Xbox Elite Core controller. Have I ever played Titanfall? I played Titanfall before, yeah. Also, if I miss anyone's messages, feel free to ask again. And you say to teach people how to react to some stuff, like when they get sniped, not to get bummed when they think people are cheating or when... Yeah, 100%, Max. I agree with that, too. Like, yeah, like... You know, there might be a third party, but that's the entire, like, skill ceiling of this game is third parties. Like, don't take fights that are gonna get you third party. And if you do, you better not get knocked. You know what I mean? Like, nobody better be getting knocked. You gotta, like, execute that stuff perfectly. It's all, like... It sounds unskillful when you first think about it, but that is, like, the entire skill ceiling. Is, like, recognizing when to take fights and when to not take fights and, you know, all of that stuff. When to commit and when to not commit. Uh-huh. Yep. That makes sense for sure, Glitzy. I agree with that too. Because the aiming is like very extreme, you know? So like if you're doing like crazy tracking, like not like this, right? This is very slow, you know what I mean? But like if you're trying to track something that's like, you know, like a lot faster, it's definitely gonna be, it's easy to strain up. But yeah, my controller recoil is actually pretty good though, but it's a lot of the reason because of how good this controller is. Because literally, the thing about this controller is, again, most dead zones can only go to 0. This one goes to negative. So I can put it like even higher up, but I just put it on -1. And it makes sure that it's like, there is no dead spot in the controller at all. So it's like, you don't get that, like, crappy, like, feeling on controller that, like, a lot of other controllers have. Also, it's, like, 1,000 hertz and everything. 1,000 polling rate. But, again, it only works on PC. It doesn't work on console. It works on Switch, but... What's up, Checkmate Nate? Do I use the Cronus Zen or Sim Zenix? No, I don't. I don't use cheats, bro. I don't know if you use those, but those are cheating. What controller is this? What's up, Lotus? It is called the Big Won, like WON, Rainbow 2 SE. It's only, you can only use it on PC, though. But it has grips. It doesn't have adjustable tension, but these sticks tension are like perfect for me. It has replaceable thumbsticks though. Different. I use a raised one on the right. It has 2 of the paddles at the top, and then 2 paddles on the back. Trigger stops, grips. The friction rings as well. And yeah, the joysticks aren't Hall effect, but that's a good thing actually. These joysticks are like crazy accurate though. They're like, they're almost the same error percentage as Hall effects. So these are 2.8. Most controllers, including, you know, high-end, like the Elite controller, the PS5 Edge controller, those sit from somewhere in between 12 and 20% error percentage, and this has like 2.8. So like it's very responsive and accurate. It's actually like kind of nuts. It feels completely different than even the past controllers that I thought were the best. This is by far like the best one I've used. Again, only for PC though, unfortunately. Yes, that is a skypad knife. Tense muscles are detrimental in any sport. Yep, 100%, bro. What's up, TWN? That is a skypad knife. Skypad... I can't remember which version it is. Skypad 3, actually, is what it's called. What else was I saying? I need to teach you how to aim like that. Are you on controller, TWN? I haven't used the P20s much on controllers, so I want to see how those feel. It definitely feels easier, that's for sure. Yeah, these are way easier to use on controller, actually. It feels like there's like, in this game, there's bullet magnetism for controllers, so, like, for a hip fire on these especially, like, it's like you don't even miss, bro. On M&K, you can miss, like, so easily, even when you're, like, this close and doing the same thing. Even if your tracking is perfect. But this, the bullet magnetism, bro, what the heck? That's crazy, actually. That is disgusting. I'm about to just run these on controller for a few games. Even while bee hopping. Oh, you're not annoying at all, Knife. You're all good. Don't even worry about it, bro. I'm glad you're asking questions. I like the questions you're asking. Don't even worry about it. These skins look so good, though. Where's the other inspect, bro? There's a rare inspect, and I'm not getting it.
Can you really call it a god complex if I actually do have the power to flatten an entire galaxy in my backpack?
Okay, bro. You have the DualSense Edge? Oh yeah, I used to use that too. So are you on PC, TWN? And crazy enough, bro, I think this controller is better than the DualSense Edge, and it's what? 1/4 of the price, almost. Console? Oh, okay, so that's the best controller you can get on there, because again, you can only use this one on PC. So honestly, it's like, my aim would not be as good if it wasn't for this controller, because again, the joysticks, like the center part of the joystick, you know how like if you slightly wiggle it, some joysticks like have like a hardware dead zone. This thing is like the most perfect like joysticks, actually. I still can't like believe how good it is. And it's funny because once I find this controller, I'm right back on M&K. So it's just, you know, it's hilarious. I'll play a game on controller though. What's up, Lotus? You use claw grip on a PS4 controller, but you feel like you don't have stable aim? Yeah, that's completely normal, but what sensitivity are you using? Because I promise you, as troll as it sounds, and I'm not just saying this because, oh, you know, I use this sensitivity, but the best possible settings for controller are gonna be no dead zone, linear, and then 4:3. Like, because like you have to have no dead zone. If you don't have 4:3 linear no dead zone, at least linear no dead zone, like your sticks are not gonna be even close to as accurate. You're gonna have less aim assist, and it's less responsive. So like you basically have to get used to it, basically. Really, Glitzy? That's funny. Poop City. That's funny. We talk about poo a lot, usually, here, as well. Trying to see if I've missed any messages. I don't think I did. That is hilarious, though. You feel like your thumb doesn't have control of the stick as much? Okay, so do you have, how do I say it? So, does your thumb, are you able to move, okay, let's say, like, here's my thumb here. Would you be able to put your thumb over the stick like this? Like, do you have enough room with your hand to actually be able to move the stick completely comfortably in a big circle, like, at all, you know? Like, are you able to do that? Because if you can't, I probably wouldn't play claw. And you will have to get practice, you know what I mean? Especially if you're new, just keep practicing, you know? For sure. PS4 controllers, bro, those things freaking fry. Get out of my way, bro.
I need...
Oh, wait.
a weapon! I need a weapon! Somebody get me a weapon! I don't have one! Help! Help! Somebody ping a weapon! Help! Help somebody! I got an L-star, but I don't have any ammo! Help! Help! Somebody help! Help! Please! There's too many people! Right here. There's too many people. I need a gun. I need a gun. I need a gun.
Hold on.
Help.
Charging. Energy ammo here.
I need that. I need
Give me
that.
a second. Fixing up. Getting health back.
Thank you. You're a lifesaver.
I'm passing.
Just fixing up.
I know, bro. I love doing that crap. It's so much fun to just be a troll. I used to do this stuff, bro, when I was a little freaking kid. I just do old man voices and troll people. And, like, people found it so funny. I can't believe, like, I've been streaming for this long and I haven't done that, like, more often.
Oh, dang it. There's too many of them again. Of course he finishes me. I don't even have any loot. Be careful.
Oh, this is so funny.
Reload! Reload your gun! Whoa, while Crypto's using aimbot, I just saw it. Saw that. I'm clipping it. He's doing it again. He's hitting every hip fire. Somebody report him. Report him.
What's up, Sean? What do I find better? Controller, keyboard, or mouse? Controller's definitely better if you want to be the best possible player you can be in this game. Controller is better for sure. But, like, I think that you can also be extremely good on, you know, mouse and keyboard as well, but controller makes you more disciplined in the sense that you're not putting yourself in extremely stupid positions for no reason, because everybody knows what roller brain is, right? Where you just ape everything and just aim assist people to death, right? But then you have M and K brain, and that's where you are just putting yourself in the open because you can tap, strafe, and lurch and do all these different things, but the movement doesn't matter that much. Again, this is if you're, like, trying to turbo sweat, be the best player you can be, you know what I mean? I do want to host customs. I really hope my channel grows enough soon to be able to host some customs. I feel like it would just be so much fun. And then maybe even tournaments one day, because also that gives me a chance to play with everybody. Because, like, so many people ask to play that it's, like, impossible to play with everybody. But if I'm doing tournaments, I mean, not tournaments, customs and stuff like that, then I can just, like, rotate all the teams and stuff, you know what I mean? And, like, then it gives everybody a chance, and it's, like, it would be fun, you know, because then everyone would have, you know, you could just... People can invite their friends and stuff and everything, but, you know, there's a chance that I would just probably randomize the teams and then, you know, do it that way. So everyone gets to play with, like, random people, basically. Random people from the community. Also, so you see how my spray just went terrible there? So pay attention to what you're standing on. Because something like this is going to destroy your aim because of the collision. It literally just breaks it.
Get him, Watson, get him.
What is going on, bro? It's like a whole other team.
Okay, Watson, I'm gonna queue you up. Come on. Hurry, they're coming. There's a new team.
What's up, Curtis? Any good aim trainers for controller?
Dad, napping, I'm angry. Help, help, help. I'm down here. Safe. I'm safe and sound. Now I'm even safer. Good try.
Bro, there's no chance that Octane was gonna res me, because, like, he was screwed, but I'm just yelling like a papega. That is so dumb. I could host customs right now because of my channel is big enough. Actually, it's not, surprisingly enough. I have tried many times, and like people end up leaving. Like people do end up leaving. Like again, it might not be you guys, but like somebody in there is gonna leave. And so you have to have at least 30 people. Like obviously there's TDMs, but that doesn't get enough people in. You can hardly get anybody into those lobbies. So like, you know, maybe we'll run those at some point, but I would really want to get like full BR lobbies in, and we can do like different themes, right? Like let's say wingman and PK only, or sniper shotgun only, you know, like all these different themes, like themed like customs basically. I think it would be super fun. Like I have so many ideas, but like it's just the matter of getting everybody in is like really hard, and getting enough people in is really hard. I don't know any good aim trainers for controller, honestly. I would just say play the game. But I think you can use controller on Kovacs. I'm not sure though. Movement is the only reason you play Apex? Me too, honestly. That's definitely one of the reasons. Like controller movement can be pretty fun too. But oh yeah, aim labs. I forgot about that too.
Oh, dang it, I accidentally dropped it the wrong time. You said what now? I couldn't hear you for the sounds. On me, there's a guy on me. It's a bald wraith. I'm scared now. I only have sniper rifle. I haven't shot one of these since World War I. Hey!
Sentinel here.
You can have one of them. I ain't gonna hit anything anyways. I can't see him. Where is he?
You kill leader? You do that.
Get him! Oh no! There's rats everywhere!
Oh my goodness.
What's happening?
Bro, it's so funny. I think I like aim labs better than Kovacs too. I like the I can't remember what custom thing it's called on. Bro, where are my shots actually going though? You guys see that? That's crazy. What? That's crazy, Curtis. I got some pretty weird settings as well. Okay, I know that one shouldn't have hit.
I hate these stupid crypto drones. Right on me, right on me. There's too many of them. I might be going down. I might be going down.
What's up, bruh? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Why are they shooting at me, you whippersnappers?
No, I was going for the swap, bro. Holy crap. So, like, there's this weird issue this season where... So, basically, I have not seen a singular cheater, right? And someone brought this up to me. They basically were saying how they think that they changed the way how the bullet comes out of the barrel to combat cheating, basically. Because it definitely is different. Like, the Sentinel feels different, the Wingman, the Mastiff, the PK... especially close range, like it's just like you get, it's like it's not even a no reg, it just doesn't even no reg. Does that make sense? It's really weird. Whatever they're doing works for cheaters though, but it definitely like messed up the hit registration pretty bad. Really, Curtis, that's cool. Whatever works for you is the best for sure. If I could describe the task, what is it called? It's like, it was the very, like, it was basically like the hardest one on Kovacs, like, possible. It was like a custom one that you had to download. It was like ridiculous. And it was specifically for Apex. But it was like hard tracking, like super, super hard tracking. I can't remember what it was called though. I have to keep thinking. So knife, I use the Razor Viper, Razor Viper V3 Hyperspeed, and I use a rechargeable battery. Reflex track? No, so it's not a default one. It was like custom made by these, who the heck was it called? If Dragon was here, he would know what I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure. Link it, you need to work on your aim. Yeah, you should try aim labs, definitely for controller. The one I'm talking about, like, you can't do it on controller. It's like, it's ridiculous, bro. What the heck is it called? Hold on, I'm gonna swap back to M&K. But, you can add me, bro, to be invited to my customs. But I don't add people to play because I can't play with everybody. But again, I don't know when I'm hosting those customs either. Because they're really hard to, like, plan out and stuff. I just need, like, more people, basically, to be... and then I would have to plan it out, too, like, on a certain day and everything. But imagine missing. True. But yeah, this is my favorite mouse. I used to like the G Pro, but I've had too many G Pros break. And then also the new CEO of Logitech is from Big Food. Like, you know, big food companies, the ones that literally design food to make us sick. And they were talking about how they wanted to make an end-game mouse where you have to pay monthly subscription to use it. And I said, I'm never buying a Logitech product again. They're cheaping out on materials, too. It's really gross. Like, I don't know why people do that crap. Like, this freaking, like, greed, bro. Greedy rats.
He's weak, he's weak. Oh, they're dead.
So far, For Razer, I like Razer's most recent products. But this V3 Hyperspeed, so I don't like light mouse or light mice anymore. When I had arthritis, I did. But now that like my arm is like better and my wrist and joints are better, I don't like the light mice anymore. So I like 80-gram mice around there. And this one's 80 grams because of the battery in it, but it's a rechargeable battery. If you're gonna ever like get anything that has like batteries in it, just go ahead and get rechargeable batteries. It's first of all, it's gonna save you a lot of money, and it's like, you know, less waste. And dude, this thing has lasted, I think, 2 weeks on this battery, which is nuts. Like, I haven't had to charge it I haven't had to swap the battery in 2 weeks, and I still have 3 other batteries, and it wasn't even fully charged. But yeah, I do enjoy M&K more than Controller. Controller's still fun to play, though, definitely. But I took a year break from M&K, and I just got back on it like a few weeks ago, basically. I think like 2 weeks ago. Something like that.
Scared of old grandpa. How sad. Running away from an old man.
I knew someone was gonna come behind me.
That Gibby's one shot, knock his teeth out. Help!
You just sold your final mouse because it's too light for the sky pad? Yep, that's another thing too. Yes, I can do that for you, bro, since it wasn't working. How about getting into M&K? You played on Xbox before getting a PC and you can't force yourself to get into M&K? Well, I think it's worth... See, that's the thing, right? It's probably really hard, right? But don't... Like, if you do want to try it, and I think you should try it, you know, give it a chance. Because who knows, you might like it better. You might be a freaking complete crackhead demon on M&K and you never knew. You know what I mean? Like, you might, like, improve very, very fast. Some people do that, some people don't, you know? So it's like... I think it's worth trying, and even if you don't end up committing to it, at least you tried it. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, that's the thing. So the reason why I use the SkyPad is not the reason why other people use the SkyPad. I use the SkyPad because I want to avoid the amount of chemicals that I'm exposing myself to. Right? Normal mouse pads are coated in a lot of really gross chemicals that, you know, cause a lot of issues, hormone disruptors, PFAs, you know, it's pretty crazy. And they're also made out of, like, plastic. So that's the reason why I use the SkyPad. I don't think, like... I'd say the SkyPad's the best because of that reason, but maybe even like a metal pad. I've never tried one of those, but I've seen that they have like aluminum mouse pads. I don't know how good those are though, so I can't really speak for it, but I think the price is worth it. Especially if you're gonna take care of it and not break it, because then you have a permanent mouse pad. You know what I mean? How many conversations revert back to plastic? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Man is nerd emoji. I think you just copy what everybody else says and you can't come out with anything for yourself, but I'd rather be a nerd emoji than a lot of other things, so I'd rather be a nerd emoji than go into people's chat and say that they're a nerd emoji, so I'll take it. Mike, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's really cool, Glitzy. So what mouse do you use then? But yeah, I like heavier mice, and heavier mice actually helped a lot with my tracking, because the lighter mice were just so light that like I don't know, like my tracking was not as good. The Viper? Nice. So you have the V3 Pro then, right?
Gibby's trying the res. Let's knock his teeth out.
The rings are neighbours, pals. We've got a minute to find her. No more numpties. They built them tougher in my day. Oh, max level. I wonder if I get another PhD for this.
Killed the kill leader. Turns out teamwork's the real champion, eh?
Close range.
45 seconds, rings just up ahead. Tower you can.
Recharging my shields.
So mine's only 1K pulling. I've tried a 2K pulling mouse and I could like kind of feel the difference, definitely. It wasn't like a giant difference, but I could feel it. I wish this one was 8K too, just for the sake of it, but I don't know if you can make this mouse go to 8K actually. With one of the adapters. I don't know if it works on the hyperspeed, because the hyperspeed, it doesn't even have a, you see that? There's nothing there. So then you open this and then the battery's in there. What's my everyday diet? I only eat beef, salt, eggs, dairy, raw dairy, so like raw kefir, that's grass-fed. I don't eat that every day because it's expensive, like the dairy is, but I eat the rest of that, you know. I have like yogurt, but you obviously can't have raw yogurt, unfortunately. I wish that was a thing somehow. Dang, these kids are running. But yeah, I basically eat beef and eggs every day. That's it. I don't eat vegetables. I only use salt. I don't use non-stick pans. If I'm feeling crazy, then I'll have some non-sweet or some sweet fruits every once in a while when I feel like my body needs it. But the majority of the time, yeah, I just eat beef and eggs. Beef, eggs, and dairy. Preferably raw. Which I know some people, you know, are not into raw dairy, but I think pasteurization, like pasteurized milk is like dead. Like there's no nutrients in it, there's no bacteria in it. So it kind of just seems like pointless to consume, basically. That's just my opinion. Again, do your own research. Some research says that there is no difference. Other ones do, so. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, dude, Ash is so annoying, bro. That's so cringe. The fact she just has a snail, that's so funny. A snare that you can't even shoot, bro, is like, you should be able to destroy it. It should have like 50 HP or something. You were thinking about getting on that diet? Yeah, I mean, I think it would be like a good thing to try. I think everybody needs red meat more than they say that we do, because they kind of say that, you know, kind of avoid it. They don't, they say eat it, you know, a very small amount, but again, I used to have arthritis and all these problems, and, you know, it's like, what the heck? I wasn't eating any beef. Well, I was eating beef. It's just, it was every once in a while, you know? But every time I would eat it, I'd be like, dang, bro, like, this is just the best food ever. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, of course, Glitzy, uh-huh. Everybody, like, literally anything I say, please do your own research. Because what I agree with and what I accept as a fact, other people do the exact opposite. Like, for example, some people think that red meat is gonna, you know, cause people cancer. Some people say that you can't get nutrients from animal-based products because it's dead meat and there's no electricity in it. But again, that's what some people believe. But in my experience, bro, beef literally, and like just eating a better, you don't even have to do carnivore. Just if you go like animal-based and still include, you know, non-sweet fruits and fruits, I think that's probably more optimal for most people. Again, I'm not a dietitian, I'm just going off of what I've learned. Which again, you know, do your own research for sure. But Paul Saladino, if you know who that is, so I actually like already knew about like all of these chemicals and stuff, but I found his channel. I'm like, holy crap, like there's people that know about this. And I was like amazed at like just the community of people who have swapped to animal-based diets. Again, you don't even have to go full carnivore to get just massive benefits. But the main thing is like America teaches us to eat. You know, the recommended serving for wheat in a day is like 12 servings for wheat in a day. They want us eating constantly, bro. It's insane. Like, dude, I could not even eat that. I would freaking want to scream if I ate 12 servings of freaking wheat. Because my body is like detoxed from all of these toxins and stuff. Like, they don't tell us to eat the right food, bro, because it's not beneficial. What's up, Adam? A good steak hits hard? Literally, bro. Listen to your instincts, dude. Do you crave a steak like you crave a carrot? You know, maybe you do. Maybe you do. What's up, blood? Exactly, uh-huh. You already know it, bro. That and just like a lot of other reasons. Because I'm telling you right now, my mind has been opened a lot more after, after getting all of this crap out of my body that doesn't work for my body. Like, think about this. If you have if anyone in here has anxiety, social anxiety, depression, terrible thoughts, you know, like there's a wide range of things, right? If you don't feel good, look at your diet, bro, and get rid of the processed food, get rid of the sugar, and get rid of the grains. Then, if you're still having problems, get rid of vegetables. Keep non-sweet fruits. So people forget what those are. Non-sweet fruits are like, you know, cucumber, squash, acorn squash, spaghetti squash, zucchini. I'm missing a couple, but those are honestly like very solid. Like when I eat those, I feel fine. You know what I mean? I feel great. When I eat a vegetable though, it's not good. Like I have reactions in my body. And I don't need the vegetables. That's another thing. Because I get all the nutrients I need from beef, eggs, raw dairy, or even just, you know, dairy that doesn't have additives. And that is like, so there's a brand called Kelowna. Kelowna is a brand that does low temp pasteurization. And their milk, bro, the cream top milk, don't get chocolate milk, get milk. You know what I'm saying? Because their chocolate milk has bad ingredients in it. But their normal milk, it's not fortified. You don't want fake vitamins. You don't want supplements. You don't want superfood powdered freaking grass or whatever the heck they're trying to sell you. Like, think about it, bro. If you're eating, okay, where are you on the food chain? You are at the top. What is below you? Look in nature. If something is so high up on the food chain, it doesn't eat something that what it is supposed to eat eats. You know what I'm saying? Like vegetables and like forage, like plants. You know what I mean? The cows are supposed to be eating the forage, right? And they turn that into an even higher quality food, and then we eat that. But unfortunately, you know, we like to feed the cows grains to fatten them up, and like soy, and like, here, I'll show you guys something crazy, bro. It's so sad. It's nothing like, you know, bad or anything, but I'm looking up cow feed for sale, right, on the internet. And let's see. Like, they're supposed to just eat grass and forage, right? But a lot of people feed them like a very wide range of like soy, corn, wheat, barley, oats, and like alfalfa. Like all these things are like fine in moderation for a cow when it finds it in the field that it's foraging in, right? But it's like, okay, let's see what's in here, bro. This is freaking disgusting. Yuck, bro. That doesn't even have the ingredients on it, bro. But yeah, some people feed their cows like stuff that like fattens them up a lot, and that's like not normal, right? So like if you hear somebody say eat fatty meat, it's good for you, that is true. But just keep in mind, if you're going to be eating grain-fed beef, maybe just cut down on the fat a little. Like still eat the fat, of course. But like if your body's kind of telling you, like this is a little too much fat, listen to yourself. But typically if you're eating grass-fed, grass-finished beef, which is again the like number one, it's like peak nutrition, dude. It really is. Like if you're eating that, then you probably don't have to worry about it, because the fat composition is different in grass-fed versus grain-fed. Yeah, exactly. And that's crazy. The farmers don't even know because they're taught that way. And it's like, dude, go eat a grass-fed ribeye, and like it's just an explosion. Obviously, a normal ribeye is amazing, but go eat a grass-fed ribeye. I've never even had a grass-fed ribeye, and I can tell you it's better. Because when I eat a ribeye, right, it's good. A grain-fed ribeye is amazing. But if I eat grass-fed flank steak, which is a lower quality cut, still amazing nutrients. Beef is beef, you know what I mean? But like I prefer that grass-fed flank steak over a fat ribeye because it's just so good, bro. Does pork have a nutritional use? I mean, yeah, I think animal products in general are some of the best things that you can eat, but pork is a very, very odd thing to eat because some people think that ancient civilizations, again, this is a theory, but a pig looks freakishly close to a human in terms of its like how its limbs are and stuff. And basically some people think that some ancient civilization or some, you know, alien race or whatever came to the earth and basically like genetically modified humans, right? But also genetically modified humans into pigs to use them as feed, like to feed like the slave populations, because pork was given to slaves as well. Same with fish. Fish was another one, but the, you know, kings and priests and everyone who was like ruling the earth at the time was eating like beef, lamb, all of that fruit. They weren't eating the forage, they weren't eating the grains, they weren't eating any of that. Of course they were eating sugar once that came out. Because even those people were addicted to it, you know? Oh, really, blood? That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. But yeah, I mean, but the other thing is like pork does not have as much nutrients as beef. When I eat pork, I feel sick. I can't eat pork anymore. And like my instincts tell me to not eat pork, so I don't do it. I feel like they're not the most optimal food. I would just go for beef. I would go for beef, bison, lamb, goat. Those are probably the best ones, I would say. And that's just, you know, from what I found, in my opinion. Definitely do your own research for sure. Yep, that's another thing, Glitzy, too. And think about that, though. If you eat fish... Oh, yeah, elk. Elk is really good. I've only had elk jerky, though. I've had venison, which I liked, but deer are kind of scary because of the diseases that they get. Again, I'm sure if it's raised on a farm, it's fine. Like an actual farm that cares about them, but... yeah. I don't mind deer either. You've never had any type of meat other than goat, lamb, cow, and chicken? Those are honestly the best. So chicken, right? That's an interesting one. I will eat chicken if it's there. I won't go out of my way to eat it, though, just because chickens belong in tropical environments, right? Cows belong in pastures, right? Lamb belongs in pastures, bison, deer, all of those are ruminant animals, and they're actually where they are supposed to be. Thank freaking God that we have cows, bro, that can just basically live anywhere on rocky terrain and stuff, you know? But yeah, so like the chickens have been very, very far selectively bred, and same with pigs. Goats and sheep are from your area? Yeah, bro. I would definitely be eating that. That sounds really good. Yeah, me too, Glitzy, and it's mainly been not like a steak or anything, but it's been It was like an ancestral blend with like the liver. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. I like to eat like liver and stuff. Like beef liver. Try to find grass fed again because the liver filters toxins, and if you are eating, a cow that maybe had a fatty liver, that might not be that good for you. I don't really know, but you know what I mean? Because if they're eating grains and the wrong food, then their body gets affected and then you eat it. And it's like, you don't want to eat animals that are suffering if you can help it. Again, if that's all you can do, don't make yourself suffer by not including animals in your diet. You know what I mean? Because, like, unfortunately, like, if we take those out, we're missing a lot of things. For example, like beef, right, has like 42,000 different components that make up meat, right? Most vegetables are like 6,000 or below. So there's so many different components that are in meat that we don't even understand, aside from, vitamin B12, blah, 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 etc. You know what I'm saying? There's 42,000 components in beef. And it's like, we can't just dissect nature and expect to understand it when we don't need to understand it. All we have to do is do what nature tells us to do, and then we thrive, basically. First time you ate chicken liver? I've never had chicken liver, actually. That sounds so good, though. Dude, beef liver is freaking just amazing, bro. Pate, amazing. One of my favorite foods. And they say, like, that you can apparently eat too much, but I don't know how true that is. Paul Saladino, somebody I watch, eats organs such as even testicles, like testicles, brains, all that type of stuff, which, like, it seems very weird to, especially if you're from America, right? That seems very weird, but it's like, there's so much nutrition, and it's like,
I know what you're looking for.
are you just gonna waste it? You know what I mean? Like, we're so lucky that we have these animals that can do everything, bro. Paul got you hooked on watermelon juice? That's good. I'm glad that you're drinking that instead of Gatorade or any of those other things, Even though watermelon, like, again, we selectively selectively bred them and everything, but it's still, like, that is, like, even if fruit is selectively bred, I think humans were initially meant to eat fruit and meat. I don't think we were meant to eat the forage, like vegetables and stuff. So, like, I'm pretty on par with what Paul Saladino says from what I've found as well. And then also, but again, there's other carnivores that are, equally as, like thriving, basically, like Andrew Chaffee and Ken Berry and Homestead Howe. Like, I love watching all of them and their experiences. But that's the thing, just as long as you're just eating an animal-based diet, bro, like, if you've seen some of the transformations from these people, like, it looks like they freaking are not even the same person. Like, Homestead Howe probably has one of the craziest transformation, like, stories ever. Like, he went from, like, he reversed things, he reversed diseases, and the freaking, like, the doctors were, like, lost because they're like, how did he do this? I'll tell you how. He listened to his instincts and ate high-quality food, and it literally, like, it basically fixed his heart. Like, that is crazy, bro. Like, these were things... Oh, he had congestive heart failure, and he reversed it by eating beef, bacon, and eggs is what he ate. But he was coming from the standard American diet. Again, I don't eat bacon, but I'll tell you something, though. I don't eat pork, sorry, but there's beef bacon, and people forget that. There's literally beef bacon. So if you like bacon, go get some beef bacon. It's gonna have more nutrients too. Sean Baker? Yes. I watched Sean Baker as well. Dude, that guy's a freaking monster, bro. And he's like, what, 60, almost 60 years old, I think? Or something like that? I can't remember what his age is. I knew he was like older. That's just a guess. He definitely looks younger though. And he has this, he's freaking... He'd break people that I thought was strong and like in half like a twig, bro. And he's like double their age. Not like, you know, I'm not inciting violence or anything, but I'm just using like a metaphor. But yeah, it's crazy what, you know, eating the right food does to a human because we're freaking... Like, that's the thing that people don't remember either, apparently, right? Apparently. We can only go so far off of, like, the things we're told, you know, before it's like, you know, were they lying about this, etc. But, like, humans apparently used to not be the apex predators, right? Because, I mean, we would get eaten by bears in the wild. We would get eaten by tigers in the wild. We would be eaten by whatever it was would try to eat us too. But, like, we eventually, once we were able to make tools, we became the apex predators because we would kill anything. So it's like, first of all, that's amazing. Second of all, it's like, we really shouldn't be eating that many carbs unless it's like there are good carbs, you know? Like, again, the fruits, any non-sweet or sweet fruit that is not GMO'd and filled with pesticides, I would say is probably a very good carb to eat, you know? If you're gonna eat carbs. If not, you can probably do fine without them. But it's like, if you think you need them or you want them, then I would go for those carbs instead of... definitely, like, do not eat grains, bro. Like, grains are what causes, like, irritable bowel disease and stuff, and, like, poor metabolic function. Like, grains are, like, one of the biggest cause. Because grains are just processed seeds, and if we've learned anything from, like, seed oils and vegetable oils, like, we're not supposed to eat that stuff. Seeds are for birds, and we are not birds. And also, right, I think that, you know, there's herbs and stuff, herbs and seasonings that are fine, but also those can be contaminated too, and also it's like, you shouldn't have to put much seasoning, you shouldn't really have to even put salt on your food to eat it. That sounds very bland to most people, which I understand. I used to be the same way. But now I can just eat plain beef, and it's, like, the most delicious thing ever. And that, like, shows me this is definitely a food I'm supposed to be eating. You know what I mean? Again, I do normally use salt. I think we need salt for sure. I thought I had my Havoc out. Yeah, I don't know. Does meat have calcium in it? Probably? I'm not sure. You think the thing that saved him from heart failure was the amount of protein? I don't think that's what it is at all, actually. I think it's because he stopped eating the standard American diet and stopped eating sugar and drinking coffee and, like, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm sure the protein helped, but, like, dude, I'm telling you, bro, the standard American diet is a fast track to disease. Like, it will kill you eventually. It's a guarantee. Even if you don't have the problems now, like... And, like, as much as it sucks to say that, you know what I mean? But, like, they freaking are evil, bro. They're telling us to eat the wrong stuff. They put sugar in everything. Everything's hyper palatable and processed, and gummy this and sugar that and, you know, all the thickeners, and like we can't even digest a lot of the things that they're putting in the food. It's to just make us feel full, and then we don't have any nutrients, and then you eat a bunch, and then you get malnutrition still, even though you're like you're lacking nutrients, even though you're eating a ton. Like it's a crazy cycle, bro. Really, blood? That's crazy. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, calcium probably has it. Oh, so I'm using the Bose Sound Sport wired. So they're wired. They're really old. They're called Bose Sound Sport wired. And if I were to not use these, I would use the Bose QC20s that are wired, not the wireless ones at all, because they're not the same, but they don't make them anymore, unfortunately. They have them, like, sold, you know, refurbished. Some of them are, like, brand new, but a lot of them are, like, fake. So you have to, like, make sure you get, like, a reputable one from, like, a reputable seller. I think Microsoft sells them on, like, Microsoft Store. I can't remember if they're refurbished, but they're amazing, actually. Like, they're so comfortable. They don't, like, hurt to wear at all. A lot of IEMs hurt. Also, the sound is very balanced, and it's not, like, painfully sharp. Like, sometimes a lot of the IEMs can be, like really sharp and, like, painful. And also, like, painful to, like, stick in your ear. These rest in your ear. They don't, like, go into your ear. Does that make sense? Also, someone asked me about the R9, so it's actually on the ground in quads for some reason. It's terrible though. I kind of just had it because I was just running around talking.
GG's, everybody. Make sure to eat beef and eggs.
You are the Apex champions.
Yeah, let me know what you think about it. You're about to say, in your religion, it's a sin to consume anything with extremely sharp teeth or claws or tusks. And you think it's because if we eat those animals, we won't get enough nutrients. What religion is that, actually? I've never heard of that. Oh, I see. Wow. That's interesting. So, also, just a heads up, I respect, you know, everyone regardless of their beliefs, and I respect that there are like multiple religions, basically, if that makes sense. What's up, Horizon, by the way? So it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of the religions all are kind of like talking about like a similar thing that has to do with like nature, right? Or like nature is a, you know, like nature's law, which doesn't necessarily mean, you know, that there's like, I'm not saying, oh, there's no God or like blah blah blah. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is like a lot of the religious scriptures kind of try to teach us like what we should be doing in our natural state, if that makes sense. For example, don't harm other people. You know, eat meat, eat animal products, eat fruit. I don't know if, I don't even think vegetables, like I know that, I think vegetables were around during the time period of a lot of these, but they were giving them to slaves and stuff, you know, they were giving grains and vegetables to slaves. You've always been intrigued with Scandinavian gods? Me too. I think all of them are very... I'm intrigued by all of the religions because I feel like, and this is just my perspective, I feel like there's something that you can learn from all of them. I don't think that any of them are bad at all. I think people can use them to be bad, but I don't think inherently that they're bad. You know what I mean? By the way, all the harsh punishments in your religion don't apply to visitors to your country. Oh, really? I didn't know that either. Oh, really? So I don't watch any anime anymore. I don't watch any movies anymore, and I don't watch any shows anymore. I'm very selective with the media I consume because that stuff gets in your head, bro, whether you realize it now or not. For example, if you are a little kid and you watch a show, right? And somebody, right, let's say like I don't know, like something happens in the show and maybe someone like smacks somebody as a reaction, right, to what they did. That's going to teach that little kid that if somebody does that to you, there's a way higher chance of that same kid doing what they saw because monkey see, monkey do. You know what I'm saying? You dove into the world hierarchy pyramid you showed last night, and you've been loving researching the Anunnaki and the Demiurge. Interesting. So the Anunnaki are what the Sumerians have said. Basically, the Sumerian pantheon, like their story kind of is like apparently these aliens, which are the Anunnaki, came to the earth and a lot of them wanted to enslave everybody on earth and basically make us like farm a bunch of gold because gold is very okay. This is something else that's really interesting. I'm telling you, bro, these ancient civilizations had technology that we can't comprehend right now because it's like, think about them trying to imagine a keyboard, right? And how it works. They just wouldn't. You know what I mean? But like they were using the same materials that we use in our phones, in our screens, because they have like different like attributes, some can conduct electricity, some of them are insulators and like all these conductors, etc. And like those same people were using like all across the world, like in any religion or any ancient civilization, like they were using, quartz and all these different like resources that we use nowadays in our technology. So it's like they had to have been doing something with it, There's a story about birds dropping fire on war elephants in your religion. You found out what bird that was IRL, and it turns out they live with you guys. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Islam. I know that Islam gets bashed a lot, especially in America. And again, the thing is like, no matter what religion, people will take it and mold it to what they want and use it to, do mean things. And it's like, it's not that the religions are bad, you know what I mean? It's just like people will use them as like a tool to like commit crime. People do that with everything, and people do it with video games, people do it with the internet, people do it with food, people will do anything. It's crazy. But yeah, so like basically they think that the Anunnaki basically came to the planet, tried to do these like different things. People tie in Thoth, if you guys know who Thoth is, with the Anunnaki sometimes. People say that the Atlanteans were basically like actually an off-world civilization. There's so many theories, right? I think maybe there's a chance, like, I don't know, it gets crazy because how many times is this gonna repeat in all of, like, Sumerian is the earliest civilization that we know of, right? Not the earliest humans, but the earliest civilization. And what are the chances that, a lot of these, a lot of the religions around the world are like very similar in a way. Like they're not exactly the same, but they're very similar. And a lot of them have these experiences. Like, for example, I think the Mayans or the Aztecs, basically there's this ginormous like tunnel underground. It's 13 stories underground and it can house, I think it was like 30,000 people and like 1,000 cows, and it had miles worth of holes going back up for light and air, right? And basically like the people said that ant people came from the sky and made that for them. That's what they said. Ant people came from the sky and made that for them. They didn't make it. They also claimed that those same people made the pyramids for them. So it's like, I mean, that's what they're telling us, but like, what the heck does that mean if people really didn't come from the sky and do something? You know what I'm saying? Like, they had to like deliver technology or like something. Like, it's crazy, bro. Really? That's interesting. That's interesting, Blood. I know, right, Glitzy? But yeah, so like I like that, I like when we're able to talk about our like different views and stuff. Oh, so what I was saying, now I remember. Basically, like all of the religions have, I think I explained this earlier, an esoteric meaning and an exoteric meaning. So exoteric means like outer, esoteric means inner. And like almost all of religions have the same esoteric meaning, which I think I've explained this before, but basically the majority of the prophets came and were telling us that like that we are divine and we need to break like being slaves to other humans. You know what I mean? And like nowadays, like we still are slaves in a way. Again, I'm not saying that there aren't people in worse scenarios than us. Of course there is, and that it makes me like it's really sad, you know what I mean? Like obviously there's that form of slavery too, but there's the other side where we're all under a system that we can't really be free from until you like basically look within yourself and realize it's all crap, you know what I mean? Really, Horizon? I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. But that's what they say. How many coincidences until it's not a coincidence anymore? You know what I mean? Sure, Blood, I'd like to hear. I don't know what the Antichrist is from the perspective of Islam. I know what it is from the perspective of Christianity, though. But yeah, I'm definitely down to hear what it is. The deity flyer on that website. Oh, you'll get in some rabbit holes, Glitzy, for sure. That never ends sometimes. I'm glad you're looking though. Like again, you just use it as like a little like template to go research different things, and it really does get pretty crazy. Interesting, blood. So that's pretty interesting, right? So that's kind of similar to Christianity in a way. Um, so I think Christianity says basically how there's it's like like basically he'll come in a time of need and try to help us too, and basically and just to say, like, I am not religious to any capacity. I'm kind of more more on the side of a I can't really put myself in a category, but I would say I'm kind of Gnostic pagan, but like not really. Like I just feel like nature really is like, you know, one of the clearest ways for us to communicate with whatever it is that is above us. And also it's really hard to explain, like my because it's kind of like my own thing. It's not really like it's already a thing. It's like bits and pieces of everything. Um so I don't think so. I think what Antichrist is, like, and again, this is just my perspective. So, and this is also um my perspective of good and evil, or God and Satan, or whatever you want to call it. So we obviously live in like a dualistic world, right? There's good, there's bad, fire, ice, etc. But chaos, order. So humans, right, have the capacity. So we get to decide, right, regardless of what we believe. We can do good and we can do bad. We get to choose that, right? And regardless of what we believe, we have that capacity. We can either act as God or act as Satan, etc. Are Satanists technically a different sect of Christianity since they're worshiping the Christian devil? Or so I know that there are people who worship the devil, but there are forms of Satanism that are like anti-oppression, basically, or at least they claim to be, or I don't really know too much about it, basically. But I know that Lucifer, right? Lucifer gets a lot of hate because people think that Lucifer is the devil and or Satan, but Lucifer is actually not that at all. It was a mistranslation. Lucifer is a light bringer. Lucifer is actually eerily similar to Jesus. But yeah, basically. So the sad thing is that the show Lucifer taught you that. That is hilarious. But yeah, Lucifer is a light bringer. What's up, Naomi? Have I read the Bible? I've read bits and pieces of it. So I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I respect everybody's I respect everyone's view on everything, right? But my beliefs more align with like Gnostic pagan than anything else, but I wouldn't consider myself Gnostic pagan. Does that make sense? But it's weird because Gnostic and pagan contradict each other, right? But see, the thing is I used to think that the word pagan was bad because I was conditioned to believe that until I actually researched it. And I'm like, well, what the heck? Like, all of my ancestors were pagan. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing, Blood. I don't believe in, like, I respect everyone's different views, but my beliefs don't align with Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, or any of the other ones, really. Unless we're looking at the esoteric meanings and symbology behind these religions, but the literal meanings, I don't believe in the literal meanings. Does that make sense? But the thing is like pagan, right? I thought was an insult and it was bad to be pagan, basically. And pagan means a worshiper of nature. And I used to think pagans were using like dark magic and all this stuff, but when I actually researched it, it says that's forbidden. You're not allowed to do that. The only quote unquote magic you're allowed to use is to help other people. And it's like, why was I convinced that this was so bad? You know what I mean? And it really makes you think. The conditioning, you know? You respect your beliefs as well? The show Lucifer was created by people who worship the devil to spread false truth and confuse people and lead them astray. Well, that's the whole thing. Lucifer, well, I have only seen a part of Lucifer the show, but what Lucifer the show was putting into my mind was that Lucifer was Satan or the devil, right? But Lucifer is actually way closer to Jesus than anything else. So it's really interesting. Like, because we've been conditioned with, because there's one mistranslation in the Bible that says that they refer to Satan as Lucifer, but that was a mistranslation basically. But the word Lucifer means light bringer, harbinger of light. That's not evil, you know what I mean? It's easier to be good in Islam than evil. But that's the thing. For me, right? I don't need any external source or anything to tell me what God is or what I should be doing other than that instinct or, you know, God, basically. What's up, energy? How religious am I? I'm not religious at all. Well, I appreciate that, Naomi, but the thing is, I think you're kind of getting confused, right? So, again, I haven't explained my beliefs at all, but I don't worship. I don't really worship anything. I listen to your instincts can be manipulated. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. But, I mean, by that logic, so can a book. A book can be manipulated, you know? G builds things. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, so like the thing is, it's not that I don't believe that there's a higher power or higher powers. I don't know which one or the other, but I know that I am guided by it. And I know that what I am doing is like, if I don't listen, there are repercussions to not listening. You know what I mean? Things don't work out as they should, and I have ignored that for a long time. But I don't subscribe to like religious doctrine because, in my opinion, I think all of them have been overridden and manipulated, and almost all of them have been used for very bad things. And it's like, for me, if I were to, let's say, become religious, I feel like it would take me farther away from God. And my instinct that has always been with me since I've been birthed. It's been overridden in all these different things. But now that I can finally pay attention to it, like my instinct tells me that, you know, and by, if we want to put it into like religious terms, God tells me that, right? So it's like, you know, who do I think this higher power is? I think the higher power that is unknowable, you can't speak it. It doesn't have a name. It's all that ever is and will be. But I don't agree that that power would ever send us somewhere for eternal torture. Ever. I think life is, like, we're here to learn a lot of lessons. And, you know, grow ourselves more to further develop that. No, I did not know that G builds thing. It's pretty crazy. You do feel if you confidently and solemnly follow your best instincts consistently, your life becomes a lot better? 100%. You know what I mean? But I don't think that creative force would ever send anybody. I don't think there is a place where that is a thing. What I think is that what you're referring to right now, like Lake of Fire, whatever you want to call it, that is now. That is if you don't listen. Your life will be horrible. I used to hate my life. I love it now, thankfully. And it's because I listen to that inner voice or inner instinct or God or nature or great spirit, whatever you want to call it. Whatever, you know, your religion calls it, that's what I'm referring to. Does that make sense? Yes, that's what I'm referring to, Horizon. It's now. You get to choose. Are you going to be God or are you going to be Satan? Are you going to be good or are you going to be evil? You know what I mean? I did not know that, though. That's really crazy, though, Glitzy. Also, thank you for the follow, by the way. And no, I get what you're saying, Energy Dragon. It definitely is hard, you know? And usually that's the thing. The best thing for you is not always the easiest. You know what I mean? For me, right, when I was younger, I went to church and stuff when I was really young, and my instinct was telling me, like, I would get this really weird feeling when they would mention the name Jesus, right? I would be like, why is this like bothering me? But I wasn't like, I didn't have any bad problems. Like I was like a very, very innocent child, right? Especially at this age. And I was like, I want to be like a good person, blah, blah, blah. I was never mean, anything like that. I was very, very polite, actually. Looking back at myself, I was like, wow, I'm like proud of how I was because I was like a really, really good person when I was really young. And basically, it was like, why is that? And then nowadays, when I research it, that wasn't even his name. It was Yeshua. So it's like, it doesn't feel weird to say that name or hear that name because it's like, why is it that, we take things and we change, like, do we change names? Like, why are we changing names? You know what I mean? Also, thank you so much for the sub on Twitch too. I appreciate that. Language barrier? I mean, yeah, but it's a name, right? Like, don't they put, it was Isa? I think that's according to your religion, though. Because there's different perspectives on it. I know what you're referring to. You're referring to, the Mahdi, right? But yeah, so it's like different perspectives, right? But something like, think about this. All these religions have very, very similar things, right? And regardless of the name or the person or whatever it is, everyone was being guided in a way, but people took that and used it as a weapon, right? People weaponized God. People weaponized the laws of nature, which is also what these religions were explaining, were the laws of nature. And like, I think, there are, I don't know. I think that there's truth in all religions, but there's also falsehoods in every religion too. And again, I'm looking for truth. I'm not looking to subscribe to anything out of fear. I remember I was like fear-mongered before into believing like, oh, I better believe in God or I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna burn forever. Whatever is guiding me, that doesn't exist. In my reality, it doesn't exist. In the sense that like when anybody dies, it doesn't matter who you were. Even people who have done horrible things to me, even people who have done horrible things throughout history, I don't believe any of them are burning right now forever, being tortured by demons. I don't believe it. I think they go back with what they have learned throughout that life to whatever source it is, or whatever source that you want to call it. And, maybe you come back. I definitely think that there's reincarnation, because something that I realized throughout my entire life is like all these like synchronicities that are very, very weird. Especially throughout history that I've learned. I learned that, so fun fact, some of you might think this is a little crazy because of conspiracy theories that are not accurate, by the way. I think, again, every institution has been breached by evil in one way or another, which is human. So someone in my close family was so basically they went into the Freemasons, right? And like I read this note, like actually on like a history archive site. And it was like I was like reading my own words. It was so freaking weird. And like basically they said that this like even the highest degree Freemasons were like confused how this person was a initiate and knew everything, like everything in there. They knew every single thing that was going on within the Freemasons. Like the note was talking about how it was like a note from the person to to and from the like I think it's 33rd degree Freemason or something. Basically they were having a conversation on like, how do you know all of this information? And they're like, I don't know, basically. Like I just felt like I was born with it. And it's like crazy because I do the same thing. And it's like it's insane because like I feel like I was born with knowledge that I've had since a little kid, and it's like really weird. Do you guys have any experience like that where you just like you already knew these things like since birth? It's really weird. You're like, I don't know where I learned this, but I know it. And it's like, we probably have had a lot of lives, I agree, Naomi. So me personally, I don't think so. I think there's a contrasting force. Okay, so let me let you guys think or make you guys think for a second, right? So if humans are made in the image of God, right? And we have a conscious and a subconscious mind. We have an ego. To me, as a person who is not religious and who views all of these things as unbiased as I can, to me, it sounds like Satan is or the devil, whatever you want to call it, is the ego of God. It's a never ending, or, apparently it ends eventually, but with, light coming out on top, because darkness cannot get rid of light. Light can only get rid of darkness. So it's almost as if we are made in the image of God, right? Oh, also, so Allah, right? ALLAH. Think about that, right? Arm, leg, arm, head. Also, you know what I mean? Really, 8. That's interesting. You relate to that, but you never contribute it to reincarnation? Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking. Allah in English isn't the word. Yeah, but think of that acronym. What is it called? What is it called? But it's interesting, right? Because arm, leg, arm, head, made in the image of God. A lot of people say that we are made in the image of God, etc. So it's like, it's just interesting to think about, because if God created everything, or this source energy created everything, then it created the opposing force too. So, what if that force created the opposing force on purpose to teach itself and further its conscious it's like its consciousness. Does that make sense? What's up, dark matter? But yeah, so like from my perspective, I don't like, again, that's just a thought. Like, it's not like I subscribe to that belief very hard. I think it's a possibility, but I don't think about it much. I just focus on how can I make other people's lives better and do my part in making things better here on the planet while I'm here. And whenever I pass away, then I'll learn whatever it is, Allah means one. Really? That's really cool. But yeah. It feels like the whole world is sick and the guiding force is one of evil. See, that's where that's what the Gnostics believe. So Gnostics believe that the material world is inherently evil and that it was created on accident by Sophia, which is wisdom, basically creating the demiurge by accident, or like on purpose, but like not intentionally trying to make it bad. So basically, there's a lot of different like theories around it. Like basically, like Sophia didn't have a partner, so she wasn't able to fully create like a good existence, if that makes sense. But what she created was the demiurge, right? And then the demiurge, or sorry, like creating a being. And she like didn't have a partner to create with, so it like, you know, kind of messed stuff up a little. Not all the way, because life is amazing, but there are some really terrible things, you know what I mean? And it's a pretty interesting concept, because they say that for example, again, this is a Gnostic approach. They say that the God of the Bible and the God that humans say are God is actually basically that being that was accidentally created, not the highest of the high, right? But that was what created the 3D world and trapped bits and pieces of the highest consciousness in us. But since we're birthed into a dualistic, partial evil, partial good world, and then basically they say the serpent in the Garden of Eden was not Satan, actually. It was Sophia speaking through the serpent to let the humans know that they were being enslaved by either A, other humans, to a quote-unquote false god. Again, that's the Gnostic approach, because I know a lot of people don't know that, but that was one of the earliest forms of Christianity, was Gnostic. Until churches decided, all right, you guys can't believe that anymore, burned so much stuff and killed them all. So it's like, it's kind of crazy. Yep, exactly, Energy. 100%. I agree. Yeah, sounds good, Horizon. Have a good sleep. That's wild. Where did you learn about this? So I didn't actually. So I always had a weird feeling. Again, this is just me. And if the Bible helps other people, that's great. Or if any religion helps other people, that's amazing. I'm glad it makes your life better. You know what I mean? I still respect those views. You know what I mean? I respect all gods, even if they were created by humans. Does that make sense? And even if they weren't, etc. Whatever. But think about this, So it's like, ever since I was young, I have had an aversion to anything to do with religion, like a very strong one. But not because I thought it was wrong. It just always, my instinct, or God or inner voice, etc., has been telling me like, you should stay away from this, basically, because it's not what it seems like it is. It's not what it seems like it's portraying itself as to be. And that's what I've done my entire life. And again, just because it works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for other people. Some people need something, right? I still have something. It's just like different. I don't know how to really explain it. But so God is telling you to keep away from Christianity. Well, you see, the thing about Christianity is there are multiple gods in the Bible. There is Yahweh, and then there's what, some people worship Jesus, right? To me, Jesus was a symbol of breaking free from a system that was enslaving everybody. Financials. He came to teach us that we are also God. The kingdom of God is within inside you. It's not here. It's not there. That's what he says. So I believe that's what I believe about Jesus, is that he was here to teach us that we are also divine beings as he was. Like, we can become God in the flesh if we do the proper work and do things correctly. Instead of just living out the classical, like, human experience that has been going on forever. That's what that means to me. Again, people don't view it that way, and that's okay. Now, in terms of Yahweh in the Bible, I think he was created by humans to be a kind of like hey guys, we can communicate to God. Like, because remember, the priests at this time were basically saying that you can only speak to God through us. And then, Jesus came, etc. And it's like, we're so far removed from nature to begin with that, like, a lot of religious concepts are like anti-nature almost. So it's like, I don't know, it's just very odd, because going against nature is going against God as well. Going against or going in the flow of nature is going with God, simultaneously, So it's like, see how that's very similar, Blood? The devil can also mimic the feeling of God to lead you to make bad decisions according to the Bible. Yeah, 100%. See, I don't know if there's an evil being out there. All I know is that we are on an earth, and what we can trick ourselves very easily because of how powerful our mind is. I think the devil is in our head, which is the conscious mind. And then I think God is the subconscious mind. And it's like, if that's being controlled by an external source or not, I think more people need to focus on now instead of when they're, like, when you pass on. Like, we need to focus on now so we can fix what has been going on this planet for so long. And I think that's the goal of all of this, is to fix it eventually. And then we have a new world where, people probably aren't even following, like, religious doctrine at all. You wouldn't need to, because we're living in harmony with nature. Therefore, everything is good again. But the farther we keep going from nature, the farther we get away from, whatever you want to call it, God, etc. So it's like, I don't know, it's very hard to explain, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. But I think Yahweh was created as a method of control, to control humans and say, hey, this is God, And the thing is, though, is the biblical God is the same as, like, for example, the gods that the God that Christianity worships is the same God as Islam and Judaism. Their prophets are different, but also at the same time, It's like there's this little hidden bit that's in all of religions that points to something even higher, that is above everything, including these human-made concepts of what they think God is. Does that make sense? Oh, I see. So the prophets are 100% same, but the Muslims just have one for us. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's what heaven is like in Islam, but you don't think it's nature-wise? But the thing is, right, is if nature is God's law. Nature's law gets to decide that you have the right to have a place to live, to have water, and to have food, right? That is your birthright. That is not a privilege. You know what that is nowadays? That's a privilege now. It's a privilege to have water. It's a privilege to have food. It's a privilege to have space to occupy your own living. That's how far away we are from God and or nature. Why don't I read the Quran? Well, I haven't, like, again, like I've dabbled around like a little bit in, like, you know, the Bible and like a few other things, but from what I have learned is that I don't take them literally anyways. You know what I mean? So a lot of my values are in it. Yeah, a lot of my values are in a lot of different religions. All of them. All of them. Pagan, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, ancient Egyptians, Sumerian, you know? At least read at least one verse. Okay, I mean I can do that. Like I'm interested in it, right? I'm interested in all of them because I take something from all of them. You know what I mean? It's not like I just subscribe to one thing. You know what I mean? But so what I was talking about pagan earlier, right? Because you said pagan question mark, right? So do you think pagans are bad? Because again, I used to think that because I was programmed into thinking that pagans were bad and like doing all this terrible stuff. And then once I learned and put myself into the perspective of that time period, they were telling, you know, so basically pagans, the people from, you know, Ireland and stuff, like that's where my whatchamacallit, my family comes from. And I looked into it, right? And they were calling pagans and people from the Nordic countries evil and Satan and the adversary because they came and they gave knowledge to the slaves of these churches and people who were just controlling the population at the time. So they depicted them as, so like we see the symbology everywhere. You know what I mean? The eagle, right, which is known as the Roman Empire, killing the snake, right? The snake was my ancestors. The serpent was my ancestors. But they were just saying that, like, you know, that's what they attributed them to because they didn't like what they were doing because they were freeing the minds of the people who were enslaved by all these systems. And it's like pagan means that you so like, again, I don't worship anything particularly. I don't worship. Does that make sense? I follow and I'm guided by, you know, whatever you want to call it. But it's like, I don't say prayers. I don't I don't do any of these things because to me, like, God does not have those prerequisites. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's easy to just want to pick a religion and to be like, okay, I'm this. You know what I mean? But like, I say pagan because they really look to nature heavily. Magic, you know, quote unquote magic, if that is used, it is for good. You are not allowed to harm people, etc. Like, a lot of these concepts are very similar all across the world, but somehow we got to a point where the religious leaders wanted to split up humanity even more so they're more controllable through these different avenues that said being religion or anything. You know what I mean? Pagan means to worship something below you. No, that is not what that means. Pagan. Well, see, I don't believe that, Blood, because Islam says if you are so this is an example. One of the lowest places you go when you die in Islam, if you are a Christian, and it's like all the other religions. So I don't believe that any of the religions want unity. There's an underlying doctrine that's hidden in every religion that wants unity. But when people take everything literally, it gets bad for a lot of people. You know what I want? I want unity. I don't need to put myself anywhere, especially if they're going to tell me, "Oh, we want unity," all this stuff. Like, I don't know, you know, Zoroastrianism is seen as a big sin as well in Islam. I think that's the worst sin of Islam is Zoroastrianism when it comes to other religions. And when you look at Zoroastrianism, that's where Islam came from. That's where Christianity came from. That's where Judaism came from. Uh-huh. Yeah, see, that's the insult version of pagan, right? And what is Zoro? So Zoroastrianism is, I think Zoroaster made it. I can't remember. He was a prophet before Jesus. He predicted that Jesus was going to be a thing too, basically. But basically that was one of the first religions that were monotheistic. It still was like dualistic, but it was monotheistic. And that's what paved the way for Christianity, Catholics, you know, all these, Islam, Judaism, all of them. They were all rooted in Zoroastrianism. Yet, all those new religions point to Zoroastrianism and say, you know, that's evil. That's a sin. You're not allowed to follow that. You're not allowed to look at that. And it's like, how can you say that when all of them are like building blocks off of each other and evolving? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's really confusing to me because it's all so similar. How can we just keep pointing fingers at each other? We don't need to be pointing fingers at each other. We need to be pointing fingers at the people in power that have been dominating the planet for the past who knows how long. Because those same people are using religion as a tool to divide us instead of unite us. That's why that all of them are so, like, different. You know what I mean? But the same at the same time. But there's so much conflict around it because they've weaponized it. And it's like, it's really sad. Because, okay, so for example, right? I'm not sure what country you're from, but me growing up as someone in America, when I was a little kid, you know who was painted as the bad guy on TV? People from the Middle East. They would show them as terrorists and how they were so bad and all that stuff. And it's like, that is so messed up, because when I would see that stuff, I knew better too. Because I was like, but some people fall for that and they become like racist from it. And it's not their fault. It's because they've been programmed. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's really sad, because I was always thinking, I'm like, there's a human on the other side of that. Like, there's like, these people can't be bad, basically, is what I was thinking in my head. Like, there's no way that there are other humans in other countries, and that's why they're bad. But that's how America paints it. And it's really sad. You know, all those movies you see when you're a kid, and it's like, they try to paint, you know, people from the Middle East as, you know, terrorists, and they try to paint China as communists. And well, obviously they do communism, but you know what I'm saying? Like, they're saying, oh, it's so bad, you can't go there. You can't go to the Middle East. You can't go over there. You can't, you know what I'm saying? They try to keep you trapped and separated. But at like, it's so sad, you know what I mean? Because the citizens of these countries, right? We all just want peace. But the people that are in charge of our governments don't want that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I believe it, Blood. I know that there's a few countries where, you know, it's probably not safe for an American to go. But you know what I mean? Blind Spot, thank you for the follow, by the way. I just saw that, my bad. But yeah, so like, these people who run all of these things, it's just like, it's very weird. Do I think the Freemasons are bad? No, I don't think, again, I don't think anybody is inherently bad. Even the people who are causing war and all these things that happen, I don't think that they're inherently bad. They've just been conditioned to be a certain way. Does that make sense? What's up, Kyla? And also, I do play other games sometimes, not often. What's up, the Vibing Brawler? How are you as well? So, conditioned by who? Well, that's the question. These people are so powerful that we don't know who their names are. It's not Satan worshippers. It's not devil worshippers. It's people. It's not the devil. It is people, a very small group of people that practice psychological warfare and manipulating the masses. But they even manipulate the governments. It's not like these governments are just like, even they are underneath their control. You know what I'm saying? Food systems, you know, in just society in general, they control how society is. You know what I mean? What about people who are clinically insane, even if they don't know they're doing evil things? Are they evil? No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody, like, I think people can do evil things. Oh, I agree, Blood, 100%. One day they will. And again, I don't want anybody to suffer, even those people. I just want them to come to a realization to what they're doing is wrong. That's it. I don't want them to be punished. I don't want them to be killed. I don't want them to be demonized or anything. I just want them to get that feeling of humanity where you look at the people around you and you just come to a realization that, you know, like, I want to treat people good. I want to help people, you know, not, I want to get every last dollar off of every last person possible and make them sick and make it so they have to pay even more money and this and that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's crazy because the citizens of every country, like, we are so divided by invisible borders that it's easy to like look at a different country and be like, or look at a different religion and be like, oh, your beliefs are wrong, or oh, this and that. And it's like, at the end of the day, I think a spiritual journey is within yourself anyways. You know what I mean? Everyone has their own. And if you subscribe to a religion, that's fine. You know what I mean? Again, everyone's journey is different and it all leads to the same place. But I think religion is heavily weaponized, just as anything else is, by these same very oppressive people. And it's like, we have to stop, judging other people's beliefs, or, get rid of the beliefs that say, you can't be this. It needs to be accepting of everyone else's. Like, all religions should be accepting of other religions, like, if we're going to have them. But, like, essentially, if we got to that point, there wouldn't be a need for religion, because we would just all be acting out of our natural instinct to just be a good person and to not harm other people and to not, do all these horrible things that people do, My cat is Beanie. You feel like a failure because you can't help? Well, you shouldn't feel like a failure, ever. It's okay to fail sometimes, but maybe you are helping. You just don't realize it, And there's ways you can help people without, you can obviously, help somebody that's homeless by, like, one time, we saw a homeless person when we went to the grocery store, and we decided to go get them an entire cooked chicken in, like a jug of water. And there was something else we got them too. And they were sleeping outside, and we gave them that and like $20 and left it by their, by where they were sleeping. You can do stuff like that. But you can also do other things to help people, even though it seems like it doesn't help much. Even if you're just talking to somebody and giving, like, for example, a lot of people have told me that I have helped them with certain things, like through my streams and stuff. And that's not saying, oh, go stream and like go do that. Like, if that's what you want to do, 100% go do it. But it just makes you realize there's things that you can do to help people that you have no clue how much impact it's really making. But yes, this is Beanie. You hope you're helping? I think you are. I know you are, actually. But yeah. You don't understand all of our infighting once you started viewing all of humanity as one people and not people and countries? Yeah, 100%, because we're not. And that's the amazing thing about the internet, right? Is that I never thought I would talk to someone from the Middle East in my entire life. Or half of the places that you guys are from. It's amazing, It's so cool to be able to talk to people in different countries. Because we're all citizens. We are all humans. We're all one thing. We're all the same. We're different, but we're all the same. And until we all recognize that we're all one and all the same, we need to recognize that, because that will solve a lot of our issues. And people will be a lot more compassionate and caring to other people. And that is already happening now. And also, Blood, thank you for being accepting of other people's views here too. Because sometimes, you have interactions with people who are like religious, and they're very judgmental and like all these other things. And it's like, you know, so thank you for like being like open-minded to hear other people's views too. That's really good. Like, so I would say you are helping, you know, like that's a very helpful thing to do, because especially in the modern day world, they try to make it seem like, you know, oh, you have these few options and they're like extremely different than each other, but you know, you can only pick one. You know, it's like, oh, you can pick Republican or you can pick Democratic, and you're either extreme left or extreme right. There's no middle. You don't get to pick that. They don't, you know, it's not like they say that, but it's like subliminally there. But it's good to just take in all perspectives and not judge other people. Because, for example, right? If I put myself in your shoes, Blood, if I was you, like if I went through every single thing you did in your life the exact same way you did, I would be a Muslim. And if you went through every single thing that I did in my life the exact same way, you know, you would have the same beliefs that I did. It's just because of how things shape us to be who we are. Does that make sense? Because we're all the same, you know? Just what shapes us makes us different. Only race that matters is human race, 100%. We are all humans. Doesn't matter what our skin color is, doesn't matter what our beliefs are, doesn't matter what we eat, doesn't matter, you know, all these different things. We are just all humans and we are all the same. Even though, of course, the duality of it is that we're different, but we're the same. Also, I have this book here. It's called The Good Life. Readings in Philosophy. And it has Lao Tzu, Plato, Aristotle, Lucretius, Epictetus, I don't know how you say that, Buddha, Augustine, Martin Luther, William James, Rene Descartes, Baruch Spinoza, Bertrand Russell. There's a ton of things in here. Karl Marx, Martin Buber. Yeah, it's basically a book of a bunch of philosophies. It's pretty cool. It's really cool, actually. And yeah, like, so you asked me about Freemasons, right? And I don't know if you heard this when I said this earlier. I think, again, the Freemasons have been infiltrated, I'll say that, by, you know, people who are not what the Freemasons initially were, right? Freemason initially, it still kind of is a mystery school, but it was similar to what the Egyptian mystery schools were, where they would teach basically about all the religions and everything, right? They would teach about it all. And it has gotten a bad reputation for some reason. I don't know why. But I had family that was in the Freemasons. And when I found, first of all, they wrote so many books on ancient Egypt, things to do with religion. I want to have some of the books one of the days. It's one of my distant relatives. But so basically, I found this note on a history archive from my distant relative to the 33rd degree Freemason at the time. I can't remember, like one of them, I can't remember what his name was. But they were basically having a conversation, and the 33rd degree Freemason said to my family member that was very, very new to Freemasonry. Basically, like, you know, how do you know everything I know and more, basically? And it's like really crazy when you think of that, because like that is in my genetics too. So it's like, I don't know, it's really cool though. And also there used to be a Freemason lodge by my house, and I would always be like, oh, they're Satanists. It turns out they're not. They're not Satanists. They're definitely not. There might be people who are Freemasons who are Satanists, but the group mystery school itself is it's like people will put the blame on anybody. But yeah, it's basically just a school that, you know, like a little like school that teaches about all different types of religions and the mysteries of life. That's basically it. Really? That's weird, Blood. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's because he's a Freemason, though. That's because he's not a nice person. You know what I mean? How long have I been streaming? I've been on for almost 9 hours. My cat's laying right on my keyboard. He is so funny. It's because it's food time for him. But yeah, like, think about it. Once we, you know, point at a whole group of people and, you know, potentially say that they're bad or evil, you know, like our brain wants to associate, for example, if somebody, again, like in your case, right? Like, yeah, see that guy, Blood? It doesn't matter what he is, because it doesn't matter where he puts his stuff, basically. Like, it doesn't matter where he puts his beliefs. He could have been a Muslim, he could have been a Christian, he could have been a scientist. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? He wasn't being a nice person, you know? He could have been anybody. He could have been part of anything. He could have been part of a church. He could have been part of anything, you know? So we can't say that people are bad because of that, because that same mentality is that mentality that was teaching me when I was a little kid that people from the Middle East were terrorists, and that's just not true. You know what I mean? It's like the association that our brain makes, but when you're aware of it, then you can like dismantle it, basically. If that makes sense, you know? I don't know what my cat just pressed on my keyboard, but he pressed something and it I don't know what it did. Hold on, let me try and fix this real quick. Yeah, that's really mean, Blood. That's really mean. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I definitely understand why you would think, you know, those people are, you know, evil, etc. What's up, Nico? Yeah, sometimes I play Octane. I think I played him a few games in a row. I was playing Horizon earlier, though. I've been just sitting in lobby, though, honestly, just talking this whole time. That is weird, Blood. Yeah, sounds good, Glitzy. Thank you so much again for all of the support. I really do appreciate it a lot. I hope you have a good sleep. And I'm glad you're checking out all these different concepts and stuff. It's really cool. You're an Octane main? Nice. I'll play a game here in a second. I need to go feed my cat, though. And then I will get back on. Well, I'll continue playing is what I mean. Also, how do I change this keyboard to be one color? There we go. Okay, that's good. What is my favorite food? Beef. Do I like Star Wars? I don't watch movies and I don't watch shows or cartoons or anything like that. Because it can like program you to, you know, kind of act a certain way or maybe put ideas and stuff in your head that don't have the best intent. Really? Thank you, Nico. Yeah, no problem, Glitzy, of course. My favorite food is beef. I love grass-fed beef. That is my favorite food. And also grass-fed raw heifer. Two favorite foods. Yes, Beanie. Oh yeah, it's Beanie time. Okay, I gotta go feed my cat really quick. I will be back though. Does that also not also apply to games though? No, that makes sense 100%. I agree with that. It's just there's less like I'm very aware of it, right? The difference between gaming and watching something for me is that I'm participating, like my brain is like actually doing something rather than kind of just like turning off and looking at something. It's more like your brain is actually like computing. Does that make sense? But no, I get what you're saying for sure. And yeah, I think even Apex is meant to program people to maybe identify with characters and then, you know, purchase a skin basically. Uh you know, the only reason why companies the only reason why companies claim that they're inclusive is because they found that they can profit off of that. They can profit off of personality traits that people have, and by implementing it into characters, they can further make people identify with characters more and then buy more skins. But yeah, it does apply to games for sure. But when you're when you're like hyper aware of it, it's like really easy to like to discern it basically and like ignore it, especially in games. It's kind of harder when you're watching like other, like let's say in a movie, right? They use real humans to do that, right? That explains why you haven't bought anything in Apex. I mean, that could be a reason too, but yeah, I mean, I don't think any of them are. I think I thought Wraith was, but she's not. Maybe Octane, maybe Pathfinder, probably Revenant. I think Caustic. But I don't know. I'm not 100%. I don't pay attention to this game's lore like that, so I really don't know. It doesn't bother me. It's just I don't really care about that. I don't like I don't pay attention to those things ever. I don't care what what preferences people have at all. Like I just I don't even think about it. You know what I mean? And I don't feel the need to talk about it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Blood. I could be wrong. I can't remember though. Thank you, Nico. Revenant skin? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I could be wrong, Blood. Maybe not. I can't remember. But yeah, Google it, figure it out. But that's the thing, right? I don't care the preference of any, like, what preferences people have. You know what I mean? I really don't care. It's none of my business. You know what I mean? But with that in mind, it kind of confuses me as to why it's like so out there now, and it's like it's not anybody else's business, you know? Who cares? Like, do what you like prefer, but like, who cares? You know what I mean? Again, that's just my view on it. If other people have other views, that's completely okay, but because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, who cares? There's other stuff in life to worry about that's more exciting. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much more in life than that. Than worrying about those things. But yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go feed my cat real quick. And yeah. Okay, I'm back. I fed my cat and I made an egg. All right, I'll probably play a few more games and then I'll probably go to sleep. Well, I gotta edit some videos and then I'll go to sleep, I think, but we'll see. Dang, what the heck? We already have 11 subs over 1800. That's so random. That's crazy. I appreciate it, you guys. Also, thanks to the all the new people who came in today and was, talking in the conversations and everything. I appreciate it.
What? I went to the floor. I need a gun. I need a gun. I can't see him. Where is he, Fusey? Where is he?
Are now available.
Down that one. I got everything under control. They actually got heat. Enemy shield cracked.
It's gonna see us. It's gonna see us. Run! There's more! There's more! Run! No!
I cracked an enemy shield.
It's too. It's not worth it.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
I'm running.
They're on
I'm
your ass.
running. Ah! Ah!
I need shields.
How did that miss? It's crazy. That's sad that money's actually getting votes. Oh, so earlier I was asking questions like, oh, if someone gave you $10 million, would you go punch a random person basically in the face? And a lot of people said yes, but I explained why they think that way basically, because like I know why people think that way. It's because it's like money is like a tool, right, of control. And yeah, like people were like coming up with the reasons to justify it basically. And I was like, oh, so you're taking, you're basically like saying that your love of money justifies hurting another human for no reason. And yeah, people started to understand it more. It was pretty interesting. But I'll tell you something, right? Actually, I just looked at this, Steve. But money was at almost 70% earlier. And now helping others has surpassed it actually, which I was really surprised to see right now. I haven't checked it in a minute. How are you doing though? But yeah, so like I made people change their thoughts about that. It was pretty cool. And like people were like understanding and everything of like how they've been tricked into thinking that money is everything. Obviously we need it and it's a tool in a lot of different ways, but like where's the humanity, But yeah, people started to realize it when I was like talking about it. It was really nice because a lot of people changed their answer. They were saying how, oh, you're right. I never thought of it that way. I just thought like, oh, I would just give the person, half of the money or all these different things. And I'm like, well, that's the thing. Like hurting somebody else can cause lasting damage forever, and not only that, but it's just like, you should never do something for money that you wouldn't do for free. Like, obviously, I mean, to an extent, like, let's say it's a job or it's like, it's not harming anybody, or, that's different, like, obviously you got to do some things that you don't want to do in life. That is how that works sometimes due to, how everything's set up now. But like once you're doing something that is wrong, right? For money, that's when like you're letting it control you. Cuz like things that are like more popular nowadays, like especially on Twitch, like all that, the bathtub streams or what the heck they were doing, hot tub streams at one point, like people don't want to do that. They think they do because they want to make more money. And it's like they're basically, you basically sell your soul, when you're doing stuff like that, because you're basically just like doing what you wouldn't want to do, but you're only doing it because you're getting paid for it. It's like a really, money is a very weird thing for sure. And again, I don't blame people for having those answers. Like I understand, like when I was a kid and when I was like, I grew up in poverty, like pretty hard, it was bad. And back then my answer would have been, yeah, I'll go punch someone in the back of the head for 10 million bucks. Duh. Literally. I used to think that way. But that's the thing. You have to, it's not you have to, but if you have that type of thought process, like you can't become enlightened about that without having that, like it's like you got to be bad before you can become good. You have to have things that teach you what is right, you know? It's really crazy to like think about though, but yeah, basically like a lot of people ended up changing their answers and saying how like, oh, I wish I could go back on the poll and change it, you know? And it made me really happy because that means like people were basically realizing, you know? Oh, I agree, Steve, for sure. I agree. That's why I just, you know, like when I'm chilling on here, like we talk about a lot of different things and it's like, you know, I try to open people's minds up to different perspectives so that they can, you know, research further or, you know, maybe just consider a different thought process, you know. Not saying, you know, oh, my thought process is the right way or whatever the heck, but I just try to be as forgiving, empathetic, caring, compassionate, etc. as possible, as to the best to the ability that I can. Like obviously nobody's perfect, you know. You've got a golden background. Well, I hope you do. That would be awesome. Typically, you know, when you're younger, like little kids, like they do have they're innocent, you know. But the thing is, it's like some people don't learn things like when they grow up, and then they like, you know, they do things that they wouldn't do if they weren't put into like certain like scenarios, you know. And it just like sucks that like the world can, though, like people aren't evil by default. People are shaped to be evil. And that's like something that helps me, you know, be empathetic towards any human that exists on this planet. It doesn't matter what you've done. It doesn't matter, you know, what you believe or think or like whatever the heck, you know. Like there's always a reason for somebody, you know, living in a way that, you know, they probably never wanted to begin with, you know. It's just like sometimes like life can be very, very hard for people, and I can only imagine the things that, you know, some of these people have gone through. Like I'm so lucky that I didn't have to deal with a lot of these things, but like for example, like when I was a kid, right? I was hit with a, again, this is not that bad, by the way. I was hit with a workout belt to get punished, right? You know, those big, like, weight training belts that are made of leather? I would get hit with that. And I used to think that that stuff worked. But then I realized it made me rebel so hard, you know, against like basically any form of like any of that stuff, you know what I mean? And it's like, how do you say it? So like, I don't know, like when I would get punished as a kid, I would be hit with a belt, you know, yelled at, screamed at, right? And then you know what I did? So, like, basically, if, you know, like, I felt like it was okay to yell at people, and it was okay to fight people, and it was okay to, you know, to hurt other people. Because that's what that taught me. Maybe that doesn't teach everybody that. But when I, you know, like my little kid brain was like, I'm being hurt by my family. You know what I mean? So it's like, that teaches you, when you're hurt by your family, that teaches you that anyone will hurt you and that it's okay to hurt anybody. Why are there caustic parts literally everywhere, bro? Like, how did that even happen? Are they below me? What is happening? Also, if anyone's interested, these are the new skins for the P20. Oh wait, an example of what, Steve? Did that happen to you as well when you were younger? But yeah, and like, I mean, like when I was, you know, younger, I would like, you know, steal stuff from the store and like, you know, do all this stuff that I just like, you know, because like, I don't know, it's like, again, it might be different for other people, but like, again, my family hurting me and like, you know, verbally or, you know, with the belt or whatever it is, you know, like all that did was teach me that anyone would hurt me and that, you know, it's like, it takes away your innocence because it's like, you know, all I did was make a mistake when I was a little kid, dude. I could never look at myself and then hit myself with it, like anybody, any little kid. I could never look at a kid and be like, I'm gonna beat you with a belt. Like, I don't know. Again, the people, you know, don't agree with that. That's completely okay. I see, like, the aspect of discipline, right? So maybe it was just for me, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with that too, Steve, you know what I mean? And it's like, you can't help how that shapes you, you know what I mean? You can't help with that at all. And it really sucks, because like, again, people go through worse, you know? But, you know, there's always somebody that is going through something worse than you, no matter who you are. Like, as crazy as that is. But you can't dismiss your own struggle due to the struggle of others, too, you know? But yeah, like, we don't get to decide how our brain responds to these signals being, you know... Because it's, like... It's all environment. It's really all environment and how, like, humans and life in general just are beings that are a blank slate, basically, and they react to stimuli. That's all we do. We react to things that happen to us, and it shapes us the way it shapes us, you know? Kids don't deserve to be hurt for no reason. Okay, so what justifies hurting a child? That's what I want to know. You know, what is your answer on that? What justifies being hit with like a freaking, like an enormous like leather belt, you know? Or with anything, you know? Really, Steve? Well, I'm proud of where you are right now. I know a lot of people, you know, that were like that too, you know, ended up in state prison. One of the literal nicest people I've ever met in my life committed horrible crimes. And it's just due to what they were put through, you know? And that person, you know, once they got out of prison and everything, they're like, you know, I recognize, like, basically everything I've done wrong. And, you know, I regret it and I've learned from all of these things. And now, they're even better of a person than before. You know, it's crazy. Because there's that aspect of, you know, bad things that happen and then you do bad things, and then it teaches you, and then you become, like, you know, better than ever, essentially. And it really, like, wakes you up to a lot of things. Again, thankfully, I've never been in jail or anything like that. I still have done a lot of things that could have put me there, probably. But thankfully, I was just really lucky, I guess. And it's like, yeah, there's, you know, like, I can't think of a time, no matter where, like, I can't think of a time where I have looked at a kid and been like, you know, this kid deserves pain because he's misunderstood, or he was taught wrong, or he saw something on TV that said it's, you know, it's okay to hit people, it's okay to do this, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's okay to act in this way because the programming, right? Think about that, right? You program software to be a certain way. The TV programs, right? I'm gonna go watch my program. Who has heard that? Time to watch my program. Literally, it's like, it's right in front of our faces. It's crazy. Yeah, that's amazing, Steve. And again, I'm super proud of where you are right now. And that is just, it's like an amazing thing that you have, like, overcame all of these obstacles that so many people, you know, not everyone can overcome stuff like that. That's like, that's, you know, it takes a lot of strength to do that. I remember when I was a kid, literally, like, anybody, because, like, I remember my best friend had a brother, right? And he said, well, he went to, you know, state prison and stuff too, and, you know, like, everyone I knew was like, oh, don't hang around that person, he's a bad person. And he would have done, like, anything for us. Anything. Because he was not a bad person. Nobody is, you know? He was just put into those situations that just made him the way that he was, but he was, you know, not a bad person to any capacity. Wow, that person is so weak, it's crazy. Yeah, no problem, dude. Like, and like, yeah, like, all these things that are bad really teach us how to be good, you know? It's amazing. That's like the duality of life, you know? Can I play Mirage next game? Yeah, I can do that. So I do want to do viewer games, Nico, at some point, in customs. Because that can get everybody in. Where did my bullet just go? Hello? Okay. Oops. What's up, Plum? Really? That's crazy, bro. Can I hit a trick shot? Well, I was going to, but, or I was going to try, but I actually hit a Kraber trick shot earlier, but I hit a collateral right there, but, did not kill them. What's up, 5 Facts? Yeah, I want to host some, like, themed customs and, like, you know, hopefully be able to get some, you know, prizes and stuff or something. I feel like that would be really cool. Even if it's just like, you know, like a battle pass or something. Who knows? I don't know when I'm gonna do it, Nico. I want to do it hopefully sometime soon. You know, we're getting more people in the streams and stuff, so hopefully once I plan it out on a specific date, we can like get enough people together to have like a full lobby, so it's not like an empty lobby and like, you know, we can't start it basically. But yeah, I want to do like stuff like, let's say, what do you call it? Yeah, like themed customs, like let's say cowboy themed, where you can only use a wingman and a shotgun, or a, you know, shotgun 30-30, or, you know, whatever it is. And then like everyone's on Fuse and Maggie or something. I don't know, just random ideas like that. Yeah, for sure. I agree, Steve, definitely. Because some people end up there forever. And the ones who learn become even better of people, if that makes sense, basically. You know, like you got to go through bad stuff, and then it makes, you know, if you do things right and learn from it, then, you know, you get rewarded. Again, things can still be hard throughout life, of course, but I feel like when you learn to listen to the, you know, the side of your head that is good and always good, and, you know, looking out for others and stuff like that, you know, connected to nature and everything, it's like, it makes it a lot easier to deal with very hard things that come up, you know, that just come up in life, you know, because things can be really hard, but if you're, you know, listening to that side of your head that is very negative, you know, it's hard to make it be quiet sometimes, you know, but when you do, it definitely makes things easier. Again, it doesn't take anything away from, you know, the bad things that happen, but it definitely makes dealing with it easier. Really, Nico? I hope you find some good ones. It's kind of sad that a lot of jobs don't allow people that have been to jail. It's like they don't even give them a chance. Yeah, like that's something else I like never understood. Like there's just like all these things that like society like points to and is like, "Oh, this is bad, blah blah blah, you know, can't associate with that, blah blah blah." And it's like the people who tell you, and I'm not saying like, okay, let me say the system that tells you, the system that was created that we were put in that tells you that these people are bad or whatever, are the ones causing all the issues anyways, that are putting people into these positions. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so backwards. It's like it's actually just laughably crazy. It's like the ultimate gaslighting. It's so crazy. Yeah, thank you, Plum. I appreciate that. Thank you all for hanging out all the time. It makes the streams a lot of fun. And yeah, like it's it's funny because honestly, like almost, and this is my personal experience, you know, like I do know some people that were reoccurring, you know, going back to jail and going back and going back. But it's like the people who like, you know, broke through are some of the hardest workers I can think of. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you, Steve, you take care of all your animals and everything. That is hard work, bro. Yeah, you got grandkids, bro. That's hard work if I've ever seen it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't have that in them anymore, you know, to be that hard of a worker. And like the people that I know, especially the one that I know that went to the state prison, extremely hard worker, dude. He was always trying to do something to like to it wasn't necessarily to make money, but it was to like provide for his family. You know what I mean? And he was not like a dad. He was an older brother. You know what I mean? But he was still like doing everything he could. You know, he would go work all like two like manual labor jobs at once to just help out, and it's like that's crazy, dude. That's amazing though, Steve. That is awesome. It's like they don't understand that people went to prison probably learned from their last actions. Yeah, some people don't, but some people do, you know? Thank you, Nico. I appreciate that. I'm glad. Uh-huh. I mean, see, that's the thing, though. Like, the root of all problems, almost all problems, come from greed, right? Money. And like authority, almost. But it's not the authority that's within your head that guides you and takes you where you need to go. It's the authority created by man. You know what I mean? Like, you can get arrested. Like the state I used to live in, you had any amount of, for example, any amount of weed, that was like, it was like a couple $1,000 fine and like 30 days in jail, and that's just like absolute minimum. That was like the lowest. Actually, I don't even think it's 30 days in jail. I think it was like a couple months. But if you were caught, you know, with like anything other than, and that was like paraphernalia, was that's what you got for paraphernalia, or like, you know, a small amount. And they have people in there where I used to live. They put more people in jail than New York, and there was not even close to the population of people in New York City, not even close. And it's like, you know, yeah, I mean, I guess jails need to be a thing just in case, but there shouldn't be anybody in there. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be these things that people are doing because, you know, people don't want to rob people, but their kids are starving. They don't have an option. They're not going to let their kids starve. They're doing what they can for their family. And it's like, it's really sad because there's so many resources on this planet. Nobody should be starving. Nobody should be without a home. Nobody should be without water. That's 3 basics. Yet somehow it's a privilege now, even though that's our nature / God / you know, whatever you want to call it, given right to have water, food, and a shelter, a place to exist. It doesn't even have to be a shelter. Give me a piece of land. You know what I mean? Give us something. Alcohol? I think alcohol does nothing but cause trouble. In any amount. Because it's very addictive. It's also it's a liquid toxin. There's no nutrients in it. You know, there's a lot of things about it. I'd recommend, you know, if you do drink, maybe I don't want to say go do something else, you know what I mean? But I think drinking is, from my experience in my life, it's done nothing but cause issues. And everyone around me that did it caused issues, you know what I mean? That's a money scam? Wait, what's a money scam? If a kid does a really bad thing or kills someone, should the kid or the parents get punished? I mean, like, the parents didn't commit the crime, but the thing is like, the kid has to learn. So if it, see, that's the thing. So, okay, why don't we punish, why don't we punish the schools? Because they didn't teach that kid good enough, right? Why don't we punish the people who, you know, bullied the kid at school into the point where he didn't care about anything anymore? Are we going to punish those people too, you know? So it's something to think about. Because there's a lot of things that go into stuff like this, rather than, it's not black and white, you know? It's like very, very complex. And oh, going to jail for pot, yeah, it's such a joke. Like, if people want to do that, I think it's less harmful, way less harmful. It still has the potential to be harmful. Let's not forget that. But at least it's like mind expanding, and it's not dumbing you down. But that's why it's illegal. Same as other things, you know? Because it, you know, might wake you up too much, and you might realize what the heck's actually going on. And then you realize that everything that, you know, these authoritative structures, like, what they're doing is like not okay. Like, maybe you'll realize that. So that's why that's why they keep it illegal and try to make it scary, you know. But they'll let you drink, you know, you can go chug a whole fifth of Fireball and they don't care. They don't care at all if you do that. You just gotta make sure you're not, you know, running around crazy drunk, and, well, that's okay. You can have alcohol. You don't drink, it's haram. Is it haram? Is it haram or haram? It's haram, right? I think. What's my take on religion? So we actually were talking about this earlier a bit. Yep, everything's a money scam, literally. I think religion, my opinion, is, again, I respect everybody's, you know, everybody's got their own thing, you know, everybody has something that helps them. For me, I feel like we just need to go back to nature and stop, like, stop making all these things that we don't need because people want to profit off of it, and in turn keep all the resources, you know? But yeah, I don't have a problem particularly with like any religions. It's just how people use religion as a tool of destruction. And also, I don't really like identify with any particular group. I kind of just have my own thoughts, and I think people should, you know, people should explore having their own thoughts, you know. Just because a religion says, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that, doesn't mean that that's right, you know? And that doesn't mean, again, I'm not saying like, you know, evil, bad things. That's not what I'm saying. There's some like things, like very specific things that I just find are like kind of odd because it's like, you know, it's a bit oppressive and controlling. And that's in like all of the religions, you know, here and there. Bits and pieces. I think so also religions have a esoteric and an exoteric meaning. I like the esoteric versions of all religions because it's all the same. The exoteric is what is different. All religious, you know, scriptures, books, etc., contain stories, contain a hidden meaning that a lot of people don't see. And once you're able to see it, you kind of just never unsee it. And it basically, I can sum it up for you that most of them, you know, point to us being a divine being as well, and that we are here to do good, and that, you know, you have to look within yourself and find it, because it's not here. You know, it's not outside of you. Like it is, but it's also inside of you, but it's also like you don't need to go to a book to find it. You don't need to go listen to other humans. You don't need to listen to me. You just got to look inside of yourself and you'll find it, you know? Do I think there's a creator? So you believe there's a creator, but you don't know who the creator is? No, that's not what I'm saying. I think the thing that all of everything emits from, like that point, that is which is unexplainable. You can't really put it in the words, and I think that guides us to become better humans if we listen. That's the thing. Our instinct. We need to listen to our good instinct. Not the bad one. Not the one that's pretending to be good. The one that we know which is actually good. And I don't think that when you die that you're going to be punished. The punishment is now. When you do something bad, you have to live with that. You know what I mean? You have to live with that for the rest of your life when you make, you know, bad choices. And in turn, if you're, you know, making good choices, it you know, it feels amazing to, you know, help people and like, you know, just do things to be good, you know? Yep, sounds good, Steve, for sure. I'm happy you got on too. You have a good day too. And never give up on whatever you want to do. And you already know, but just a reminder. Like, I'm just proud of where you're at. It's really cool to see, you know? But yeah, you have a good one. Do I believe in the afterlife? So I think the afterlife, I think there is some form of an afterlife, right? I think that we can reincarnate, but also I think that there's an afterlife, both of them, right? I think we're like kind of here, so like we're here to advance what is good until everything is good. But we have to do the work while we're here. We can't keep thinking that, you know, like there's nothing that we can do and that we just need, like, obviously, yes, look within yourself, but at the same time, like, take action on what is good and what benefits everybody. and what, you know, brings unity rather than separating us. And also, something else too is that so this is my other take on religion, is sometimes it can conflict with nature. And if we look at nature, right, we get told what we should be doing, you know? For example, an animal usually does not fight another animal unless it's eating it, right? That's basically the only time. We should not be killing anything ever unless we're eating it, defending ourselves. And we don't need, you know, other humans, you know, that have written books. Like, again, they can be helpful, but we don't need that to know what we need to be doing. We can just look at nature, look at the earth, look at all these systems that were created, you know, by something, by, you know, the source of everything. And it can teach us what we should be doing and how we should be living. And modern day is so disconnected from nature, and also, you know, and or God, etc., whatever you want to say. But I think that nobody, and when I say nobody, I say not a singular person in history will ever be punished in the afterlife. And that doesn't mean let's go make bad decisions. That's not what that means. I just don't believe this thing that we all come from would make us to torment us. Yeah, life can be tormenting, right? But that's different. That's the 3D matter, like, you know, thing that we're in right now. But I think that once, you know, once enough people like realize these things, and that how we need to be unified, even if we have differences, you know, that's okay. We can accept each other's differences and unite together. And eventually, this planet will be much, much better off than it ever was. And I think that we're here to learn things and stuff like that. And maybe we keep reincarnating and over and over again until we get it. And once that happens, you know, who knows what happens then, but is there any certain religion you're leaning towards? If you had to choose to believe one religion, what would it be? That's a hard question because I have problems. Like, I don't have problems with them. That's not what I mean. But, like, I have things that I don't like about every single one of them. There's a few broad terminologies, such as, you know, like pagan, that I agree with, but I wouldn't consider myself a pagan because I don't worship. I don't worship anything. I just act through my good instinct and, you know, knowledge/information that I get in my head that I know is from the good source, and then I act on it. That's basically it. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate that a lot. So I don't know what I would pick. I can't really say I would pick much of anything. I would say, I mean, I like the idea of Gnosticism, which basically is like, so the idea is that these human interpretations of God have been created for a like a control doctrine, like a mass human control, and like basically there's a few other beliefs, but again, I don't completely believe everything within their like mythology and like how everything was created and like all these like I don't know, you know what I mean? And but yeah. Oh, no, you're not being annoying at all, Plum. I'm glad you're asking so you can get some other perspectives too and like understand where I come from, you know? So there is a lot of people who are Muslim that are very well, it's not even just Muslim, it's all religions, right? There's people from all religions that will point to other religions, right? And be like, these people are evil or these people are wrong, like all these different things. And it's like, how can we say that? Because if you look at all of the religions, so there's a literal meaning and then there's a symbolical meaning, right? The symbolical meaning across all religions, all of them are the same. So the hidden meaning behind all of them are the same. But the external literal interpretation is very, very different. And then it's also mixed with the political agenda of those different countries at the time and what they wanted people to act like. So they basically took, God or source or whatever you want to call it and weaponized it as a form of control. But so like Islam specifically, I don't know much about Islam. And there's stuff that I do like in Islam, right? That I've heard of. Same with Christianity, same with all of them. You know what I mean? There's things in there that are good, but there's things that are in there that are bad too. So it's like, hey, what the heck? So it's like, they say, I guess in Islam that, I don't know, but like sometimes they, like from what I've heard, they say that you can do very bad things to people who are not Muslim. And I don't know how true that is. I haven't like fact checked. I can't remember exactly. It's like pretty oppressive for women as well. But so are other religions. Other religions are also very oppressive for everybody. God is not an oppressive force. You know what I mean? And it's not to say, oh, just do whatever. Like, that's not what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, but it's really hard to explain. But if I were to make a hybrid religion for myself, which religions would I use? Well, it would be the symbolical meaning behind all of them, which just means look within yourself, because that inner guidance that you're looking for and seeking in religion is already in you, and you just need to follow that and listen to that and communicate with that instead of going off of other people's words, because other people's words can be twisted. And they can, like, people can wordplay anything they want. You can justify any scripture for doing anything you want. But something you can't change is your inner instinct that that is good. Like, actual, like, true goodness. is in yourself already. So, like, you don't need anything outside of you. You just have to look within yourself and realize that, like, you know, you are God as well. And that doesn't mean like in an egotistical meaning, like, oh, I'm God because I can, you know, genetically modify plants and vegetables to, you know, whatever the heck. That's not what I mean. And that doesn't mean, oh, I'm God, so I'm going to do whatever I want. That's not what that means either. It means like find the goodness within yourself and make the world a better place, basically, you know? It's really hard to explain, but yeah, I don't know. My big things are just like everyone needs to look within themselves and get connected back to nature, and because like nature is how we are communicated to heavily. And that's why, think about it, right? Why else would all, like, think about this. Why else would these people in power try to separate us so hard? You know, we have all these different countries, all these different religions, all these different, you know, just like things that people, all these different political ideas and like all this stuff that just separates us, right? They try to take us from nature as much as they can because they know that severs our connection. You know what I mean? You think I'm glitched? Yeah, I fixed it. It's just not queuing. I think I'll have to do revival probably instead. Yeah, see, that's the thing though. You see what I mean, Plum? So like again, I'm not saying that there's not good things, right? But there's also things, yeah, that are in there that are from a long time ago that people still follow and enforce now, which holds us back. But that same thing is true for even Christianity, you know? Say, you know, it's all the same thing. And um the thing is so it's, you say, because it erases all of your sins and it forgives you for your past, right? So nobody, so the thing is regardless if you are in Islam or not, you will be forgiven. I promise you that. You will be forgiven for anything and everything you've done that's wrong. And because regardless of what you are in, you know, if you're religious, if you're not religious, if you're even atheist, you'll still be forgiven. You were forgiven before you even you made a bad mistake, because you're here to learn. And yeah. Yes, within the Islam ideology, that's what you guys believe, you know? But what I'm saying is like you'll be forgiven regardless of where you are or what religion you follow or who you are or what you do, because the thing that created us all is not going to torture us for our mistakes or, you know, condemn us or, you know, anything like that. Really, Nico? That's good. How many kills do I have? Let's see. On this account, I have 42K, almost 43. Also, it's very interesting, right? So, a lot of religions are actually based off of sun, moon, or star worship. I believe Islam actually started as a moon and star worshipping. and then it eventually evolved. And then Christianity started as sun worshipping, like worshiping the sun. And then I think Judaism was star worship too. But like modern day religion is much, much different now. A lot of those things are seen as sins across the board, even though that's like where those religions originated from. It's just worship of nature and how it communicates to us, Do I think we're alone in the universe? No, we're never alone ever. But if you're saying of like other, beings in the earth or beings in space, there's probably something. I would say, we're like with how complex the world is and stuff, I would say yeah, there's probably more stuff out there. There might even be humans out there too, somewhere else. Who knows? Yeah, it's like not even loading. I think it's time to go to sleep. The logo moon has nothing to deal with Islam. They just stuck that logo to misguide us. So why would... So are you saying like... Well, who did that then? You know what I'm saying? So according to this, I appreciate it, Plum. That's good to hear. And yeah, and like so like it's really nice because even though like so our our views can be similar, but they can also be different, right? But like, nobody's judging each other, nobody's mad at each other. We're just, talking about it. And that's really good, because that can help, everybody see different sides of things. So, according to what I found right here, it says some historians, linguists, and archaeologists believe that Islam is a modern version of an ancient fertility religion centered around the moon god. Before the birth of Muhammad, Arabs practiced pagan rites that included praying towards the Mecca multiple times a day, making an annual pilgrimage to the Kaaba, running around the Kaaba 7 times, caressing a black stone idol in the Kaaba's wall, running between 2 hills, making animal sacrifices, gathering for prayers on Friday, giving alms to the poor. And then it says, the moon god was the primary deity in Mecca, which is built as a shrine for the god. The Arabs believed the moon god was the greatest of all gods, even though they worshipped 360 other gods at the Kaaba. Some say that the moon god's symbol include the crescent moon and the name Sin, which appears in inscriptions. In pre-Islamic Arabic mythology, some argue that Allah was a moon goddess and point to Islam's use of a lunar calendar and moon imagery as support. However, modern scholars have dismissed this theory as speculative and without evidence. Some also say that the theory is an insult to both Muslims and Arab Christians, as the latter also uses the word Allah for God. And so another reason is the new moon marks the Muslim calendar, which has 12 months that are either 29 or 30 days long. It says, as Ramadan ends, Muslims around the world wait for the new crescent moon to appear, which marks the start of Eid al-Fitr. I think I messed that up. A festival that celebrates faith, community, and gratitude. And then, because travel along the desert trade routes in Arabia was mostly done at night, navigation relied on the position of the moon and stars. The moon can represent God's guidance on life's path. Oh, really, Nico? It does. The moon phases in the calendar. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. What time is it? It is almost 5 a.m. Yeah, that makes sense, Plum. But yeah, then it says the Quran itself forbids moon worship. That's very interesting how it's like changed, you know? And then if we look at we'll look up sun worship Christianity. Christianity does not allow sun worship or idolatry, but there are some Christian practices that may be compared to sun worship. For example, Jesus is depicted as the sun to symbolize his resurrection, and many churches faced east so that worshippers face the sun as it rises. The Bible also references Jesus as the Son of Righteousness. Some Seventh-day Sabbath Christians claim that Sunday worship is sun worship because Sunday is the day of the sun. In the 4th century, Emperor Constantine chose December 25th as the birthday of Christ because the Roman pagan sun god, Sol Invictus, was previously celebrated on that day. This made it easier for the Roman people to transition to Christianity. There is also a mosaic in the necropolis under St. Peter's Basilica that depicts Christ as Sol Invictus. Some say the sun can represent many of God's characteristics, such as primacy, centrality, and sovereignty, independence, time, and space. Others, like Alvin Kuhn, have even suggested that Jesus, or the Abrahamic God, is a sun god, and that other figures in the Old Testament are solar allegories. But again, remember, in Christianity, sun worship is not allowed. You see what I mean? Isn't that kind of weird? Interesting. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Like all these things are so similar, but then like somebody said, okay, you can't worship the sun, you can't worship the moon, etc. And it's like, it's so confusing, you know? Because it's like, how did it evolve in such a way to claim that something that was previously like that was like then called a sin? It's almost like they're trying to take us away from nature, and again, that's our number one connection to, you know, God or whatever you want to call it. And if we look up Judaism, right? Judaism, star worship. Yep, So it says the Hebrew Bible contains repeated reference to astrology. Astrology. It contains a stern warning against worshiping the sun, moon, stars, or any of the heavenly host. And it's funny how they use a star to depict their religion after saying that, you know? In Judah, star worship continued until 621 BC when King Josiah abolished all forms of idolatry. However, people continued to practice star worship in private, pouring out libations to the heavenly bodies on their rooftops. Yep, and it says that they continued worshiping the quote-unquote Queen of Heaven, even after the temple's destruction. It's just really interesting, you know, how these things evolve over time. Oh, okay. I'm not really sure about that plum. I would have to do some more research on it and like see exactly you know, what was going on and stuff, but I was just reading it wasn't me. That's not my words. I was reading that. Just want to see me play. I know, I wish it would let me play. I think I'm just gonna go to sleep though, because I'm pretty tired now anyways. I appreciate that though, Nico. I do, I'm gonna be adding a new video tomorrow though. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense as to why people would look at, you know, the sky and worship what was in the sky because it was above them, you know? And yeah, I don't know. I'll have to learn more about it. That's for sure. But good questions though. I'm glad we all could have like a conversation. It's really cool that we're able to have conversations about these kind of things, you know? Cuz like a lot of the times it's like for a lot of people it's really hard to talk about these concepts. But yeah, I just want to let you guys know again that regardless of what religion or belief system that any of you guys have, that I respect it, and I hope that it helps you. My next stream, it'll probably be in like probably like 12 hours if I had to guess. It'll probably be about like 12, 13 hours because I'll probably do like, you know, probably do some like push-ups and stuff before I get on, and then I might have to go to the store or something. I don't know, we'll see. But if you guys go to my here, I can actually grab a link for it here. I don't know if you guys use Discord, but my Discord has like notifications set up to where basically if you so tired, sorry. Yeah, get some rest for sure. If anyone wants to join the Discord though, there's a link. So basically, like I have a channel that pings the Discord when I go live and stuff. If not, you can hit the notification bell and it should tell you. And yeah, I hope you all have a good night, a good sleep, or a good rest of your day, depending on where you're at. And yeah, it was a lot of fun talking to you guys, and I appreciate it, Plum. I'm really glad you stopped by. And, you know, shared, share all of your opinions and beliefs and everything. It's really cool to like see the different perspectives. But you too, Willem. You too, Nico. And World and Plum. I'll see you guys later. I appreciate you guys.